Today's story will tell about the world of spirits and monsters. Here, people learn to release their potential and awaken superpowers. Now people can fight these creatures on equal terms. Awakened people began to be called heroes, and battles with monsters became something commonplace. The main character of this story is called Chris, but he himself does not even understand how he got into this crazy world. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a trash bin in a new body and with new memories. In the past world, he was an ordinary loser against the backdrop of heroes who awakened superpowers. For him, everything turned into a tragedy. In a battle with local hooligans, he was mercilessly killed. Now he has another chance to succeed, although this time he has an even uglier body. He dreams of taking revenge on his killer and finally realizing his potential. Chris hopes that people in this world are much weaker, and this will help him reach the top. This simpleton doesn't even know where he's ended up. In just a few seconds, he'll be begging to go home. In this world, everything is completely different. Monsters and demons feel too comfortable, they constantly attack people. If you don't have abilities, you very quickly become an easy snack. Having barely begun his second life, Chris is already on the brink. Is failure awaiting him again? The demon was ready to tear the guy apart, but he lost his own head due to his excessive greed. Chris didn't even understand what happened. The frightened boy fell to the ground and almost wet his pants from fear. He can calm down. The beautiful Sharon is already nearby. It was she who saved his life. Every curve of her body only emphasizes her beauty. It is difficult to resist such a girl. The inexperienced teenager felt his heartbeat speed up several times. It's time for him to learn that in this world, you can't jump to conclusions. A beauty can turn into a nightmarish monster in a moment and tear off your leg. The sooner he understands the local rules, the better his chances of survival will be. It seems that Sharon killed the previous monster only to get a taste of this boy herself. Chris felt his blood run cold. It seemed like this was the end for him. At a critical moment in life, the divine choice system successfully attached itself to a newcomer to this world. Now the divine system will constantly offer the guy choices and opportunities. Now he can immediately run away, kneel down and beg her for mercy, or try to take a risk and kiss this demon for the maximum reward. Chris already died in his past life. He has nothing to lose, so he goes for broke. He was scared and uncomfortable, but he took a step forward and kissed this crazy beauty. Sharon's eyes immediately changed, the demonic insides hid inside, and she became a beauty again. Chris felt like a real man, a conqueror, an alpha male, ready for new achievements. After that, she turned around and immediately started running away, blushing like a little girl. With tears in her eyes, she turned around and promised to definitely come back. After that, some strange hurricane swept through the street, carrying away this stunning beauty. The carrier has completed the task and must now receive the maximum reward for his risk. Chris will receive the best abilities of this world and will definitely reveal his potential in this life. He felt like divine power had descended from heaven to transform him into a hero. Every part of his body began to fill with maximum rank energy. His muscles turned into taut steel cables, capable of tearing even Godzilla apart. Local residents watched these abnormal phenomena in the city center with surprise. The mysterious woman guessed that a certain person had awakened the abilities of the maximum rank. There's only one S-class hero in this city, and it looks like his descendant has appeared here now. A few seconds later, the tornado disappeared. Clouds gathered over the city again, and it began to rain. Chris survived this onslaught, and now the system officially congratulated him on gaining top-level abilities. His strength is weak now. He needs to gradually unlock his skills and develop his abilities to become the best in the world. The previous life must not be repeated. Now everything will go differently. He must achieve success. Even now, this guy has an ideal picture in his head where he is the ruler of the world. But for this, he will have to go a long way. I suggest you join him and watch how this guy can get everything he dreamed of in his past life. He is too weak now, and it is better for him not to encounter monsters on the street. He needs to get home as quickly as possible and gradually improve his skills. Thanks to the memories of this body, he immediately went to his luxurious house. This was probably the first time he had come so close to an expensive mansion. Before, this had been an impossible dream for him. When he opened the door, he saw in front of him a little girl named Margot. She is his younger sister, who has always loved her older brother very much. Chris had to explain to her why he was walking around the city in his underwear on such a cold, rainy day. She immediately brought him clothes and made warm coffee to warm Chris up. He remembered that he was a child who was adopted by rich parents. Then they died, and Chris grew up with his sisters. Both sisters are blessed with incredible skills and have every chance to rise to the top in this world. Only this guy turned out to be trash who spent his entire life receiving caustic ridicule from people. 3 years ago, Brittany, thanks to her talents, was chosen to the Superpowers Department and is now very busy, so she is rarely seen at home. Chris has always been arrogant and self-absorbed, rarely paying attention to his younger sister. Now it's time to change everything. He will no longer be a scumbag and an egoist. Chris will become the best version of himself. As soon as he got into the positive mood, it was time for the negative. A girl from a wealthy family entered the room. Her name is Lisa, and she is serious. Yesterday, Chris confessed his love to her over the loudspeaker at school, and all the students heard it. Lisa feels that she has been disgraced and now demands an apology. Chris isn't going to apologize for anything. He was just messing around and doesn't see anything wrong with it. In that case, he will have to defend himself. Otherwise, he will become the victim of a brutal beating. Lisa is a very talented martial artist. She is not someone to be trifled with. Thanks to his abilities, Chris was able to defend himself from her blow and saw something he shouldn't have. Now she will be even more angry at this guy, although he is not guilty of anything. Lisa was ready to tear this guy apart for the shame he caused her. Margot intervened in the situation in time, saying that she would not let anyone hurt her older brother. This was enough to calm the mad beast and smooth over the conflict. They will meet again at school anyway, especially tomorrow when the aptitude test takes place. Only the best students will have the opportunity to enter the city's main university. Everyone around him is convinced that Chris is trash who will fail the exam and will study at some university for losers. They don't even realize that he has awakened his abilities and is now capable of achieving unprecedented success. He just promised his classmate not only to pass the exam, but also to enter the best university in the city. He acted as pompously as possible, but will he be able to answer for his words tomorrow? In any case, Margot believes in him. Now Chris cannot help but justify his little sister's support. After dinner, he went to bed in order to be 100% ready for tomorrow's exam. At night, he had strange dreams, and he didn't even understand what was happening to him in reality. The demon Sharon entered his room, and she did not forget that he was the first person to kiss her. She believes that Chris should take responsibility for his actions, even if he doesn't like it. In the morning, he had a quick breakfast and ran to the exam. Margot wished him good luck. That night, he dreamed that he was sleeping with Sharon. The dream was very real, and it seemed like everything happened for real. Meanwhile, a lot of people gathered at the city's high school. The exam participants felt tense due to the enormous responsibility. Today, their fate will be decided. Everyone understands that they have no right to make a mistake. Chris is already there and is trying to figure out if the exam has started and who has already managed to pass the test. He immediately felt the tension of his other classmates, especially the boy named Ian. He always hated Chris, although no one understood where this hatred came from. Ian probably likes Lisa too and sees Chris as his competition. Meanwhile, the senior inspector ordered the students to prepare for their exams. The first student was incredibly scared. He felt the full weight of public opinion. Everyone around held their breath in anticipation of something magical. Students must come to the center of the room and touch the magic sphere. The sphere will show what they are capable of, and judging by everything, this guy can hardly be called talented. The following students also failed when they showed their strong characteristics. The students mocked the losers, although they themselves were no better. Now it's time for a guy named Ian. Many here support him. As soon as he touched the magic sphere for just a second, everyone immediately saw his power. It was immediately clear that this guy could call a hellhound for help, and that was at least Class A. Not every student is given such abilities. Now Jan is clearly the favorite in the exam. After him, it was Chris's turn. He looked confident and relaxed. Everyone around started laughing, as if they understood that this guy clearly couldn't handle it. Chris is usually considered a loser who achieves the most minimal results. Today, this guy is acting unusually, radiating divine confidence. As soon as he confidently touched the magic sphere, everyone around froze in anticipation. He expected to see the highest rank and max-level abilities, but things didn't go according to plan. He became the first student to receive the FFF class. The use of such skills is unknown. Everyone around was laughing, although no one understood what this level meant. Chris couldn't believe his eyes. He was sure that there was some kind of system error. At that moment, he felt icy hands touch his cheeks. Sharon came to the rescue and said that she would definitely fix his difficult situation. He immediately felt a surge of energy and felt his hand fill with fiery power. After touching the magic sphere, the results changed, revealing the maximum potential of S-class abilities. It was very surprising. It's not every day you see a weak guy with maximum potential. Many even thought that he was cheating or had bribed the inspector. Our hero felt that justice had triumphed and did not hide his joy. After the exam, he calmly went to get his things in a great mood. There he met Ian, who continued to mock him and repeat that Chris was a loser. Potential is not something that matters. It is much more important to develop real skills. This is exactly what Jan thinks. Chris thought that this guy was just jealous of him. His potential was much lower. At such moments, the system always gives the owner a choice, and his further development will depend on this choice. Chris could have apologized or just left, but he chose the better option. He punched his opponent right in the nose with all his might. It was harsh and uncompromising. Everyone around opened their mouths in surprise. One blow was enough to instantly knock him down. Even Yan didn't understand what happened. At this point, too many students gathered around, which attracted public attention. Mary very quickly stopped the fight and ordered everyone to shut up and disperse immediately. Looking at her form, it is immediately clear that she is a person of Sunlight Academy. I had to listen to Mary and continue preparing for the second stage of the exam. The second stage is very important. Whoever shows a good result will immediately enter the Sunlight Academy. Everyone around is extremely interested. Only Chris is not interested in the exam at all. He is always distracted from what is important, and because of this, he constantly gets into trouble. Buses with students entered a deep tunnel and encountered strange creatures. They were attacked by bats that had clearly evolved and become much stronger. One of the buses overturned, leaving the drivers confused as to what to do next. A large number of monsters never just attack ordinary residents. Something clearly attracted them. Even Mary doesn't understand what's going on, although everyone expects her to take decisive action. Judging by Ian's expression, this guy is up to no good, and you have to be very careful around him. While Chris was paying attention to the monsters and trying to defend himself, his enemy was looking straight at him. Ian decided to use his skills to catch one of the flying monsters. He then redirected it towards Chris, revealing his rotten insides. Chris has acquired incredible skills in recent years and is no longer afraid of bats. He easily repelled the attack and returned the monster to where it belonged. Meanwhile, the more experienced Mary fought the bats and destroyed them with her sharp claws. The students began to relax, and just at that moment, something like an earthquake occurred. Fiery chains began to emerge from the ground, like wriggling worms, flying in different directions. Very quickly, a large number of students found themselves trapped and could do nothing about it. Even the local superstar, the beauty Kira, looked like a captured victim of an experienced predator. Apparently, all of this was planned by a biker on a motorcycle who controls the fire chains. He calls himself the boss of the gym, although among his friends he is better known as simply Harry. This guy came here to do whatever he wanted, and no one can stop him. Mary will never turn a blind eye to such incidents. There is no room for injustice in her heart. She immediately rushed into a desperate attack to protect the students and destroy the villain. Apparently, the beauty overestimated her strength. The boss turned out to be much stronger than one could have expected. With one blow, he showed who was boss here and almost broke both of the beauty's legs. The hero always appears at the most critical moment, and Chris is absolutely convinced that he is that hero. He again decided to take the most risky action and challenge the bandit himself. The battle promises to be exciting, although this guy has not yet developed his abilities at all. He thought he had become a god, overestimated his chances, and then quickly came face to face with reality. The boss dealt a crushing blow, and everyone around realized there was no salvation. Our hero was knocked out and had beautiful dreams during his flight. At that moment, that same beauty appeared next to him. The demoness called him stupid and too self-confident. She came to help him again. Apparently the kiss worked so hard that now Sharon is in love with this guy. As soon as she touches his body, the guy immediately gains incredible strength and power. Sharon was too close, and Chris realized that he needed to thank the beauty for her help. A man should take the initiative, so it is he who should make the first move and kiss her again. He succeeded once, but now he had better not repeat his past mistakes. Otherwise, he will be left without a head. He should thank the demoness for giving him strength and not test her patience any longer. A second later, he came to, realizing that he had lost consciousness for only a few moments. An incredible power spread through his body, and he felt his hand turning into a tiger's paw. He is going to take revenge, even despite the strength of his opponent. Mary ordered the student to retreat immediately and not risk his life. Ian was sure that all this would end fatally, and now this stupid guy would finally die. They underestimated the capabilities of Chris, who caught the chains flying at him with a flick of his wrist. The boss of the gym was shocked. This is the first time anyone has managed to catch his punch. Now the most interesting part begins. The loser has harnessed his power and decided to change his life. He will no longer be the one to be walked on. That time has long passed. Those watching this battle find it hard to believe that the loser has turned into a superhero. Even the boss was surprised. He felt the flow of his blood and recognized the skills of his opponent. Now he's going to smear that worm with his fire bike. Harry watched too many Ghost Rider movies and became too confident in his own invincibility. To avoid dying, Chris will have to improvise and skillfully defend himself from attacks. Only through defense can you use your skills and launch a counterattack. By this time, a girl like Mary would have long since been able to free herself from these terrible chains. The biker felt a monster creeping up his back and thought Mary had attacked without warning. In fact, everything is not quite like that. Chris is waiting for him behind, and he is not afraid to act in different styles. Together with Mary, they teamed up to do all the dirty work. Harry had been too confident. Now his energy was drained, and he felt the fire eating him from the inside. He activated the self-destruct mode and almost killed all the students of the school along with himself. Only thanks to their intelligent reaction did most of them manage to escape far away from this terrible explosion. Everyone was scared and didn't know what to do next. For ordinary teenagers, it was a big shock. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Mary had been saved by the guy everyone thought was a loser. Today, he showed his best side and instantly turned into a local superhero. He has always lacked public attention, and now he can enjoy the moment. After this, a robot appeared above the students and announced that the second stage was officially completed. The second stage focused on practical skills, with cameras recording who performed the best. The best participants will automatically become students of Sunlight Academy. Mary was very unhappy that she had not been warned. The Academy did this in order to create a realistic environment. Chris quickly became a local hero. Yesterday he was a loser, and today he is a rising star. If this guy ends up at the Academy, he'll soon be talked about outside the city. After his incredible achievements, Chris returned home happy. There he was met by his beloved sister, who had been waiting for him all this time and mentally supported him. Margot congratulated her brother on his success and said that he had always been talented. He just needed to show his talent to people. This means that my brother will leave this house very soon and move to university. Now it's time to call my older sister and tell her how today's exam ended. Brittany was thrilled to hear that her loser brother had finally realized his potential. She was very busy, so she couldn't listen to his whole story, but she promised to definitely visit him in the future. Tired, Chris hoped to get some sleep and relax. Sometimes he can be too naive. Does he really think that after everything that happened, Sharon's demon won't come to his house? She said she wanted him and needed him, so now he belongs only to her. Sharon can easily teach this guy how to use his power and also increase his capabilities. To do this, you only need to fulfill one small condition: marry a demon. Chris couldn't believe his ears. He really had been offered a spiritual contract. The guy started to refuse and say that it was too early for him to think about marriage. Sharon didn't want to listen to him at all and immediately activated the blood contract skill. Some unknown purple rays burst out from her body and rushed towards Chris to hurt him. Now the blood will witness that the marriage between a human and a demon is officially concluded. Our hero felt a slight weakness. It seemed that his consciousness was going beyond the body. Over 1,000 years ago, demons and gods descended upon this world, sowing death among ordinary people. Even heroes suffered defeats and could not change anything for many centuries. Everything changed until the main demon was reborn, after which the world was never the same. Chris quickly realized that everything he had just seen was the memories of his new wife. After all this, the night seemed very long, and we had to wait an eternity for dawn. Little Margot woke up her brother and said that she was waiting for him in the kitchen so they could have breakfast together. The demoness disappeared somewhere. Chris tried to understand what happened during the night and how it would affect his abilities. Today, he has to go to Sunlight Academy. An incredibly busy and bright day awaits him. First, you need to say goodbye to little Margot, who really doesn't want her beloved brother to leave. I had to explain to her that they would see each other all the time during the holidays and that there was no problem with that. Then, inspired, Chris got on the bus and headed off to meet his new life. Margot decided not to let her brother go. It was much better to go after him to make sure everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, Chris was already near the academy and could not believe that his life had turned upside down. Previously, he could only dream of becoming a student at such an academy because his results were always too low. Many girls have already heard about a local hero named Chris. He was very warmly welcomed here. Our hero decided that now was not the time to admire the beauties. First, he needed to report his arrival. Today, the hall for applicants to the academy is filled with real tension. Shouts and curses can be heard here. Bella said that the outstanding freshman should belong to her, and she would not give him to anyone. Apparently, in this building, the one with the biggest breasts has the biggest opportunities. Soon, a large crowd gathered around. Everyone saw the guy who had done well during the exam. Legends have already begun to be told about Chris, as if this guy is the main genius of the country. He clearly has the potential to become a star of the new generation, which is why absolutely every senior student wants to accompany him. Bella is clearly unhappy with the situation. She said in advance that the young talent belongs to her. She calmly waited until all the other teachers started fighting among themselves, and then took advantage of the opportunity. She slowly approached the newcomer and offered to introduce themselves. Little is known about Bella, but she is said to be arrogant, self-confident, and has connections outside the academy. Many teachers want to get the young genius under their command, but only one of them will succeed. Bella promised Chris a better dorm and a special position in the future. Of course, Chris agreed to accept her as his teacher, rejecting everyone else. Now he belongs to her and must constantly report on what is happening in his life. If he ever upset Bella, he would regret being born and beg for death. The arrogant Ian is also at the academy. This guy clearly didn't like being out of the spotlight. Sunlight Academy is known for its advantages and developed infrastructure. Local students enjoy life and live like Hollywood stars. The hostel turned out to be much better than one could have imagined. Chris felt calm and happy for the first time in a long time. His neighbor will be a fat guy, a lover of donuts, and a scourge of nuggets. He is also Bella's student. His name is Richie. He is already a second-year student, so he will advise the young newcomer. This guy seemed quite cheerful, simple, and funny. He could become a great friend for Chris. These guys quickly found a common language and even a topic for conversation. They started discussing their teacher and all her hidden advantages. The fat man knows that this is not the first time Bella has offered a special position for talented students. Once she deceived him in the same way, now Richie wants to warn his new friend that all this is nothing more than beautiful words. The newcomers don't know that Bella is called a witch. She is a very cunning, sly, and ruthless teacher. When she talks about special treatment, in reality, it sounds more like a nightmare. The fat man advises the newcomer to stay away from the teacher, otherwise it could end very sadly. Then he started telling twisted stories and legends about Bella, and Chris almost passed out from fear. Then he calmed down and said that everything would be fine, as his previous students had said. Let's see how this ends, and now let's take a break and look at Jan's conversation with his grandfather. Ian came to complain about Chris and ask his relative for support. Grandpa promised that he would definitely help destroy this arrogant slug. Meanwhile, for 3 days, Chris enjoyed life in the hostel and felt total comfort. Now he will feel even better because his new wife has just appeared next to him. Sharon always arrives unannounced. She is a master of timing. All this time she is in his spiritual world, so she can appear at any moment. The spiritual world is a space that is created from the hidden spiritual energy within a person. The demon's spiritual world was previously destroyed. Now she can only live in her husband's spiritual world. They were talking pleasantly, and it seemed as if their wedding night could happen right now. Chris felt happy until he heard loud knocks at the door. Someone decided to ruin his holiday and stop the night of love for the young student. When he went outside, he saw no one. Everything was calm. There was a peaceful atmosphere of a summer evening. A second later, everything changed. Some unknown force appeared in the bushes. This aura rushed towards Chris. He barely managed to dodge. When he returned home, he saw a yellow ferret in front of him, who came to have a serious talk. The talking yellow ferret from legend turned out to be a reality, as funny as it may sound. At first, Chris tried to understand why this animal came to him. Was it really to make friends? As soon as the student thought for a second, the monster immediately showed its claws and rushed to attack. It is unknown how this story would have ended if the demoness had not intervened. She saw this little rat and immediately stopped it from attacking her husband. Sharon was ready to quickly kill the monster in order to continue the heavenly pleasures. At the last moment, Chris stopped her and even called her his love. It was enough to make even the terrifying monster, who could easily kill the huge King Kong, stop and smile. Chris suggested using the yellow rat and turning it into an appetizer for dinner. Very quickly, the ferret found himself in an awkward position and no longer showed his fangs. Chris suggested cutting it in half and baking it in the oven. Sharon replied that it would be much better to grill the pig. If the yellow rat does not want to turn into food, it must communicate its intentions. Within a second, it became clear that this monster was sent here by Grandfather Yan. This experienced master's name is James. He is a high-ranking elder of Sunlight Academy. At that moment, the system reminded of itself again and forced the owner to make another choice. He can let the ferret go, or he can eat it and pretend that nothing bad happened. Chris decided to act like a good person and calmly let the little monster go. The yellow ferret looked like a lucky guy who had hit the lottery jackpot. After that, the system automatically rewarded the owner with a magic pill to improve characteristics. Once this happened, Chris realized that he could change his mind and still roast this yellow rat over the fire. He said that he had not enjoyed tasty meat for a long time and loved Oriental delicacies. Then deafening screams were heard, the neighbors got scared and almost called the police. The little ferret fainted from fear. This monster turned out to be too timid. He didn't even understand that no one was going to eat him, but no one was going to let him go either. Why not make this little monster a pet named Charlie? Before this, Charlie spent more than half his life as a free monster. Now it will be difficult for him to get used to the new reality. Meanwhile, his owner enjoyed life and did not deny himself anything. Yesterday, he accepted a gift from the system, and from the very morning he felt an incredible surge of energy. The magic pill has made Chris stronger, and now he can't wait to show off his talents. He felt a little sick during the night, and Sharon helped him to relieve the excess energy from the pill. If she had not been there, our hero could have exploded from excess energy. After a light breakfast, he headed to the academy to take part in the welcoming ceremony for his classmates. Here he met his neighbor, who had just returned from McDonald's. Every girl paid attention to Chris. Because of all these legends, his personality turned into a cult. He was offered gifts and invited on dates, but Chris paid no attention to it. Then he found his teacher, who had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. Bella introduced the newcomer to seniors named John and Catherine. Besides them, There are many old acquaintances here, for example Mary, who is unhappy that Chris is late for his first day of school. During all this time, Bella learned a little about the newcomer and obtained all the detailed information about him. It turns out that Chris is the son of a legendary master named Marcus. In the past, he was the strongest man in the city, and everyone who dreams of becoming a hero knows about him. Marcus was Chris's adoptive father and made everyone in town fall in love with him. Also, here is Lisa, who has already noticed that Chris has changed and become more self-confident. While she was surprised by his strength, Ian had already managed to come closer to cast a look of hatred at our hero. Then it was time to shut up and listen to what the senior masters had to say. The Academy's deputy headmaster, Mr. Johnson, was delighted to welcome all new students to the ceremony. He knows that they all came here with the hope of becoming the strongest, and he is ready to help each of the young talents. The best of the best are gathered here. They deserve to receive a personal emblem of the Sunlight Academy. The most talented guys and girls receive such tokens and thank the Academy for the opportunities they have shown. Everyone tried to give an effective speech to impress the teachers. The system reminded of itself and gave the owner a choice. He may give a positive speech, be a little arrogant, or remain silent altogether. He decided to choose the most harmless option and play the role of a good boy. Chris started talking about how he had always been a worthless weakling and was happy to be at this academy. Everyone around was in shock and did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Oddly enough, his speech had an impact on the newcomers, and most of the students began to applaud him. After this, Chris seemed to have changed. He looked at the most talented students and declared that they were all nothing more than trash. Of course, he didn't like such congratulations, and an aura of unfriendliness appeared around him. In any case, Chris achieved his goal and attracted public attention. It was as if he had specially created all the conditions to create a conflict. His new friends began to protect Chris from everyone else. I had to explain that he also considered them fat pigs who were incapable of anything. A fight broke out within a second. All this was necessary to test the effect of the pill received from the system. Chris turned out to be a real psycho, just like his hero father. Even this was not enough for him. He continued to passionately desire to test his strength. The best of the best were gathered here, and yet no one dared to challenge him. It seemed strange. Even Sharon came to take him home before Chris ruined everything completely. Chris replied that he was not going to give up and would make his first day at the academy unforgettable. In the end, he didn't find a single enemy and even lost interest in it for a while. One of the students told him that if he wanted to prove himself, he should confess his love to one of the 4 main beauties of the academy, whose name was Margaret. For Chris, it was like a red rag to a bull. He quickly felt that he had caught luck by the tail. Everything that happened next can be called the absolute madness of a stupid guy. He went into the academy's general chat and wrote to everyone that Margaret was now his personal lover. A few seconds later, he saw the angry comments and realized his plan had worked. A huge army of disgruntled students was rapidly approaching our hero's location. This fool doesn't even realize that he just signed his own death warrant. He thought he would have to fight 1 or 2 main hooligans, but instead, a whole army appeared here. Margaret is incredibly popular, and Chris will have too much competition. Meanwhile, Margaret was in the school office and also read this message. She was very surprised the newcomer was the first one who dared to confess his love to her so boldly. It's not hard to guess what happened next. Chris was brutally beaten and almost died from pain shock. Even the academy's cook came here to tear this fool apart. It was only at the last moment that the protection Chris so desperately needed appeared. Teacher Bella very quickly explained to all the assembled hooligans that they had no place there. Her hellish scream was enough to make everyone disperse, and Chris finally felt relief. She realized that he was deliberately seeking death in order to train and become better. Bella offers other alternatives. Tomorrow, a spiritual source will open at the academy that will help the students become stronger. Everyone will have a few days to stabilize their power and gain source energy. Bella had promised a special position and now ordered the student to follow her to fulfill the promise. Within a few hours, they were on a huge mountain behind Sunlight Academy. Chris was confident that he would get something extraordinary, and he was absolutely right. The talented student was not ready for this. His physical characteristics were still too weak. Training with a witch might have seemed worse than death. Now he would remember it for a long time. For Bella, a special position is the same as the devil's trials. It may seem cool from the outside, but it's unlikely that anyone would want to be in Chris's shoes. He was forced to go through terrible trials in order to prepare and improve his skills. At some point, he even admitted that he would definitely die today and stop being afraid. As the evening wore on, Chris turned into a zombie who could no longer do anything about his fatigue. Bella decided to talk about the legendary Marcus. She still can't forget his achievements. Chris knows nothing about his adoptive father. Everything he knows he heard from acquaintances and friends. Dad never said anything about work. He didn't want to involve his family in it. 10 years ago, an army of demons invaded the city and began to destroy all living beings. They slaughtered countless citizens, plunging humanity into unprecedented danger. Marcus fought fearlessly against the monsters with his Basilard squad, and Bella fought alongside them. They protected citizens, killed demons, and tried to make this world a little better. There were too many monsters. The squad managed to protect humanity, but almost all the heroes of the nation died in this battle. Even though Marcus is not our hero's real father, Chris still feels proud of this man. He is pleased to know that there are still superheroes among people who are ready to give their lives for the sake of good. The world is still filled with dangers. Even the death of the legend did not change anything. The older sister joined the squad and continues to fight monsters, continuing her father's work. Chris was brought into this world and given a second chance. He should use it to do something good too. There are too many defenseless people around who need support and encouragement. He must transform himself into the one who will free ordinary people from the oppression of the fear of death. Now it's time to return to the office of the Deputy Director of Sunlight Academy. Today, in this office, is an outstanding student of the second group, Mark, who promises the master that he can easily crush the first-year student. If he can really wipe out a talented first-year student, he will receive 1,000 spiritual stones. This guy has high-ranking abilities and promises that everything will be done cleanly. Meanwhile, Chris has no idea that a conspiracy is gradually being built against him. He wants to finish all the training quickly and return to his demon to have dual cultivation. Charlie gradually gets used to his new life, although he doesn't like it at all. Chris decided to cheer him up a little and treat him to a delicious chicken leg. The ferret was not very happy, and in the end even warned his owner to be careful in the coming days. Charlie didn't return from the mission, given the character of his boss. It can be assumed that the master will soon hire another killer. Chris decided to ignore it and said that he could handle any threat. He went to the place of today's cultivation. It will take place in the spiritual source. The student will receive 500 spiritual stones from the academy. They will be useful for the spiritual source. These stones contain a lot of spiritual energy and can be used as consumables to restore spiritual strength. Everyone around immediately began to rush to take the best place for cultivation. Bella asked her student to come back quickly, looking forward to their special training. Sharon is already beginning to gradually become jealous of her husband for this terrible witch. The spiritual spring turned out to be an incredibly beautiful place, ideal for a romantic dinner. Chris hoped that he would be with the fat man all the time, but it turned out that Richie decided to have fun with the girls. He traded his friend for pretty cheeks and plump lips. At that moment, I understand him perfectly. You have to be extremely careful. The arrogant Jan is already here and constantly keeps an eye on his worst enemy. A conflict can start at any moment. All it takes is one match to ignite the flame. Chris didn't know where exactly he needed to go. He saw a strong gate and thought that something worthwhile was hiding behind it. In his head, he already imagined that he had found a spiritual source and received all the energy of the universe. In part, he was right. There really was a source of love energy here. This guy is always lucky. Wherever he goes, he meets charming girls. Today, he saw a beautiful picture and almost choked on his own saliva. Finally, he saw the very girl who was called the Beautiful Margaret. The system once again offered him several crazy options for him to make a choice. Chris has always been a psychopath who loved to take risks, and today nothing has changed. He decided to take the riskiest option and dived into the pool with naked girls. His holiday ended very quickly. Don't forget that everyone in this academy has martial arts skills. In any case, he was very lucky to be in the room where the naked beauty Margaret was. Other students can only dream of this, so the hatred towards the newcomer will only grow. After that, he finally found an empty source and prepared to cultivate. He undressed and plunged into the warm water, surrounded by the scent of the savannah. Sharon quickly appeared before his eyes. He doesn't like that he constantly runs into other beauties. If he doesn't change and become a faithful husband, he will become a snack for the demon. He shouldn't forget who his wife is. Just because she's a beauty now doesn't mean she can't turn into a monster in a second. Mark had been circling our hero for a long time, waiting for the moment to attack. After what he saw earlier, this guy felt incredible aggression and prepared for a fight. Mark is a close friend of Ian. They used to always go together and plan their evil plans. The second-year student quickly activated the tiger attack and began to attack like a ferocious beast. Chris recently upgraded his stats, and now his reaction is at a whole new level. Even a cat's speed was not enough to break through his defense. He was faster than the king of the wild jungle. With his blow, he broke through the bottom of the pool, and it became clear that there was an abyss under the source. Chris tried to grab the rock and get out, but the bully stubbornly pulled him down. This is exactly what happens in life. A good guy tries to get out of the ghetto, but the system drags him back. When Sharon saw what was happening, she immediately rushed to save her king. All this time, Mark was enjoying the victory. He completed James's task and earned easy money. Meanwhile, this fool was rapidly approaching the deep source. Sharon tried to save her husband, but even demonic power was not enough. A second later, Chris and Mark found themselves in the water's depths, and then even stranger events occurred. There is land under the water, as if they were on the other side of the world. The demoness caught up with her love and picked him up like a phoenix wanting to help its master. Meanwhile, Mark hit the rocks hard and felt his spine break into tiny pieces. This is what happens when you find a good wife. Her support can cost you your life. No one could even imagine that there was additional space under the spiritual source. There might be something hidden here. You need to look around and be very careful. Chris walked up to Mark and made sure that the guy was dead. The impact on the ground was too strong. The dead man no longer needs precious stones and gold. There is nowhere to spend them in heaven. That's why Chris decided to take everything this guy had. It was a little creepy, but very smart. Sharon sensed the aura of other demons and warned her husband of the danger. A strange laugh was heard. Chris immediately prepared for battle and took a confident step forward. There was some kind of strange ball under his feet, like from a Pokemon game. With this ball, the monsters are trying to learn how to play football and are now asking Chris to become their coach. If he doesn't teach them how to play, he will die, which means the system offers him a choice again. He can calmly play football, refuse to play it, or kill one of the monsters. The third option, as always, is the riskiest, and for it, you can get the maximum reward. Chris decided to use an old tactic and pretend that he was taking the easy option. He suggested playing football and immediately delivered a crushing blow straight to the head of one of the monsters. It was almost impossible to survive such an attack. The little demon died instantly. His best friend immediately started crying and blaming the man for what happened. By this time, the system had already awarded stat points, and Chris felt incredible. He doesn't understand that the demons are now calling for help, and a real nightmare will begin for him. With his wife by his side, he remains optimistic and confident that he can repel any attack. The monsters even began to think that this guy was mentally retarded and needed to be taken to a mental hospital immediately. In any case, they decided to take revenge, that is, beat the man and then cut him into shashlik. Sharon was in no hurry to intervene, and at first watched as her husband was mercilessly beaten. Then the monsters finally took notice of her and sensed the demonic presence. Since Sharon didn't interfere, everyone thought she didn't care about the guy's fate. That's why the monsters decided to roast him and make a delicious shashlik for their dinner. If this continues, there will be nothing left of Chris in just a few moments. Sharon was obliged to intervene and send her husband a boost in all his physical abilities. Within a second, our hero felt as if energy was tearing him apart. He destroyed all the nearby goblins and saw that he had turned into the Hulk. After that, he called his wife and invited her to have a nice time together. Some people imagine a romantic evening differently, but for Chris and Sharon, romance looks exactly like this. Killing monsters together and cutting them into pieces is what they like the most. It is worth admitting that now Chris has finally reached a new level and has become much more powerful than before. He increased his rank and felt incredible sensitivity, something he had never experienced before. The demoness is happy that her husband has become stronger. She hopes that tonight he will show her his full potential. The romance ended very quickly when the battlefield began to smell like trouble. An aura of some terrible monster appeared, which was approaching very quickly. The wife ordered her husband to speed up immediately, otherwise they would quickly become snacks for the monster. You need to return to the real world and only then think about how to use this abyss for your own purposes. When Chris found himself at the top, he saw his teacher and best friend in front of him. A terrible demon tried to catch up with our hero and break into the world of people. Experienced Bella immediately showed her 2 superpowers and ordered the monster to retreat. She said she would take care of the problem and ordered the fat man to get out of here with Chris. It's rare to see Bella so serious. Apparently, the demon trying to break out into the real world has incredible potential. The seniors immediately prepared for battle to help their teacher. Chris decided not to interfere and calmly return home as if he had nothing to do with it. From the news, he learned that Teacher Bella had led the senior students and destroyed the demons. Due to the temporary closure of the spiritual source, the academy compensated the students for the loss. Now everyone will receive Spiritual Jasper. Spiritual Jasper is the energy core of demons. It accumulates spiritual strength and energy. The quality of this artifact depends on the cultivation level of the demon itself. Chris was delighted and then remembered his pet ferret, who had already gotten used to his new life. He is loved, hugged, fed, and given a roof over his head. These can already be considered wonderful conditions. His previous boss constantly bullied him and forced him to do very difficult and risky tasks. The new owner is much better. You can talk to this guy normally, and you don't expect him to stab you in the back. Meanwhile, Ian came to his grandfather to discuss another mission failure. He is upset about what happened and keeps repeating that they must get rid of the most talented student of the academy. James is convinced that they will have such an opportunity in the future. They just need to be patient. A few hours later, it was midday, and Chris and the fat man went to the local treasury. Here they met a local old man who loves to drink a little wine and take a nap during the afternoon. The students came to get the spiritual jasper and finally understand how this incomprehensible object works. The old man seemed like a typical alcoholic, although this was nothing more than an illusion. One look from him at our hero was enough for Chris to feel a slight tremor throughout his body. This can be compared to the spiritual pressure of an experienced monster who tries to crush his opponents with his aura. Chris thought he was imagining things and ignored the old man. The storages of the spiritual jasper are very strong and sealed with a spell. They cannot be opened with bare hands. The old man allowed the students to do everything possible to open the box with the artifact. Everyone chose their own tactics. Everyone around tried to hit, break, and destroy the boxes. Richie used magic and tried to be more clever. It was immediately obvious that this guy was much more experienced than everyone else. He managed to open the box, although the result was rather disastrous. He got a worthless jasper. Now it was Chris's time. He felt as if he was taking part in the lottery of his past world. Even here he was overtaken by the system task and the classic 3 options for action. You can open the box in the usual way. You can do it by force, and also consult with beginners and ask for help from others beforehand. The result was too obvious. Chris chose the most difficult option to test his strength. As a result, he received the maximum gift from the system and the surprise of everyone who was in the temple. Even the old man couldn't understand how this little worm managed to open such a strong box the first time. Chris pretended as if this was nothing more than child's play for him. He didn't find a good artifact and very quickly realized that he needed to destroy other boxes. The other students quickly realized what was going on and asked Chris to help them with the task. The old man had to intervene and ask the guy to stop and cool down a bit, otherwise he would destroy everything here. The old man decided to take the newcomer with him and take a little walk around the temple. He brought him to a strange place so that the talented guy could choose a worthy spiritual jasper for himself. Children's boxes should be left to ordinary students, and the real talent should choose a more worthy artifact for himself. The student liked the flaming demon stone, although this artifact has a low rank. It has a very high skill awakening potential. The artifact will allow the owner to obtain the fire element and develop it to maximum values. The old man knows that he is facing the son of a legend, so there is nothing surprising about his talents. After choosing the spiritual jasper, Chris immediately saw that the system offered to absorb spiritual energy. After a few seconds, the process was successfully completed, and all of our hero's abilities were developed in a fiery direction. He even unlocked an additional skill called Flame Fist. The fire element is gradually awakening. All that remains is to unlock the remaining possibilities. Everything happened so quickly that even the old man cannot believe his eyes. He saw the boy progress in a matter of seconds and become a high-ranking hunter. There's still a long way to go, but Chris can already confidently challenge A-rank monsters. The heir to the legendary Marcus has a bright future ahead of him, especially after joining the city's best academy. A minute later, the fat man ran into the room and ordered his comrade to immediately run through the emergency exit. Margaret's fans have come again to take his soul, and now nothing will stop them. Chris has just acquired a new skill, and now he will never back down from bullies, but on the contrary, he will accept their challenge. He is not afraid to go out and look danger in the eye. Now he himself is the danger. Margaret's biggest fan, the arrogant and self-absorbed bully Nate, is already waiting for him on the street. He thinks he's the coolest guy in town and wants to show off his talents in front of the crowd. Classic school fights can now escalate into something epic. Chris became interested in fighting a guy who has a lot of influence. If he manages to win, his popularity will skyrocket, and no one will dare challenge him. I had to repeat again that he was Margaret's boyfriend to anger the crowd, and especially Nate. After that, all that was left was to wait for this hooligan to show his best abilities. This is a great opportunity for Chris to show that his skills are also improving rapidly. The opponent instantly moved in to deliver his blow. A lot of smoke appeared around, and everyone froze in anticipation. Chris managed to react and block his opponent's attack with his left fist. After the defensive action, he immediately struck back and broke the distance. Everyone around him was shocked. Nate realized that he needed the support of his friends to win. These madmen took a cannon with them and are now planning to have a battle here, like in the good old days. The Italian cannon can tear even a talented hunter apart. Chris and Richie need to escape immediately. Instead of retreating, our protagonist chose the path of a crazy kamikaze suicide bomber. He walked forward confidently and was not at all afraid of turning into chicken mince. A demonic aura emerged from his right fist, meaning that we will now see sparks and a fiery strike. The outcome of this battle depends on the speed of reaction as well as the strength of the blow. The fat man froze in anticipation of a miracle. Despite everything that was happening, he still believed in his friend. There was a deafening explosion. The fat man's heart seemed to stop. He felt fear and insane excitement. All the students of the academy paid attention to what was happening near the temple of spiritual power. Nate tried to understand how this had happened. Not long ago, Chris was an ordinary loser and asked to be beaten, and now he was doing tricks worse than Copperfield. This guy managed to block the cannon strike. He shifted the direction of the attack and almost killed his opponents. In reality, he wanted to kill Nate, but he got a little lucky and now has to pretend that he showed mercy. Now no one should challenge him, and everyone around should remember that Margaret belongs only to Chris. The fat man hugged his friend and said that he never doubted him, although he was incredibly scared during the battle. All this time, the old man watched the battle and saw how this guy used his new skills. This young genius will certainly be useful in the future. By that time, Margot began to worry about her brother, who did not call or write to her at all. She decided to come to the dorm to personally make sure that everything was okay with her brother. Margot knows that he is not at home, but she still goes into the yard to give her brother a pleasant surprise. It seems that she doesn't know at all that there is a terrible monster here, which is called the yellow rat. For a second, Charlie turned into a beautiful protective bulldog, and then quickly came to his senses. He realized that he was trying to protect the home of the man who had chained him up, and he immediately felt hatred. It would be better for him to calm down and get used to the fact that he is now playing the role of an ordinary dog. He can think whatever he wants and call himself the great yellow holy monster, but that's long gone. If Margot calls him a dog, he better shut his mouth and keep quiet. Margot should not be underestimated. Many have already guessed that this girl has hidden talents. Sooner or later, she will play her role in this story, and then many will understand what she is capable of. Towards evening, the training ended, and the students were sent home. Chris returned home feeling unbearably tired. It seemed to him that his whole body would crumble like sand. His hungry stomach hurried him. When he approached the house, he saw that the door was open, although he had closed it. Sharon felt a strong aura and asked her husband to prepare for any eventuality. At the same time, Margot was trying to surprise her brother and was sure that he would like it very much. She jumped out from around the corner and threw herself into the arms of the man she missed so much. Sharon was very surprised when she realized that the strong aura was coming from the little girl. Charlie watched everything that was happening in silence and couldn't believe that the Demon Queen was his master's younger sister. Margot came not only to see her beloved brother, but she also has amazing news. She applied to be homeschooled so she could spend more time with her brother. Now the Demon Queen will always be here, and Yellow Rat will have to get used to it. Margot had already fallen in love with Charlie and told her brother that she would never be sad again. Margot also noticed that the room was very clean and began asking her brother a lot of questions. Of course, he didn't tell her that his demon wife was doing the cleaning. That would have caused a lot of misunderstandings. Margot warns her brother that girls are very cunning and sly, and one must be careful with them. Now he will have to meet with his wife in secret so that his younger sister doesn't find out. Margot immediately went to the kitchen to pamper her beloved brother. She turned out to be an inexperienced girl and prepared not the most appetizing dishes. In order not to offend his sister, Chris is forced to eat it all and then make sure to smile. Charlie had already done the same thing, and as we can see, after that, he decided to take a little nap. Chris realized that he couldn't get out of it and would still have to try this purple, hellish mixture. As soon as he brought the spoon to his mouth, he immediately felt a wonderful taste and felt like he was surrounded by mermaids deep under the water. Charlie found it hard to watch his owner pretend it was delicious when it was actually worse than rat poison. Immediately after lunch, Chris decided to break out of the house so as not to risk his life anymore. Now he has to keep too many pets, and he will have to find additional income for this. The older sister can no longer give him money. The man must learn to feed his family himself. On the street he met his friend, who for some reason decided to take an axe with him. The fat man said he was going to work part-time, and Chris immediately started asking him to go with him. The fat man quickly agreed to take his friend with him, and together they went to the mercenary hall. This may sound strange because Richie never said that he worked as a mercenary. Previously, Chris knew about the existence of the Union of Mercenary Warriors, but he was never interested in it. There are quite a few people gathered here. They all look serious and not very friendly towards newcomers. In such places, you need to choose your words wisely, otherwise you can quickly find yourself without a language. The students of the academy always have a lot of free time. No one prevents them from finding additional income. Sometimes the academy itself even acts as an intermediary to help students find work. Chris immediately found the most expensive task and almost went crazy when he saw the potential earnings. In his mind, he has already become a millionaire who can afford absolutely anything he wants. He'd better come down to earth and realize that with his skills, he can't yet take on the most difficult tasks. While he dreams of arranging for himself the life of a professional lover, the fat man has already found a normal job. He recommends his friend to take a more realistic option. To do this, you will have to join the team that Richie works for. The fat man approached his boss to introduce him to the new guy, who was called a young genius. First years are not usually welcome here, but they might make an exception for Chris. Mr. Diego is the leader of the Pearl Squad and extends his hand to introduce himself. He seems like an experienced and confident man who is not averse to collaborating with the younger generation. The fat man said that this guy had recently received fire rank skills and could now be useful. This story immediately interested Diego. He suggested that Chris take an aptitude test. The school used a similar device, so Chris knows what to do. The device showed that the boy had a C+ rank, which was already better than during the school exam. We know that Chris has maximum potential, but we must not forget that his skills are not very good right now. This was enough to join the Black Pearl team. As soon as Chris heard that he was being accepted into the team, he immediately began to act like a smug fool. His behavior pleases the girls, although other hunters call it excessive pampering. Chris hasn't even joined the team yet, but he's already found potential enemies. Diego decided to step in and introduce all the main members of the group. The beautiful girl with pink hair is named Ruth, and the guy who tries to be like Thomas Shelby is named Ricky. The overly grumpy guy's name is Martin. He is the older brother of the beautiful Margaret. Now it's clear why his appearance seemed so familiar to Chris. There is no doubt that Martin knows about that incident at school, and that is why he dislikes the newcomer. He immediately decided to show that they were not related to him, and he would never give his younger sister into the hands of such a homeless person. Martin believes that only he is worthy of being with his sister. His words immediately caused bewilderment in the eyes of the other participants. He had to justify himself and say that he meant something completely different, but of course, no one believed him. This guy is not to be underestimated. He is of average rank and has dangerous abilities. The system offers to apologize to Martin, respond to him harshly, or ignore him. Chris needs to increase his agility. This can only be achieved by choosing the first option. That is why he quickly approached his opponent and began to apologize. Martin didn't expect this at all. A cat appeared in front of him, gently begging him to forgive him. He happily accepted the apology, and Chris automatically received 5,000 agility points. After the points were credited, Chris decided to repeat his legendary trick. He swung and sent his opponent into a hard knockdown with a powerful blow. Even Diego couldn't imagine that the newcomer would behave so disgracefully at the moment of introduction. This immediately shows that he is not afraid to walk on thin ice and do what he wants. There are always consequences to actions like this. You can't just come in and beat up a senior team member. As soon as Martin opened his eyes, he immediately said that the second round was about to take place. The captain had to intervene to prevent these guys from causing a bloodbath here. Now is not the time for fighting, even though the newbie acted too confidently. Chris quickly captured the attention of the mercenaries and also did not forget to anger his wife when he approached a beautiful girl. He behaves like a first grader. Sooner or later, this can end in big problems. Now it's time to go on a mission, because this is exactly why Diego gathered all the mercenaries in the group. It was decided to go to an abandoned estate in the western part of the city. A group of 7 mercenaries had recently visited here, but none of these people returned home. According to preliminary data, several cannibalistic ghosts live in this estate. The mercenaries were given a simple task: either exorcise the ghosts or rescue the missing. At first glance, it seems that low-ranking cannibal ghosts should not pose a problem. At the same time, it is better for the team members not to relax, otherwise it will be a very difficult night for them. Inside the estate, everything sparkles. The expensive interior is combined with the smell of opportunity. This was clearly where aristocrats lived, who could afford whatever they wanted. The mercenaries split up, and as soon as Chris was alone, Sharon immediately came to him. She warned her husband that there really were ghosts here who knew how to hide their presence well. You need to be extremely careful and in no case rush. As soon as Sharon left her husband alone, he immediately started having problems. The ghosts turned out to be girls who decided to seduce Chris and take advantage of his youth for their own purposes. Chris was completely fine with it, but Sharon didn't share his opinion and ordered the ghosts to retreat. She won't let anyone take advantage of her handsome husband. He is her personal toy. The ghosts ignored her and asked Chris to choose who he liked best. They don't seem to understand at all that a real man never chooses. He takes everything at once. After that, Chris ordered to turn off the lights because they wouldn't need them anymore. Somebody tell this guy to be careful or he's going to lose his manhood. Chris realized in time that this couldn't go on any longer and that he would have to take a step back. His heart belongs to only one woman and he wants to remain faithful. He tried to impress his wife with his actions, although it was too late. The cannibal sisters are angry, and now they want to taste delicious human meat for dinner. By his actions, Chris summoned the dead into this room, who were quite hungry. Together with Sharon, they chose the most accessible and simple course of action: a quick escape. We need to hurry to find the rest of the team to unite and fight back. Meanwhile, all the other mercenaries gathered in the dining room. None of them found a single ghost. Ricky is sure that he needs to keep searching. He feels the presence of dark forces. At that moment, the doors of the dining room swung open, and the self-confident newcomer finally returned from his mission. The mercenaries were very scared. They thought that this would be another easy walk. Instead of easy prey, they were faced with 2 experienced ghosts and their army of the dead. This task cannot be called easy money. You will have to work hard here. The ghosts began to spit out some kind of incomprehensible green substance. This toxic mixture very quickly corroded the clothes of most of the crew members. It was especially nice to look at the girls, who now look even better. At this moment, it is better not to turn your head towards Fat Man, otherwise you can lose your mind. Diego quickly took control of the situation and said that now was not the time to be embarrassed. No matter who their enemy is, they need to raise their fists and prepare for battle. Within a second, the mercenaries rushed into battle, fighting the demons with all their determination. The captain used the Phoenix skill and increased the pressure on the dead. Richie also did everything he could to win. He even said that if necessary, he would eat one of the ghosts. After a half-hour battle, the 2 demonesses were defeated. Although they are of low rank, they can summon and control minions. It took a lot of work to calm these girls down and bring them to their senses. After the battle, Chris decided to give his sweatshirt to his partner, who was naked during the battle. She thanked her savior and even kissed him on the cheek. Looks like someone is in for a very serious conversation when they get home. Chris acted unfairly. He saved the girl from shame, but did not give Fatso his clothes. In fact, dressing Richie would be much more important, because looking at his bare chest is the same as shooting yourself in the eye. The only one who remained dissatisfied was Martin, who didn't like the fact that the newcomer had once again won the hearts of others. By this time, Diego had already received news from the association. They were given incorrect information, and the difficulty of the task was automatically increased. This meant a triple reward for everyone, and therefore a solid jackpot. Very soon, the association department arrived at the crime scene to conduct an investigation. It turned out that our hero's older sister, the stunning Brittany, works in this department. Everyone around was shocked. Chris has such an influential sister? She was surprised that her little brother joined the mercenary team. Chris decided to take advantage of the moment and start asking questions about his legendary father. He also wants to join the Night's Watch and become stronger, but he doesn't understand that he is still too young for this. His sister advised him to return to the academy and continue to hone his skills. Soon the Night Watch, together with the Sunlight Academy, will hold autumn trials. During this time, Chris will be able to show off his skills and earn an invitation to the Night Watch. Very soon, the investigation was completed, and all the mercenaries received their reward. Richie was surprised that his friend was part of a family of heroes. Now he is proud to have recruited Chris into the team. Very soon, Chris returned home and was stunned by what he saw. His little pet has turned into a Barbie doll and is now a pity to look at. During the awarding of the mercenaries, everyone received more than just financial benefits. Special artifacts were also given out to enhance skills. Chris was very lucky. He received a high-ranking spiritual jasper. Now all that remains is to absorb the energy and feel how the muscles gain double strength. Even the sister noticed that her brother had really become stronger in a short period of time. He is developing quickly and following in the footsteps of his legendary father. Charlie also watched closely. shocked by how all the members of this family were like demons. After absorbing the power, the system unlocked the absolute defense skill. Attack is the key to victory, but to win a war, you must have a flawless defense. After absorbing the skills, it was time to return to the academy. Chris hurried to his teacher to have a serious talk. He wants to take part in the autumn trials and get the opportunity to join the Night's Watch. The Night Watch is a squad from the Hunters Association that fights evil spirits and cleanses the streets of evil. Bella promised to enroll her student in the list of participants in the trials. Chris's friends will be taking part in the autumn tournament along with him. While they were basking in the rays of victory, girls burst into the classroom, brimming with determination. These are the same girls that Chris saw naked while bathing in the spiritual spring. Now the beautiful Margaret and her sister Jessica have come here to take revenge. Our hero tried to pretend that they were mistaken, and his name was Richie, and Chris was hiding behind. Of course, no one believed him. The girls did not come here to listen to fairy tales. They are serious, and Chris had better react quickly to the threat. He recently leveled up and can now defend against such attacks. His absolute defense skill allows him to feel comfortable at any distance. Now he is so self-confident that he can tease the beauty without fear of retribution. Then an unexpected incident occurred. Mary intervened in the matter. She decided not to help the girls, but on the contrary, to intervene and protect the newcomer. Even if Chris deserves to be beaten, he's still part of the team. Mary won't let this guy be hurt, even if it means she has to take part in the battle herself. In just a few seconds, the two girls began a fiery battle. Jessica has always been unrestrained and too impulsive. It's worth getting used to. The fat man said that Jessica and Mary are sworn enemies who have been rivals since their first year. They hate each other and are always looking for a reason to fight. Chris instantly became a support group for his friend Mary. He already saved her in the past, and now she is trying to repay him in the present. The aura of the battle attracted one mysterious man who decided to intervene. At that moment, Sharon immediately appeared and warned her husband of the danger. She felt a demonic aura and said that this guy couldn't be trusted. He laughed loudly and said that he was a ghost in the darkness who was afraid of nothing. The beautiful Margaret quickly guessed that this guy came here from the underworld. The fat man knows that the afterlife abyss is the name of the strongest demonic sect. That's why he went to call Bella for help and ordered everyone else to be very careful. An experienced hunter must intervene in this situation, otherwise everything will end badly. Already now, many beautiful girls have found themselves defenseless against black magic, as if caught in a spider's web. The ghost came here to get Margaret because she is the best part of a powerful family. Jessica won't let some dirty pervert touch her beloved sister. There's another battle brewing here, and it's going to be very interesting to watch. Instead of studying, the academy constantly has fights, and this toughens the students no less than math lessons. Very soon, a naive newcomer, who still did not understand who he was dealing with, intervened in the conversation. This fool knows nothing about the afterlife in the demon sect. The dark ghost became so angry that he paused his evil intentions to tell the backstory. The Netherworld is a powerful demonic organization made up of fallen humans. For the sake of power, these creatures are ready to help demons. They sell their souls for the opportunity to take revenge on the world that abandoned them. All these people do not have the opportunity to awaken, so they are looking for alternative ways to gain power. The ghost came here to demonstrate their power and make everyone tremble before the demons. He quickly summoned a dark aura to his aid and colored the sky purple. He activated the snake's lair skill and said that now all the students would become his slaves. Avoiding such attacks is very difficult. It requires reaction and speed of thought. The magical snakes are already everywhere, ready to attack until the students collapse to the ground from exhaustion. I had to immediately call the association to report the appearance of a psychopath who talks to snakes. Chris only now realized, in this formation, he is cut off from the rest of the world. The connection here simply does not work. The system made itself known and offered the owner several options for action. He can abandon everyone and run away, betray the academy and join a demonic sect, or play for time and try to escape. The third option, as always, is the most dangerous, but for betrayal the hunter can receive a life pill. This guy needs to think faster, because the girls are already in serious trouble. They try their best to repel the ghost's attacks, although it is very difficult. The villain enjoys the moment and is sure that no one will help these girls. Soon Chris's voice was heard, who decided to intervene and called the ghost Mr. Snake. He began to apologize for all his past statements and rudeness. It seems that our hero chose the second system option and agreed to betray the Academy for the sake of the life pill. Or he again tries to cheat, get a reward, and then destroy the enemy. In any case, his acting skills are always at a high level. Mr. Snake is ready to take him into the team of demons if Chris brings him the beautiful Margaret. At this moment, the task was automatically completed, and one life pill was already shining in the hunter's inventory. After this, you can forget about loyalty and return to the side of the Sunlight Academy. One blow was enough to surprise all the girls gathered there. They had never seen such monstrous power and looked at this guy differently. It is unlikely that the battle will end so quickly. Mr. Snake is eager for revenge. He prepared to show all his aggression and rushed at the self-confident and arrogant youth. The situation escalated to the limit. Even the demoness decided to intervene, overcome with fear for her husband. The flaming fist technique won't be enough to stop this ghost. You'll have to show your best. The dark serpent can devour its prey in just a few seconds if the attack is not repelled. Chris remembered the absolute defense skill and formed a barrier around himself. This helped to protect, but this is just the beginning. In such battles, the most resilient warrior, who is ready to go to the very end, always wins. Chris felt that the initiative had slipped out of his hands. He began to worry, and then heard a familiar voice. The fat man is finally back and not alone. He had a whole support team with him. Experienced hunters are ready to save the youth once again and correct the situation. Bella is a true master of fighting demons. For her, it's no more difficult than a morning workout. Mr. Snake found himself at a disadvantage along with his pet. He became angry and decided not to retreat, so as not to anger his demonic boss. This guy is going to go all in and put his life on the line. A huge snake approached the teacher and swallowed her completely. All the students felt a chilling fear. For a moment, it seemed as if the whole world froze. Mr. Snake rejoiced in his victory and repeated that all the demon's opponents would be destroyed. He celebrates victory too early and forgets who he is fighting. Bella masterfully paused and then set off fireworks, delighting all her fans. Now it's her time to mock her rival and remind him who's boss. The ghost is not the only one who can summon pets. This trick is available to absolutely everyone who has learned the summoning technique. With the help of the Hellfire skill, the arrogant ghost was quickly punished. He was never able to provide full-fledged competition to his rival. It was too easy for Bella. It seemed like even her students were making her work harder during sparring. Now the moment of truth has come. We need to teach the bully a lesson and make him suffer to the fullest. If he loves snakes so much, then you can arrange a punishment in his favorite style. The ghost was so afraid of being beaten that he immediately confidently declared that he was ready to tell everything about the Death Clan. Just as he was about to say his boss's name, a black hand pierced his heart through and through. No, he wasn't killed by representatives of the Sunlight Academy. It was clearly someone else. The ghost died due to the intervention of a demon, a terrible woman who came here from the depths of the abyss. An unrivaled demonic aura appeared in the air, even Chris realized. In front of him was the strongest monster of the afterlife abyss. The Devil Victoria forced all experienced masters to prepare for a difficult test. All the students were scared and immediately approached Bella to feel at least a little calmer. They don't understand that Victoria didn't come here for them at all. She's interested in the guy who radiates a sweet aura. Victoria is ready to forget everything that happened here. All she needs to do is take her little pet with her. Bella and all the students at the school were scared. They didn't have time to react and lost their beloved genius. Chris was clearly not ready for this. His excessive self-confidence collapsed to zero. The portal closed, and he found himself in an unknown world alone with the devil. Here, no one will hear him at all, so you can forget about helping. The young student quickly pulled himself together and prepared to defend himself using martial arts. He was about to use Flame Fist, but the skill never activated. Even in this world, nothing can help him. His spiritual energy was sealed. Victoria has been watching him for a long time, and over time she realized that he is much more valuable than the beautiful Margaret. She knows about all his skills and hidden talents, as well as about the help of the system. Our hero's spiritual world is completely sealed. Sharon cannot break out to somehow help her beloved. To everyone around him, Chris is an ordinary person. His special abilities have not yet been fully revealed. Victoria became the first being to sense his insane aura and decided to take advantage of it by offering Chris a mysterious crystal. The system quickly came to the rescue and gave the player 3 options. He could refuse the crystal, accept it, and be a good boy, or play for time and try to escape. Chris chose the first option. He refused to cooperate and instantly felt a surge of power. After his refusal, Victoria decided to cripple this handsome man and then feed him her own blood. He was so scared that he immediately took his words back and agreed to eat the crystal. The she-devil was glad that he had turned into a good boy and decided to give him an additional reward. One can only dream of such an additional reward. Probably only the demoness Sharon was upset about what happened. Her husband swallowed the demon blood crystal, but hasn't felt any changes yet. By that time, friends and teachers came to the aid of the young student. Victoria quickly left the confines of the earth and returned to the underworld. She did all the dirty work, and now she can be sure that Chris will be an obedient boy. The nervous fat man ran up to his friend and began frantically asking him about what had happened. The masters decided not to chase the vile rat. Now they need to think about the safety of the academy and protect the students from future threats. Chris has performed well, so Bella gives him an extra day off. Of course, our hero pretended that he fought the devil and even managed to fight her off. No one will know that he cried and begged her to leave him alone. It will remain a secret. His happy little sister and cheerful yellow ferret were already waiting for him at home. He brought them some gifts and made their life even brighter than before. Chris said that he would not have any sweets and would go to his room to rest. It looked a little mysterious and even slightly cloudy like English weather. As soon as he found himself in his room, he immediately fell to his knees, drenched in sweat. When he took the demonic blood, he felt nothing, but now it seemed to him that his whole body was burning. Now he has no doubt that Victoria has bad intentions. He can only hope for his wife's help. Most likely, the devil slipped him a catalyst of potential to grow an evil force in the talented guy. Now he is not ready to accept such energy and is experiencing hellish pain. There remains only one possible way out of this situation. Sharon took off her clothes and suggested combining male and female energy to distribute the hellish load between 2 bodies. Unfortunately, they won't show us any details, but we would like to see this special cultivation technique. The next morning, Chris felt much better. It was as if yesterday was a dream that was left far behind. Sharon really helped him. Now he needs to repeat this practice more often to feel even better. Besides, Sharon deserves to restore her material body in the future. Chris wants to find ways and help. When he came downstairs, he found out that his little sister had already prepared breakfast. Last time she almost killed all the inhabitants of the house. Let's see what happens today. During breakfast, Margot said that she heard strange sounds at night, as if her brother was fighting with someone. I had to say that she must have imagined it, that it was just a dream. After this, he turned red and left the house very quickly, citing urgent matters. The sister felt that he was deceiving her, and the yellow ferret had long since understood the truth. A few minutes later, Chris reached the classroom, deciding not to take the day off and continue studying. Richie has been looking for his friend for a long time to discuss something. Last night, demonic energy was seething near his house, and silhouettes of a naked beauty were flashing in the window. Chris replied that he didn't understand what his friend was talking about. At night he only prayed and then immediately went to bed. It turned out that there was even a student from the academy who recorded the sounds coming from Chris's house. Chris became very angry and accused his friend of blatant lying. Men always cause too many problems. Nothing like that ever happens with girls. Now it's time for them to shut up. Bella has entered the office, which means that whoever angers her now risks losing their head. There are only a few weeks left until the autumn test. All that remains is to split into teams and prepare for an amazing tournament. Now we need to train as hard as possible, otherwise winning the tournament will remain just a dream. Bella has prepared a special training plan for her students. They will remember this training for the rest of their lives. For them, it will be a heavenly pleasure, after which they won't even be able to walk. Within a few minutes, the students headed to the mountains to breathe fresh air. Here they will test their body and mental abilities for 2 weeks. Even fragile and tender girls are forced to do the roughest and toughest work. Bella's training is very specific. Only the most resilient will reach the finish line. There is no division between genders here, complete equality. Feminists would be very happy. By the end of the training, absolutely all the students regretted that they had not died that morning, because it would have been much better than meeting Bella. The next few weeks passed at this pace until the very day of the opening of the autumn tests arrived. The regular academy students looked energetic and ready to fight. Everyone who trained with Bella looked completely different. They were exhausted to death, like the living dead. None of them could have thought that they would even live to see this day. It's more like a miracle. Bella had already decided on the captain and announced her decision on the opening day. Chris is careless and sometimes very stupid, but in a critical moment he can take control of the situation. That's why he will become the leader of the team, although the other students are not very happy about it. Only the strongest and most resilient representatives of the academy will participate in the autumn trials. There is no age here. Everyone is equal and motivated to succeed. Each team is confident that they can achieve victory and get ahead of their competitors. In addition to the academy participants, other talented hunters were also allowed to take part. All this is done in order to increase competition to the maximum level and to call even mercenaries here. Now it will be extremely difficult to win, but no one said it would be easy. Chris and his friends are determined to fight to the last. They have named their team Berserker and are now ready to show maximum fury. We've already completely forgotten about the guy named Jan, although he always seems to be some kind of threat. He loudly declared that a team of weaklings had no right to bear the name Berserker. All his actions are directed against his worst enemy, Chris. The system again offers the owner several options. He can prove his determination, ignore, or admit that his opponent is right. Chris decided to act according to the first option. He reminded everyone gathered who his father was. Chris has the blood of a hero running through his body, so he deserves to be the leader of the team and give it any name. If someone doesn't like it, then that person can come up to him and feel the power of the flaming fist. It turns out that during all this time, our hero has formed his own fan club. Many guys consider him a super talent and are ready to support him no matter what. Now everyone knows what trials Chris overcame and how he repeatedly saved his friends. Now, if someone bothers him, he can always count on the support of the fan club. Jan can forget about his evil intentions and put them off for the future. Unprepared attacks don't stand a chance. If he wants to win, he'll have to come up with something better. Lisa keeps watching her childhood friend and doesn't understand how quickly he has changed. It looks like she was wrong about this guy, and he really did live up to his potential. Chris is on a fast track to the top, and in moments like these, it's important not to get cocky and continue to work hard. Bella is pleased to have handed over the Berserker team to him. She looked high into the sky, remembered her legendary captain, and a single tear appeared in her eyes. Marcus would be pleased with his son, there is no doubt about it. Chris has barely entered the academy and has already become a superstar who has asked for autographs. It's as if the world has gone mad. All that remains is to accept this reality. Now the students must prepare for the trials, which will all begin in the Red Demon's territory. Autumn trials always attract a lot of attention, and the participants will be closely watched. Before the start of the tournament, there is a small academy tradition. Different people post their goods to earn a little money and help participants buy valuable things. Here you can buy something useful as well as absolute trash. Usually no one is interested in this, only inexperienced beginners who are easily deceived. Chris began to look at different objects and noticed the captain of the mercenary team. He offers interesting items such as a precious map that shows all the dangerous places and warnings. Chris and Diego have known each other for a long time. The player can count on a discount. Since Chris has no money, he will have to improvise. He decided to take the card without asking and promised to return it at the end of the tests. A bold move. At first, Diego got angry and promised to kick the newcomer out of his team. Then he remembered that Chris had taken the wrong copy of the map, and the original remained in the hands of the owner. Students need to be a little more serious. Trouble will soon start, and the jokes will quickly disappear from their faces. Very soon, the senior examiner of the autumn tests appeared to announce the rules of the competition. Cameras will record the entire process, and points will be awarded for any tests. In the final, the organizers will compile a rating based on the points earned. The Red Demon territory opens. Students can now enter the portals. Everyone was inspired and dreamed of clearing the demonic territory as quickly as possible. They don't even understand what a whirlwind of events they've found themselves in now. The demonic world is filled with dangers, and this should never be forgotten. The captain chose a portal and ordered his companions to move straight to the top. In a moment, they all found themselves in the Red Demon's territory and quickly looked around. Chris is confident that, with the help of the map, they will be able to bypass any danger and remain unnoticed. Only now did he realize that this portal had led the team straight to the most dangerous territory of the Red Demon. Now it's all over for them. They need to quickly write a will and say goodbye to their parents. Just when everyone had lost hope, the captain said he had a plan. If someone else had done this, the participants would have felt hope, but apparently they do not trust Chris too much and are wary of him. At the same time, the masters gathered to closely monitor the tests. Bella is pleased with the progress of her squad, which is successfully exploring the territory. Soon news emerged that the student and his squad had stolen an SUV with cameras. The old man from the Temple of Relics was not surprised at all. Now everyone was imitating the Demon King Chris, trying to do crazy things like him. In fact, it was the Demon King who stole the SUV. He outdid himself again. This guy always chooses the craziest path and never stops there. Probably only Bella is happy with what's happening, because she's just as crazy as her students. Brittany has already blushed several times because of her little brother. She is embarrassed to watch his antics. She doesn't know Chris at all. She needs to get used to just having fun. By that time, Team Berserk had lost their way and found themselves in an unknown place. John was driving and turned out to be a very bad driver. The fat man asked his friends not to panic and to look ahead more carefully. They drove into some strange village where there was not a single inhabitant. Sharon immediately appeared next to her lover to support him in his difficult moment. In demonic regions, you have to be extremely careful, but this does not apply to Chris. This guy is always in a rock and roll mood and knows no fear. Looking around, the hunters found people kidnapped by demons. Chris asked his friends to untie the hostages, and he went to explore the surroundings. Lately, he has become very responsible, like a real commander. The friends were surprised and did not even understand that their boss was still the same fool as before. He just wanted to take a walk and not do any dirty work. During his walk, the captain discovered the Red Demon supermarket. He decided to have a little fun and walked in, kicking the door down like a tough gangster from an action movie. Inside, there is a strange creature with one eye and a surprised expression on its face. This monster had never felt such a strong aura. He realized that the Demon King was in front of him. Chris explained that he came here without money, but he was not going to leave empty-handed. There were no problems, and he was allowed to take whatever he wanted on the house. It's cool to be a strong guy. You can get valuable gifts for free and not be afraid of anything. The store boss heard some noise and came back to check what had happened. He had never seen his employee in such a state, as if the devil had appeared here and promised to kill everyone. Sharon had warned her husband to be quiet, and now he had attracted the attention of an even more dangerous creature. The boss won't let anyone rob his store, and a conflict is brewing that could result in a bloody massacre. To begin with, it would be better for Chris to determine the opponent's strength and reduce the tension. He can apologize, show the demon his strength, or tactically retreat. Chris decided to show his cunning again. He took a few steps forward and gave the boss everything he had collected in the bag. Once the system reward was credited, it was time to change your mind drastically. Chris took the bag of goods and immediately started running like a pet rat. The demons tried to catch up with him, shouting and promising to make meatball soup out of this guy. Just recently, the members of the Berserk team were confident that the captain had become a responsible man. Now they will change their attitude when they realize that he just created problems for them out of nowhere. Instead of enjoying life, they will have to run and hope that demons run slowly. The girls were standing near the car the whole time, waiting for someone to bring them something to eat. They saw something strange happening ahead, but they didn't think it was that bad. They better hurry up and start the engine, or they'll all turn into monster dinner. All these events continue to be observed by the masters, who are no longer surprised by anything. The man, whom everyone calls old, said that demons used to rob people, but now it's the other way around, and he likes it. Chris wasn't bad at all. He grabbed the whole squad around him, although it was a bit provocative. Although he is shameless, he is not as stupid as he seems. The most interesting is yet to come. Brittany still can't believe that this devil is her brother. He used to be a loser, and no one could have thought that he had such talent hidden inside him. Besides Team Berserk, there are other students in the demonic world. They are all trying to survive, looking for a safe place and at least some food. The women's team has a problem now, and Chris and his friends are ready to fix it. He set up a mobile food stall and can now help other students with food supplies. The girls were scared and didn't understand what was happening. They better calm down. Chris is just trying to help and offers to buy them some groceries for food. Margaret, unlike her sister, took what happened much more calmly. Then other teams turned their attention to the Berserk trading shop. Chris decided to make some easy money and also noticed that his enemy was walking nearby. He decided to dress up a bit and pull off a little Halloween prank. Meanwhile, Jan, as always, was plotting something bad against his main enemy. He still can't stand Chris and is ready to go to extreme measures to eliminate him. Soon a guy in a cloak appeared nearby and said that he was a member of a team of mercenaries. He honestly admitted that he overheard part of the conversation and hated the representatives of the Berserk team. A friendly conversation, and even something resembling a deal, began between Jan and the stranger. Ian suggests that his new friend join forces to destroy the captain of the Berserker team. For this, he is ready to fork out and give away half of all his free money. Of course, the mysterious stranger agrees. He accepts the money and all the terms of the deal. All that remains is to show where his allies are, with whom he can unite to destroy Chris. The Demon King plays a dirty game and gets real pleasure from it. He enjoys fooling fools and making easy money through his cunning. He led Jan and his team to a dark part of the forest where the other players were. After that, he finally showed his face and thanked Jan for the valuable gift of a bag of coins. He did everything to escalate the conflict to the limit, and he succeeded. Jan ordered all members of his crew to immediately arm themselves and bring him the head of this impostor. He still can't believe that Chris is the Demon King and has hidden talents. To him, he's nothing more than a fool with no future. The battle seemed inevitable until the bald Dwayne intervened, deciding to protect the lonely newcomer. He doesn't like it when students behave unfairly and attack an individual in a crowd. At such moments, he longs to restore balance, even if it means defending someone who is in the wrong. Chris is faced with a new dilemma. He can team up with Dwayne and fight against Ian, apologize to his enemy, or simply run away. Making a choice is not at all easy, especially considering personal motivation. The third option was the most profitable. Chris decided to run away to get the maximum benefit. As a result, everything worked out for the best possible reason. Dwayne decided that Chris trusted him completely and did not even doubt his victory. That's why he left him alone against a whole crowd of opponents. Chris ran away and relaxed a little. This should never be done because there is a strong demon nearby. By that time, other students appeared next to our hero, clearly fleeing from the threat. Someone opened a cave with demons and brought them all into the forest. You need to run immediately to avoid becoming a snack for monsters. Chris must return to his team immediately and warn them of the danger. It turned out that there were problems with the car. By that time, the demons were already very close. All the men of the Berserk team began to panic. They were confused and tried to figure out what to do next. At such moments, experienced women are always ready to stand up for defense. If we unite, we can challenge even the most dangerous creatures. When women act so selflessly, men have no right to hide behind their backs. Team Berserk will finally show their true fury and insane potential. They have acted cunningly and intelligently for a long time. Now the time has come for brute force and chaos. Richie didn't show his skills for a long time and seemed afraid to fight. In reality, he was just preparing to call the fat dragon to his aid. They probably love going to Burger King together and eating buckets of chicken wings. You've definitely never seen such fat dragons. This is clearly an endangered species. As long as this dragon doesn't get diabetes, he can still be useful and use his strength to protect the team. The demons were having problems, and Dwayne had appeared on the battlefield. He is not at all offended by his friend, but on the contrary, he believes that Chris trusts him. He is either too kind or too stupid. In any case, his support can play a decisive role. With Dwayne's team, stopping the demons will be much easier. The only problem that could arise is because of Jan, who still can't suppress his own anger. He still wants to stay ahead and overtake the arrogant newcomer who quickly took his glory. This guy doesn't understand that you can't buy talent with money or win the lottery. A person is either born with incredible skills or must settle for something in between. Chris quickly showed the difference between them and didn't even have to strain himself to do so. He decided to leave Jan with the grenade to conduct a small training exercise. He learned specific training from Bella. Now the student has officially surpassed the teacher. Mary yelled at the captain and reminded him that they were fighting monsters now, not people. A huge mutant has appeared on the battlefield, and it will be very difficult to deal with it. He had already managed to eat several demons in order to strengthen himself and give himself some energy. With that kind of aura, this guy could even scare the Demon King. Compared to previous opponents, this monster is really strong, even for the entire Berserk team. There is no point in retreating. All that remains is to unite and fight no matter what. Victory or defeat, death or life, it doesn't matter what it leads to. The only important thing is to preserve your honor and dignity. It is at moments like these that heroic qualities emerge. Chris' father was a true legend. Now the question arises, will the son be able to reach his father's level? The system forces him to make a choice, abandon his friends and run, fall to his knees and beg for mercy, or fight the monster with his friends. The reward for escaping and fighting was the same, so the choice was incredibly difficult. All the team members tried to stop Chris and asked him not to be stupid. The monster is too strong to stop. Perhaps only Ian wants Chris to finally decide to fight. Brittany was going crazy with rage, having given the order in advance to destroy all high-level demons. Her assistant immediately decided to send reinforcements to the demonic world to save the participants. At the last moment, Brittany asked him to stop. It is enough to just send people who will keep an eye on the students, but not interfere with the process. The older sister decided to trust her brother and see what he was really capable of. If something goes wrong, Chris and his entire team will be saved. Now he wouldn't refuse help because it became clear the monster is incredibly strong. Chris began to cough up blood and felt like all his internal organs were being compressed into a small point. However, he asked his wife not to worry and said that he still had the strength to continue the fight. The demon prepared his devilish trident to impale the man and eat him in one motion. Chris accepts the challenge, his fiery hand ready to deflect even Poseidon's trident. This guy clearly doesn't need to borrow confidence. Other students should learn from him. He was brave until the last second, until the devil's trident pierced his body. At the same time, strange events were happening deep in the dungeon of the Red Demon territory. The regular students tried to understand what was going on up there and thought they were safe. Then strange sounds were heard, which grew louder with each passing second. These students were quickly killed by the devil Victoria, who had previously destroyed the guards. This monster was clearly underestimated at the academy, and now it could cause big problems. With all eyes on the massive monster, Victoria is able to break the unbreakable seal with a demonic stone and do the dirty work. She hadn't felt such a powerful aura for a long time, and even for a second she doubted her skills. Despite this, she still went inside and saw a demon hanging from magical chains. She came to free him. The blood demon is one of the 8 great rulers that the small folk decided to keep behind bars. He was so serious that even Victoria lost her composure and became scared for a second. Then she went to her boss and said that she brought him some sweets. 2 mid-rank hunters can be very useful for a weak body. Victoria is also a demon, but she has a completely different way of devouring people. Bloody demon Artemon finished eating dessert and now decided to enjoy the fresh air, taking revenge on the humans. By that time, the situation in the demonic world had gotten out of control. Chris took a powerful blow and lost all his strength. Dwayne was upset to see his ally fighting a deadly battle alone. It is worth recalling that Chris recently received the life pill from the system. Now he used this artifact to restore his health. By that time, the demon had completely gone crazy and decided to roast all the students gathered in the forest. He decided to start eating girls and feel the tender taste of their sweet bodies. The captain will never allow his allies to be offended. As soon as he regained his energy, he immediately rushed to attack the merciless tyrant. The second round had just begun, and the demon immediately realized that his opponent had gained additional strength. With one blow, he punched a huge hole in the monster's body. The effect of the demonic pressure immediately disappeared, and everyone around felt like they could breathe easier. Now the students can move, all thanks to the help of their fearless captain. It's time to unite and finally put an end to all this insane torment. Together they form a great force that destroys everything in its path. Even Sharon wants to join the party and is willing to share her demonic energy to do so. Things got even funnier when Jan's crew members abandoned their captain to fight the monster. They felt like they wanted to be part of something bigger. Within minutes, the huge demon was destroyed, and cameras captured every fragment of this legendary battle. The old man and Bella were pleased. They had not been mistaken in this guy, and he had not let them down. Brittany watched with pride in her eyes as her brother saved defenseless beauties and showed his courage. It seemed like a happy ending had finally arrived, but as always, things didn't go according to plan. The red demon's unbreakable seal was lifted, and the monster returned to this world. It is necessary to immediately notify all participants so that they leave the demon territory as soon as possible. Chris is unaware of the problems yet, and celebrates completing the quest as well as receiving a random skill book. He confidently raised his stats and decided to learn new fighting techniques. Now he has obtained the Peerless Egg ability and can convert his spiritual energy into a nourishing egg. Now it can be considered a chicken that lays very nutritious eggs. The fat man was nearby, so it was necessary to immediately check how much this tool was working. This guy has already tried many different delicacies and knows a thing or two about them. After tasting the egg for a bit, he said he had never eaten anything more delicious in his life. Now Fatso has become an egg addict who will constantly ask for more. Chris said he was excited to start production. He is ready to feed all his team members and give them some energy. If you feel like you're in the middle of a crazy psychopath stream, I understand. Students better calm down. Urgent information has just been announced. They need to leave the testing site through the portals as soon as possible. Horrible monsters are already very close. If they meet, then all this will end with sad consequences. Many students had not yet managed to leave the area and were behaving too slowly. They were warned to hurry, and now they themselves are to blame for what happened. The blood demon is already nearby, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to have another snack. When he looked at these girls, he lost his appetite. Now he wants to find someone more attractive. If there is no one beautiful nearby, you will have to use magical artifacts. The fan of beauty very quickly changed the girls and turned them into extraterrestrial beauties. Now you can enjoy them. Now they clearly look like sweet donuts. This is how blood demons feed. It looks really creepy. They are somewhat reminiscent of vampires, although they have many more privileges. Victoria warned her ally that the Demon King was on the loose somewhere nearby. He is an ordinary guy who got his nickname thanks to his crazy talent. Artemon is not afraid of anything, and this is his big mistake. Victoria wanted to warn her ally that Chris should not be eaten under any circumstances. He must go to the boss. She didn't have time to do this because experienced craftsmen intervened in the dialogue. A battle begins in which no one has the right to give in. The demons will fight for the opportunity to return and regain their former potential, while people will do everything possible to prevent disaster and keep the earth safe. Brittany immediately showed her talents and surprised the she-devil. Artemon had not yet regained his former power and therefore decided to retreat. He has no time for childish games. He wants to meet the bearer of demonic energy. The masters must speed up so that under no circumstances does any of the students get hurt. A massacre will inevitably occur on the territory of the Red Demon. All that remains is to hope for the best and believe in miracles. Many students had already gathered on the outskirts of the demonic territory. The portal still hadn't opened, and many were starting to panic. Nobody still knows what happened. Everyone is behaving carelessly, and even a little carelessly. Jan tried again to ruin everyone's mood, and he almost succeeded. He was prepared for conflict, but finally a portal opened from which powerful beings emerged. Artemon carefully examined every little worm in this area. At the same time, Chris recognized Victoria, who had recently shared demonic blood with him. Within a second, every student felt incredible blood pressure. It was simply impossible to stand. The blood vessels in the eyes burst from overexertion. The heart seemed to have stopped and refused to pump blood. Sharon explained that one of the great rulers was here, and we needed to run away immediately. All these children will not go anywhere. They are destined to become food for monsters. Even talents like Dwayne can't do anything about it. The monster sniffed each student and finally realized who was special here. With his invisible hand, he grabbed Chris and began to pull him towards him. The bearer of demonic power should have been more powerful, but turned out to be small and fragile, like chips. Chris still can't figure out why the boss of the afterlife needs him. By that time, the portal had already been activated and began to suck in all the living and the dead. Chris was kidnapped, but all the other students were unharmed, despite meeting the devil himself. Brittany was very scared when she realized that her brother was in mortal danger. She saw a bloody sphere and realized that Chris was caught in a mad whirlpool. This is a personal space created by the demon. If someone from outside goes there, it will immediately be destroyed. All that remains is to wait and hope that everything will end for the best. Chris must bide his time while his friends try to find a way to get him out of hell. The bloody dimension is filled with the smell of death and an atmosphere of gloom. Victoria still cannot dissuade her ally from his goal. Artemon wants to eat this guy, even though the Demon King is needed by the boss. Even here, Chris did not lose his arrogance and continued to mock his opponent. Sometimes he signs his own death warrant with his own actions. If he had kept quiet, everything would have been fine, but now he would have to face the blood seal of Artemon. In this case, even absolute protection is useless. Here, all these tricks lose their meaning. It is absolutely impossible to use skills in the demonic world. When it seemed that death was inevitable, salvation came from the most unexpected side. Sharon was able to come out and intervene in the fate of her beloved husband. Her aura confirms that she is also the Demon Queen, and that she is not just helping a human genius. Sharon and Artemon had met before when she was the princess of the empire 1,000 years ago, and this terrible monster had slaughtered her entire family. Now she won't let him take her family members away again. Now Chris can rest a little and entrust his fate to his beloved woman. Previously, he loved to flirt with other beauties. Now he will have to reconsider his views on life. At a critical moment, only Sharon protects him, confirming her devotion and love with real actions. Demonic battles always cause delight and surprise due to special effects and surroundings. Victoria saw two high-level demons fighting and decided not to interfere. For her, this is an extra risk that she is not going to take. Chris feels like a man who can't do anything. It's eating him up inside. He can't let his wife fight the terrible monster alone. He needs to somehow get out of these magical shackles. Suddenly, he was able to create a huge amount of energy. All this was done with the help of the demonic structure of his body. Blood and soul burn, and at such moments truly amazing transformations occur. Artemon did not pay any attention to this and was already ready to kill his new victim. He'd better look around and work on his attentiveness. The knockout punch quickly made the guy let go of the beauty. Chris was reborn as the Demon King and finally achieved true greatness. The wife could not believe that her beloved husband had become so powerful. Now he easily challenges Artemon, who was previously feared by all living and dead. The demons fight on opposite courses, each trying to be the first one. The initiative is changing hands, and it is now too difficult to choose a favorite. By that time, Chris had completely lost touch with reality. This couldn't go on like this. If he is not stopped, all his energy will be depleted and he will die of exhaustion. His actions forced Artemon to fight with all his might, but is it enough to win? It takes more than just fiery rage and the desire to win. Artemon still remains the most powerful being in this world and confirms this with every action. With tears in her eyes, the demoness asks her husband to calm down and put off revenge for the future. Chris finds it too difficult to accept the fact that he cannot protect himself and his love. He still wants to become a hero who knows no defeat. Sometimes even the most legendary of heroes must endure setbacks. Defeat shapes character and makes a legend out of a man. Thanks to his wife's hugs, Chris gradually got back into shape. He felt better, his spiritual energy had not yet been depleted, and he was still alive. In the past, Sharon has lost too many loved ones due to fighting enemies. This time she cannot afford to repeat the same mistakes. That's why Chris should stay behind and give her a chance to prove herself. The demoness has decided to take a desperate step. She is ready to give up her soul in order to use the fatal blow. Only stupid and insane creatures are ready to give their souls for a person. You can treat Sharon differently, but you can't help but respect her choice. She just received special privileges and insane power. Now all that remains is to direct these opportunities in the right direction. All this time, Artemon walked around here like a hunting dog in his house. He felt an aura of invincibility and did not understand that all good things come to an end sooner or later. Sharon's amazing abilities helped her achieve such an important victory. Tears appeared in her eyes because she did not want to part with her loved one. Until the very end, she tried to be there for him and protect him, but their paths diverge in different directions. Chris must take care of himself and make sure to find a way to fully develop his potential so that he never has to fear anyone. It all happened too fast, as if Thanos had snapped his fingers and Sharon had turned to dust. After it, only the inner core remained. As long as her life is hanging on by even a thread, Chris will not stop and will constantly look for a way to return her to normal life. By that time, Artemon had already managed to cut off half of his body. He is still alive and trying to get to the only available food source. In the past, Victoria saved his life. Now it's time to repeat history. She became food for a bloodthirsty monster who despises conscience and guilt. The wounds were too serious, and now he still hasn't recovered his energy. Chris must take his chance, or he will be destroyed. He wanted to take revenge and rip the heart out of this monster, but he didn't have time. Artemon flew high and broke out beyond the demonic world. The demon space began to collapse. Now the frightened masters can act. Brittany mounted her blue tiger and flew off at lightning speed to save her beloved brother. Chris had already noticed that the space had been breached from the inside and that he needed to get out of here quickly. Soon this area will turn into a blazing hell, and then it will be too late. Victoria took the form of a young girl after Artemon took her powers. Chris decided to save this demon and transfer her to the spiritual dimension. At that moment, the young students from the Berserk team continued to believe that their captain would return from the other world. When the demonic sphere exploded, a man appeared among the flames. Brittany reacted quickly and grabbed it like an experienced eagle grabs a small mouse in a wild field. Now her heart is calm. The feeling of comfort has returned to her soul. Her brother is in critical condition and needs to be returned to the academy as soon as possible. His soul is broken into pieces because of everything that happened with Sharon. Now his life takes on even more meaning. He needs to not only become stronger, but also get his love back by any means necessary. 3 days passed after all these events. Chris quickly recovered and returned to normal life. Now he trains like crazy and never stops. After his return, he seemed to have become a different person who was hungry for progress. These are not all the changes that affected Chris and his family. Little Victoria now serves in his house and performs household duties. Now she behaves like a little child who doesn't know how to do anything. You need to be patient and teach her all the intricacies of household life. Margot is clearly unhappy that there is another mistress here. The same can be said about Victoria. She wanted to thank her savior, not turn into a slave. Chris doesn't have time to think about domestic problems now. He is focused on other goals. He did everything possible to make his wife wake up. Unfortunately, this did not happen. While he was thinking, Victoria appeared on the street, bringing breakfast to the owner. Chris decided to have a private conversation with this girl in order to have a serious talk. He knows about her talents and asks for help in the situation with Sharon. Victoria tries to explain that this is not possible now due to recent events. Artemon took too much of her energy as well as her memories. Now she is nothing more than a little girl who has talent but no opportunity. Chris decided to take her word for it, but if he ever found out that she lied, his revenge would be merciless. After such words, Victoria needs to be extremely careful. She is not in a position to feel comfortable around her new owner. Chris hasn't been himself lately. He's really changed. Even the cheerful and perky Fatso noticed that his friend had turned into a sad worm. He wasn't even pleased by the fact that he took first place in the autumn trials. Previously, he was striving to win, but now he is sad because of the loss of his beloved wife. This weekend, he plans to hunt down a demon and deal with it brutally. This is not something that young people usually do in their free time. While Chris dreams of a bloody massacre, a whole swarm has gathered in the demonic world. The afterlife abyss meets one of its main representatives today. Artemon returned to the boss to report on everything that happened earlier. The boss said that he wants to take over the entire city along with the Sunlight Hunter Academy. The gentleman is clearly preparing an invasion, fully aware that the Academy's strength is constantly growing. The demons will start to be exterminated, so he tries to act ahead of the curve. 10 years ago, demons were unable to take over the world because of Marcus's resilience. Now the hero is already dead, and no one can stop the monsters. Artemon will receive a part of the troops. If he copes with his task, the boss will generously reward him. The portal to the city will open soon, and the advance force will begin its offensive. The demons are not going to waste time, which means that a catastrophe awaits people. Only the most experienced warriors know deep down that a storm is coming. At the same time, training continues at the same pace, despite the latest incident. Bella warned the students about the inevitable return of demons, which they must be prepared for. The next few weeks will be hellish training, even tougher than before the autumn trials. Only Chris was not upset when he heard this news. Lately, he has been constantly meditating and does not pay attention to the hustle and bustle. There is too much spiritual power around this guy that will break out sooner or later. He wants to become stronger for the sake of his wife, and for this, he needs the help of the system. To do this, he is ready to awaken his hidden abilities again. Chris has been cultivating strength for a long time and can now afford it. His inner demon king awakened, and he finally felt the fusion of energy. Now progress has reached a completely new level. Man has given half of his soul to a demonic entity. He can no longer be called an ordinary rookie. This guy is too good to be underestimated. He just broke through his level and advanced to B rank. Everyone around was shocked, feeling the presence of demonic energy, and yet this is an ordinary teenager who was nobody just yesterday. His system characteristics changed rapidly. Chris felt better than ever. He just received a top-ranking combat weapon as a gift. The demon sword would be a perfect complement to this guy's style. Now it will be even sharper, even more acute, and even more dangerous. Bella congratulated her student on reaching a new level. She is proud to have helped him progress. They shouldn't relax. The enemies are already very close and are waiting for the moment to make their move. The demons gathered a powerful army and chose the perfect moment to attack. Humanity has long lost its main hero along with the Dream Team. Over the years, people have become complacent and thought that they are now safe. This was a big mistake. All this time, the demons were accumulating strength in order to deliver another, more powerful blow. Now the moment of truth has arrived. The afterlife abyss has made its move. It's hard to compare it to a game of chess. There will be no battle of wits. The strongest will win. The one who goes to the end will not stop even despite fatigue. Over the years, the Academy has trained many talented hunters. Now young people must take responsibility and forget about age. Civilians are waiting for support, so all awakened ones must unite for a common goal. The demons have thrown their best representatives into the battle. There is no doubt that it will be very hot here now. The monsters know who Chris is and remind him of how they killed his father. Now they look like two naive fools who don't have much time left to trample this earth. Their demonic aura is just ridiculous for the new version of Chris. He surpassed his past achievements and showed that he is now a completely different person. Internal motivation always pushes him forward to be a worthy son of a hero and save his wife. He will do everything to take revenge. He will go to the end, even despite the fear of death. This is the only way people become legends. Chris is ready to follow this path. While he is fighting monsters, important events are also happening in the dorm area. A group of unknown young people gathered to carry out an important task. They walked around the area for a long time until they found the house where Chris and his family lived. Yellow Ferret enjoys life, Margot eats a delicious dessert, and Victoria gets used to the slave life. Lately, she's even been forced to give Charlie massages, although she's not very good at it. The house is a bit of a mess, and it's fun to watch. Very soon there was a knock at the door. It was unlikely to be Chris. He usually returns much later. The doors opened without warning. A team of unknown guys asked the girls to be obedient and not to do stupid things. Margot and Charlie don't understand at all what these clowns are doing here. Only Victoria guessed that in front of her were demons from the afterlife abyss. She said that there was a yellow saint here who would not let the demons feel at home. At that very moment, the sweet students turned into terrible creatures. The atmosphere changed beyond recognition, and the room became stifling. Margot hadn't seen such abomination for a long time, and she immediately felt uneasy. The monsters took advantage of the opportunity and immediately began to attack from different sides. Victoria prepared for battle. Even in her child form, she could still fight back. One of the demons pointed at Margot and said that this feeble-minded girl should be taken first. It was a big mistake. Only a death row inmate could call Margot feeble-minded. Her gaze quickly showed everyone around that Victoria was not the main force here. We've been waiting a long time for Margot to show her potential. It was clear that there was something powerful hidden within her, and now that power had come to the surface. The little bear that was always by her side turned into a terrible King Kong. This is not at all the kind of bear you would want to play with as a child. Against the backdrop of this monster, the demons turned into small and harmless insects. The bear quickly began to eat the unexpected guests as if he had been brought melted marshmallows. One of the monsters remained alive and saw how only bones remained of his friends. He decided not to tempt fate and immediately tried to leave the house. The demon must understand that it is too late. The yellow ferret will not let anyone out of there. The spirit beast form is too weak for a full-fledged battle. It's time for a radical change. No one could even imagine that Charlie could take on human form. After her transformation, Yellow Ferret turned out to be a girl and asked to be called Sandra. A gender change has just taken place before our eyes. The 21st century never ceases to amaze. In any case, she is now much stronger and can show the demon who is boss. Now, Yellow Ferret is clearly a full-fledged member of Chris's team. Now we can return to the battle that is taking place on the Academy grounds. Passions run high here. Every move could be the last. Chris has discovered incredible skills within himself and has shown that he is no longer a child. The demons realized that this guy was not to be trifled with and that he needed to be destroyed as quickly as possible. This may be problematic due to martial arts skills. Now Chris not only remained faithful, he also received that same devilish sword, which made him even sharper. It's nice to watch demons who fear no one gradually lose their self-confidence. Previously, they were overly self-confident and arrogant. Now everything is different. Everything changed when they met real power. Chris isn't going to follow the rules, certainly not in this fight. Elite demons were sent to destroy this guy. Artemon is absolutely convinced that this will be enough. It's been more than 10 years since the last battle, and these monsters still haven't learned their lesson. In the past, they lost the battle due to poor preparation and unpreparedness to fight human heroes. Now history is repeating itself. People have once again exceeded all expectations. Chris took on the most difficult job and never regretted it. He did very well and gradually learned new skills. At the same time, no less strange events were taking place in his house. While the girls were burying the corpses of the monsters, portals to the demonic world opened in the sky. Now there will be even more rivals here that will have to be dealt with. By that time, the Academy's guardian, Old Man Gilbert, and the deputy director, Mr. Johnson, had already arrived at the epicenter of events. They have enough experience to help humanity survive. Here you will have to try hard. The demons have been accumulating strength for a long time for the decisive blow. It is in battles like these that experience comes to the fore. Old people still have the skills to keep up with the youth. Bella and her team are also doing their job well. They cleared the perimeter and finally deserved some rest. Chris soon joined his friends after killing 2 high-level demons. He once again surprised his comrades with his skills. Previously, one could only dream of fighting such monsters, but now it is a reality. Bella congratulated her student and told him not to stop there. There are no more demons left in the area. Most likely, they are preparing the next strike. You need to be ready to defend yourself, and to do that, you need to rest. Chris returned home calmly and witnessed a terrible scene. Margot, Victoria, and another strange girl were burying the corpses of monsters in the backyard. The younger sister was very happy to see her brother. All this time, she was incredibly worried. Margot calmly explained what had happened here and asked her brother to be understanding. After this, Sandra approached our hero and ordered him to help immediately. For a long time, he could not understand who she was and what she was doing in this house. I had to explain to this fool that in front of him was the yellow ferret, whom he had chained up. It won't be easy to get used to this. Sometimes life changes too quickly. Yellow ferret still smells really bad. It would be a good idea to wash that pig. Chris didn't believe that it was a girl in front of him and decided to check everything himself. This dirty pervert put his hand under his shirt and made sure that Charlie the ferret was a girl. The modern world has long been accustomed to this. Chris was not even surprised. During this time, Victoria had already become accustomed to the fact that the owner's house was too lively. There are always some incidents happening here, and this is considered the norm. The demons were unable to quickly take over the planet. At the same time, Artemon was not particularly upset. He realized the weaknesses of people and is now ready to act differently. His terrible night beasts are now released from their cage. One of the bats bit a beauty who was going to a nightclub. The girl lost consciousness and then woke up and turned into a monster. The next morning, Fatso immediately ran to his friend to tell him the breaking news. Richie found a great opportunity to make easy money. Another demon breakthrough occurred last night. The Night Watch will deploy the Academy's forces with a good reward. The Afterlife Abyss has really decided to start a war, and it's serious. Richie ran to get ready and told Chris to do the same. They must hurry if they want to complete important assignments in time. Everything is stable at our hero's home. Nothing supernatural happened during the night. Victoria has already gotten used to her new life, but Sandra is taking her first steps in human form. It's very scary to leave girls alone, but the world has changed, and we need to adapt to it. As soon as Chris walked out the door, Margot immediately changed her appearance. She said that now it was time to go into town and have some fun. I don't even know what this will lead to. I have a clearly bad feeling about it. The city center is busy today as hunters try to clean up the mess from yesterday. There are many representatives of the Night Watch, mercenaries, and students from the academy here. Diego reminded his friend about the money that needed to be returned for the map of the area. Chris replied that the main goal now was to exterminate the demons, and other problems should be put off until later. There is a strong demonic aura felt nearby. You don't need to be a master of night vision to do this. Just look around. People who were bitten turned into zombies. They are not demons, but you can no longer call them ordinary people either. Under no circumstances should you let yourself be bitten, otherwise even the strongest hunter will turn into a monster. The fat man quickly became a target for perverts who look at him like juicy bacon. Experienced Diego knows what to do in such a case. For him, it's just another fight where he can use his muscles to attract beautiful women. There was no problem with this before, but now this bodybuilder is already old. Now fat people are in fashion. Muscles are no longer of interest to anyone. Although no, I was still wrong. Muscles are only of interest to men, and that's true. The other hunters did not experience such problems and fought all the zombies at the same time. Only Chris stood aside and did not understand why the zombies did not attack him. Apparently, he still has the aura of his wife, which scares away monsters, unlike ordinary people. Chris noticed that one of the zombies looked very familiar to him. Taking a closer look, he noticed Lisa, who had grown vampire fangs. It turned out that it was enough to just pull out the fangs, and the demonic aura would disappear. Sometimes everyone is looking for a complex solution to a problem when they need to act in the simplest possible way. All team members immediately began to pull out people's fangs. This should help and reduce the number of victims. Artemon enjoys his success and has no doubt that soon the entire city will become his puppet. He is sure that in this case, Chris will have no chance to repel the demonic attack. He decided to open the portal and watch the battle between the hunters and the zombies. For a long time, Artemon could not believe that people had learned to return zombies to normal life. His perfect plan was cracked at the very foundation. Chris is constantly making life miserable for demons. This guy should have been gotten rid of a long time ago. Artemon was ready to rush into battle, but his assistant asked to give him a chance. Mario is the second in command of the demon squad. He had long been waiting for the opportunity to prove himself during battle, and now his finest hour had come. As soon as Mario received permission from the boss, he immediately set off on the mission. By that time, the hunters had already cleared the perimeter and were celebrating a confident victory. Everyone around is rejoicing, but Chris senses danger and urges everyone not to relax under any circumstances. A few moments later, women's screams and pleas for help were heard from the neighboring street. Hearing female voices, Fatso and Diego immediately lose their minds. These guys are just pretending to want to be heroes and do noble things. In fact, they are driven only by the desire to flirt and make new acquaintances. On the next street, there really were women in a difficult situation. The mercenaries quickly arrived at the scene and prepared to rescue those in need. Diego and Richie looked especially interested. These perverts no longer hide their true intentions. They should slow down. These girls are not at all what they seem at first glance. Chris very quickly sensed a demonic presence and ordered his friends to stop. At first, no one understood what was happening. Diego even began to think that he had a competitor. Everything changed when magic began to distort space and time. The jokes are over. The mercenaries behaved too carelessly and will now pay dearly for it. The beautiful girls calling for help turned out to be ordinary puppets. All this was started by Mario, the general's right hand, the demon puppeteer. He activated the dream world, and now each team member will find themselves in a fictional reality. Fat Charlie found himself at a table laden with an innumerable number of delicacies. Beautiful maidens fluttered around him, offering him various dishes to try. For Fatso, this is a real paradise. Overeating surrounded by charming beauties, could there be anything better? He is ready to give his whole life for one such day. Now let's move on to what happens to the other mercenaries. Diego and his closest associates always loved their work. In the dream world, they became the largest mercenary guild in the entire country. Now they receive many tempting offers and earn fabulous money. Now let's look at Martin, who sees his ideal version of life. There have been hints before that he is a pervert who has feelings for his sister. Now it's confirmed. In his ideal world, he marries Margaret. Let's leave this pervert aside and look at the rest of the team. Each of them is enjoying the moment and having a great time away from the academy. Mario is probably clearly pleased with what is happening. Like an experienced hunter, he caught his prey in a world of temptations and seductions. Now it's time to take a look at our protagonist's ideal version of the world. He opened his eyes in his home and saw Sharon next to him. His beloved woman is fine. She is safe. Chris can't stop admiring her beautiful figure and charming face. He wants to hug and kiss this woman all the time because he missed her madly. However, he should not forget that he is in a dream world and must make a choice again. He can stay in this world and live a happy 200 years. There are also alternative options. He can destroy the dream world and thwart the opponent's plans. It was a very difficult choice for Chris, but he did it like a man. He decided to destroy the dream world and make his dreams come true. Mario clearly didn't expect this. Ordinary people are not able to destroy his illusions, which means this guy is special. The illusion of each team member was automatically destroyed. Most of them were upset, especially the pervert Martin. They will have to come back to reality and realize that the demon has taken control of their minds. This must not happen again. We must challenge the monster and make it suffer. Mario is one of the strongest warriors of the demonic legion. He was confident that he would win until he faced a real threat. Chris has long evolved and achieved unprecedented progress. Now he can no longer be called easy prey. As soon as Mario realized this, he immediately decided to escape and activated the poisonous fog to distract his opponent. Everyone around began to choke and almost lost consciousness. Chris took control of the situation and stopped the poisonous attack. By that time, Mario had already managed to escape. He is not the main problem now. It is much more important to stop the general of the demonic horde. Chris is going to find Artemon, rip his heart out of his chest, and return the soul of his beloved. At the same moment, crazy girls are driving around the city center. This is not the first time Victoria has been on the brink of life and death, and she is not at all comfortable in the company of such madmen. Of course, none of them have a license. They just watched the movie Fast and Furious and decided to go for a ride in a car. Mario thought there was nothing crazier than the demon world, but he was never so wrong. He needs to run faster if he doesn't want to become a victim of a traffic accident. Now there are several monsters on the road who have robbed nearby stores. They are happy because they earned easy money, but their happiness will soon end. The crazy girls were unable to stop the car in time and hit all three demons. Chris still hadn't seen everything that had happened and was planning his next steps. The mercenaries decided to completely destroy the demonic creatures and cleanse the city of evil. Artemon had no idea how bad things were. He enjoyed life, confident that his right hand had long since done the dirty work. When he contacted Mario, his heart almost stopped. He couldn't believe that such an experienced soldier was beaten by a gang of people. Now the higher demon must definitely intervene in the process. This cannot go on any longer. People must be wiped off the face of the earth today. By this time, Chris had already met his sister and her small team. They came very close to running over several more people. Only a miracle helped them avoid death on the road. This miracle is called Victoria. At the last moment, she pulled the girls out of the car, which was about to explode. Chris is going to have a very serious conversation with them. First, we need to solve the problem with the demons and then punish the little hooligans. Something always goes wrong with them. They simply cannot be left unattended. Diego asks his allies not to get distracted from the main problem. The demons are prepared for battle and are ready to throw all their forces into this battle. Civilians are trying to save themselves and ask mercenaries for help. The Supreme Demon has arrived here in person, ordering his legion of warriors to destroy everything in their path. Chris can count on serious support. Brittany and Bella are here, ready to fight even the devil himself. Last time Artemon managed to escape from them, but today they will not give him such a chance. This worm must pay dearly for everything he has done in the human world. Of course, Artemon is not going to give up, so he called a giant monster for help. The girls must team up and tear this giant worm apart. They simply must wipe that stupid smile off that ugly face. Brittany has been in battles like this before. She's not easily intimidated. There is nothing to even say about Bella. This woman is not called a witch for nothing. She called her little monkey for help and turned it into a big monster. Now the Red Dragon will feel what real competition is. He will have to fight two powerful opponents at the same time. He may be larger than them, but size doesn't always matter. At the same time, the hunters and the demon will also fight each other. They didn't come here to look at animals. Each of them also knows how to apply skills and demonstrate their level. By uniting, the girls showed that they cannot be underestimated. A variety of skills, smart strategy, and maximum dedication gave them an instant advantage. Sooner or later, this was bound to bear fruit. The girls are convinced that together they can defeat this monster by using combined attacks. By that time, the situation on Earth had also improved. The legion of monsters had been completely cleared out. Little children helped in this battle. They had been so underestimated all this time. In the future, they can be used for different purposes, although even now they can already become full-fledged members of the team. Portals from the demonic world are constantly opening in the sky. The demons come again and again. You have to fight despite the insane fatigue. Margot can be very useful in such a battle, thanks to her skills. Let's not forget that her teddy bear can turn into a horrible monster at will. With such support, even experienced mercenaries will feel much more confident and cheerful. Gradually, Victoria also awakens her talents, which she lost after losing her main body. All this fits perfectly with a man who has long since reached a new level and become the king of demons. With such powers, humanity can be confident that their planet is not in danger of total extinction. Chris has yet to absorb the 2 spiritual jaspers that can unlock many of his hidden talents. He decided to use this power to awaken hidden potential within himself before the most important test. The monster is getting bigger and bigger. Now we need to show maximum endurance and dedication. Sooner or later, the demons will run out. They cannot remain from the other world forever. Chris activated new skills, but even that won't be enough to stop the entire demon army. The mercenaries suggested to their partner that they flee immediately. They needed to retreat and figure out how to deal with such a huge force. Chris is in no hurry to leave the battlefield. It seems that this guy is planning some inappropriate action again. The system offers him another choice: to stall for time until reinforcements arrive, to escape with his comrades, or to fight back and defeat the army of demons. The third option offers too many advantages, and fleeing the battlefield will only make things worse. Chris has always been considered an inadequate person with an abnormal amount of testosterone. Even his friends didn't expect that this fool would dare to challenge the 1,000-strong army of demons. He decided not to retreat, to show all his magic and show that he is now the king of this world. Just now, he used the Thunder Strike technique to eliminate the entire threat with one swing. For many years, demons have been preparing to take over planet Earth and make people their slaves. All their work was destroyed in 1 second. The most amazing thing is that all this was done by one person. There was a lot of fire, smoke, and the smell of burning bodies all around. It could be called a genocide of monsters. Just now, the entire demon army was completely destroyed. Now it's time to take revenge on the main general of the evil forces. Chris has not forgotten his task. He must find Artemon, kill him, and return his beloved Sharon to the world of the living. Now, Artemon is already busy fighting. It is not easy for him to defend himself and keep his distance in a battle against experienced warriors. Bella and Brittany combine their skills perfectly and together create an unprecedented threat to the demon. This guy doesn't even have time to smile now. Deep down, he dreams of running away and being back in his cozy nest. There's a reason Brittany is considered one of the country's most talented warriors. Her lightning attacks are considered to be the most brutal. It is impossible to escape from such power. You have to take damage. Even the demon general can't do anything about it. He became even more enraged and activated the Blood Dragon Fusion skill using transformation. He had just absorbed a monster and acquired a new form that could fight off even the most powerful warriors. At first, the girls did not understand what had happened. They thought that the opponent had self-destructed, and the battle was won. Then the fog cleared, and it became clear that hard times were coming for them. Artemon has increased all defensive stats and taken his offensive potential to a new level. His armor can no longer be penetrated by ordinary lightning, and defending against his attacks will become almost impossible. He grew in size and became a full-fledged giant with a lot of possibilities. Even though Brittany and Bella are considered incredible talents, the two of them won't be able to handle this big guy. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. It was only a matter of time before the girls were destroyed. Chris came to the rescue in time and saved the two beauties from an inevitable fate. He acted like a movie hero and added a bit of an aura of invincibility to the story. Besides, he didn't come here alone. The support of friends is incredibly important now. They will be able to restore Bella and Brittany's health very quickly and return them to fighting condition. Artemon was very upset when he realized that he was prevented from tasting these sweet girls. He needs to understand that his real rival is Chris, and he is the one he will fight. Chris has been improving his skills for a long time to get to this point. He's reached a whole new level, and now it's time to either become a hero like his father or go to the dead. Chris can always run away with his friends, but he has little interest in that. He wants to avenge his beloved wife, kill this vile scumbag, and stop the demonic invasion. The inhabitants of this planet deserve a peaceful existence. Chris is ready to do anything to achieve this. He activated his demonic form and turned back into a man who sold his soul to the devil. His friends were not ready to see such power. After this, Chris can officially become a teacher at the academy, even though he is only a first-year student. This guy doesn't know how to fight and will now fight until he drops. First, he will have to adapt to his opponent and come up with a plan. Mindless attacks will not work here. He has the opportunity to study Artemon thanks to the support of his friends. They will distract the monster's attention and take the brunt of the fire. At the same time, Chris will be able to find the opponent's weak point and deliver a pinpoint, lightning-fast strike. Watching such battles always gives you goosebumps and an accelerated heartbeat. People unite to defend their right to exist. This always causes a storm of emotions. Even small children do not stand aside. Everyone is ready to take risks and move forward in order to somehow contribute to success. This doesn't mean that humans will automatically win. Of course, one shouldn't underestimate a demon that has absorbed a dragon spirit. It will be a long battle with many losses, successes, and failures. Only by going through this path can one reach the top. In any case, it all comes down to Chris, who is the main character of this story. There is flawless potential in his body. No wonder he is called the Demon King. If he can land that devastating blow, no opponent will be able to withstand the pressure. Chris will never kneel before a terrible creature from the abyss. For the sake of his beloved wife, he is ready for desperate actions and incredible cruelty. Today, Artemon must die whether he likes it or not. In the last seconds of his life, the demon general felt the fear of death for the first time in a long time. He felt the strength leaving his body. There was a gigantic explosion. A bloody aura spread throughout the city, and the hunters felt relieved. They actually did what was thought impossible and exceeded all expectations. It's a well-deserved victory, and now Chris can enjoy the Bloody Night Ghost's jade soul. With the help of this core, he must save his wife and fulfill his main goal. Everyone around congratulates each other, and especially pays tribute to the Demon King who dealt the final blow. As long as there are such heroes on this earth, civilians can sleep peacefully. Chris truly repeated his father's feats. He repelled the demonic invasion and survived, despite the insane strength of the opponent. Now he can get the reward he deserves and bring his beloved beauty back to life. After that, they will be able to spend the whole night cultivating together and enjoying life. Several days passed after the brilliant victory over the demons. The fun was over. Now came the moment Chris had been waiting for so long. After purification, the Blood Soul Jade must fulfill its purpose. Sharon's soul is ready to awaken from eternal sleep and return to the world of the living. It seemed that everything worked out. Chris felt incredible joy and felt another breath of life in his heart. His beauty began the process of awakening and restoring her original characteristics. Once it seemed impossible, but now it has become a reality. Chris was absolutely right when he refused to stay in the dream world. He returned to Earth and created his own perfect reality. This reality cannot do without the beautiful Sharon, who falls into his arms with tears in her eyes. They are finally together, despite all the obstacles, despite all the enemies who so badly wanted to separate them. Love is stronger than trials. Chris and Sharon just proved it with their actions and deeds. Now it's time for a little co-cultivation. Unfortunately, we won't be shown it. I can't wait to see the face of the chief demon after he learns of his legion's defeat. The battle was a complete failure, and the boss was just informed that Artemon was killed. The monster that brought the bad news was instantly destroyed due to the anger of its king. Now the boss is in no hurry to increase his troops and continue attacking the city. He has other plans. Although the operation failed, battles in other cities were won, which allowed for a significant expansion of territory. First, the boss is going to stabilize the occupied territories and then carry out further attacks. This monster will yet show its true face, and then humanity will face an unprecedented threat. The demon world will never give up on its attempts to conquer humanity and make people its slaves. Hunters must prepare for this, even if today it seems that the world is completely safe. Victoria prepared a delicious breakfast for her master, and Margot snatched it to personally take it to her brother's room. She wanted to please her beloved brother, but when she opened the door to his room, she immediately forgot about everything in the world. She was not prepared to see some kind of incomprehensible demon in Chris's arms here. Margot is the only one who doesn't know anything about the demoness. No one told her about it. Now we need to have serious conversations and explain to the little girl that adults sometimes need to be alone. Within a few minutes, Margot already knew the whole backstory. It was difficult for her to take in everything she had just heard, and the little girl almost fainted. Chris explained that he didn't care that Sharon was a demoness. He would still love her. The wife was happy that she was introduced to the family, and now she didn't have to hide. She immediately threw herself into her husband's arms and could not rejoice enough at her happiness. Then a strange incident occurred. Sharon felt slightly unwell. She felt dizzy and almost lost consciousness. The demoness said that she was just tired, but Victoria immediately realized that her soul was too damaged. Even after recovery, Sharon will be weak. It is better to return her to the spirit world before something bad happens. The previous battle took a lot of energy. Now, even after absorbing Jade, additional energy is needed. Sharon had previously experienced the destruction of the spiritual world, but now the situation had worsened. Even 10 Jades will not help revive her soul. The only hope is to change the shape of her body. Chris is ready to do absolutely anything for the sake of his beloved woman. There is already one thing in the world that can change the shape of the body. This artifact is called the Stone of the Sage. An ancient treasure is capable of endowing its owner with divine power. During the battle between ghosts and monsters, this stone was broken into 9 pieces. Now all these parts are scattered all over the world. Their owners are powerful ghosts who are in no hurry to part with the relic. For the sake of his wife, Chris will take a risk and go to the ends of the earth to take the Stone of the Sage from the ghosts. The next day, it was time to analyze everything that had happened. The situation was close to critical, and many people suffered due to the invasion of monsters. However, there were heroes among the people who managed to repel the attack and defend the city. These heroes were young students of the academy who had just recently graduated from high school. They will receive a substantial reward for their achievements. They have also now become the public's favorites and will be constantly asked for autographs. Not everyone is lucky enough to get to the Avenue of Stars. This is a privilege only for the best warriors. The teachers hope that the young masters will continue to help them fight demons in the future. Chris is already being offered various missions around the world, and he is ready for it. Under the guise of completing a task, this guy is going to find the ghost and take the Sage Stone from him in order to help his wife. When he returned after the award ceremony, he learned that his sister had also achieved success. She ended up in a juvenile correctional class thanks to her hidden talents. Now she wants to spend time with her brother all the time and go on different missions with him. I have to explain to Margot that she is too young for this level of threat. Chris packed his things and set off on a new mission. He can't live a day without adventure. According to information from the refugees, the neighboring city was occupied by the Void Phantom, who enslaves people. Together with his friends, Chris intends to head to the very center of events and fix the situation. The locals are happy that they were not abandoned and are at least trying to help in some way. They have a very small town. All the hunters have long since left, and now there is no one to fight the ghost. According to rumors, the ghost works for one of the 8 kings. He must definitely know at least something about the Sage Stone. Many ordinary citizens were trapped or mercilessly killed. A few days ago, one of the residents lost his wife and daughter. He still does not know what happened to them. There is absolute madness going on here that needs to be stopped. Although young hunters will be operating here after recent events, they already have enough experience to challenge the ghost. Very soon, strange sounds were heard. The minions of the Void Phantom arrived here. At first glance, these are ordinary people, bikers who are used to breaking the law. They love to find a beautiful girl and have a good evening in the company of alcohol. These bikers work for a ghost and kill people on order. As we have already guessed, they are crazy about beautiful girls in short skirts. As soon as they see such beauties, they immediately turn into monkeys. Such tricks won't work with these girls. Mary and Catherine quickly put the hooligans in their place. Chris also did not stand aside and decided to take advantage of the invincible eggs. Sometimes he uses very strange methods, which is probably why he is called a madman. After the diversionary maneuver, it was time to deliver the killing blow. Chris wanted to be in the foreground again, but the girls beat him to it. The bikers quickly regretted arriving here without reinforcements. The evil women did men's work and once again demonstrated their skills. The locals once again warned the hunters that the Void Phantom may be much stronger than they think. Chris didn't pay any attention to all these fairy tales. He was, as always, full of enthusiasm. The system offered him several options: directly attack the Ghost's headquarters, leave the city with the townspeople, and something else. You can dress up as a woman in order to suddenly attack the Ghost. Chris was sure that no one would want to dress like women until he looked at his friends. A perfect plan immediately appeared in his head, and he held a small negotiation with his comrades. Particularly sensitive people should move away from the screen immediately. Chris, Fatso, and John look a little different now. It seems they went to Thailand and got a feel for the local culture. They may think they are stunning, but to other men, they are a pathetic sight. Chris keeps repeating that all this is only necessary for the plan, although I don't believe him at all. In any case, this technique works. Demons like girls like this. The team of hunters pretended to have come to please the Ghost King. The demons had never seen such gorgeous women and immediately opened all the doors for them. These monsters have a very specific taste. Now it's clear why they didn't immediately kill the real beauties. When Chris saw the Void Phantom, he was even a little upset. He expected something bigger, some kind of huge monster, but instead he saw a skinny goat. The beauties immediately began to demonstrate their advantages and captured the heart of the monster. After a few hours, it was time to role-play and make the goat suffer a little. The lovely ladies promised to serve their client at the highest level and laughed maliciously. A few seconds later, they undressed, and it became clear that Thai women were just ordinary men. The demon has very specific tastes, but even he was not ready for this. He started shouting and calling these men perverts. This guy still thinks they came to play very adult games with him. All this time, the goat could have used the teleport and was just waiting for the right moment. As soon as he felt the maximum threat, he immediately opened a portal and disappeared into the unknown. He can't just change the planet. He can only make a minor change in geolocation. The demon decided to challenge his rivals and demonstrate his skills in a successful fight. For a guy like Chris, it's just a light warm-up, nothing to worry about. He started kicking the goat with Fatso as if they were in a beach soccer competition. It was funny to watch. A serious mission turned into a circus. Chris didn't even forget about his invincible eggs, which came in handy during the fun. This went on for several long hours, which the demon would remember for the rest of his life. Finally, he hid in a corner and begged to be let go. He was ready to do anything for this. The ghost can be released, destroyed, or defeated, and used for one's own purposes. Chris asked a few questions and learned that the boss had a red sword that contained a fragment of the Sage Stone. This sword was obtained in the Ghost War, and now the boss treasures it very much. Chris thanked the ghost for sharing such information with him. After that, he took out his weapon and said that he would try to make his life easier. Usually, you don't need a sharp sword that is imbued with mana to make your life easier. The ghost realized that a terrible fate awaited him. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. Our hero has increased his characteristics by completing another task. Very soon, local residents finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their relatives and children returned home after a long period of captivity. The city is cleared of ghosts. Now they don't have to worry about anything. Chris and his team said goodbye to the locals and headed back home. The fat man began asking his friend questions, trying to understand why he needed the Sage Stone. Chris decided to cheat and said that the stone would help summon a dragon that would grant wishes. He doesn't want to talk about his demoness, and this is his personal choice. Strange sounds were heard in the forest. Some small animal was trying to escape death. The mysterious masked men did everything they could to catch up with him. It's just a little white fox. Why does it interest the forest dwellers so much? This little animal can be saved or left alone. Chris must make a choice again. The system constantly gives him tasks, for the completion of which a reward follows. This animal has a strange aura. The fox cub resembles Sharon, and that's why Chris wants to save him. The young genius quickly showed his strength and freed the fox from pursuit. He offers to take him into his team to make him a talisman sent from heaven. A little later, the hunters stopped in a quiet clearing to spend the night. Many of them still do not understand from whom exactly they saved this little fox. The masked people are called ghost hunters. They are common cannibals who live in groups in the wild. These hunters are masters of silent killing, and very soon the missing cannibals will be sought. After everyone went to bed, Fatso was the first one to stay on night watch. After a few hours, he too began to fall asleep until he felt threatened. Richie screamed loudly and woke up his entire team. He managed to spot the enemies in time. Around the tent, there was a whole team of cannibals who had come here to take revenge. You'll have to prepare for battle and fight to keep the little fox alive. The cannibals did not come here alone. Behind them is the main Void Phantom, who was never caught. In the city, only his messengers were killed, but not the main boss. Now the young hunters must prepare to survive a terrible storm. We'll have to fight and act as a real team, otherwise we won't survive here. Moreover, the monster does not act alone. His army of cannibals does everything to distract the hunters. Chris began to fight against the main monster and showed him that people can be powerful too. Now he needs to extract the abilities of the Ghost Jade and activate spiritual compulsion. This will help transform skills into physical aura and fight at full power. The ghost met for the first time a person who could compensate for his skills. Now we will witness another battle between good and evil. Chris was extremely aggressive and kept moving forward. After the last battles, he no longer feels threatened and is not at all worried during battles. His actions are honed to perfection, which is why he won a confident victory so quickly. Now, he has a much easier time fighting against mid-level opponents thanks to his constantly improving skills. By this time, the rest of the team had also cleared the perimeter. They killed the cannibals and got some valuable jades. There are definitely more cannibals with ghosts nearby. Somewhere here is their settlement. Fatso suggests completely eradicating evil from this forest. The little fox turned out to be very smart and said that he could help find the location of the enemies. Chris realized that they needed to go after this animal and convinced his team to follow the fox. By the morning, absolutely all the terrible creatures of this forest were completely destroyed. People who were thought to be long dead are now freed and can return to normal life. They came here from a neighboring city after the influx of Red Sword ghosts occurred. The ghosts forced them to become slaves and carry out all orders. Chris and his team have saved many lives and deserve another round of praise. During the conversation, it became known that the ghost of the Red Sword was behind all of this. It is he who has a fragment of the Sage's Stone, so now he has become the main target of our hero. His strength must be comparable to that of the Bloody Knight. To win, he will have to show his best abilities. For the sake of his beloved woman, Chris is ready to do anything. Sometimes he completely forgets that she is just a shadow that no one sees. Because of this, he is often called the mentally retarded captain. The hunting team listened to the advice of the villagers and went to the City of Living. It was there that the Red Sword ghost, who possesses an overwhelming aura, was last seen. The hunters were preparing to meet the monster and did not expect a battle with a man. A mysterious girl with different eyes appeared in front of them. Her name is Cindy. She didn't come alone. She had a team behind her who considered these young hunters bandits who came to rob the city. There is a misunderstanding. No one is in a hurry to raise the level of awareness to resolve the conflict. The fools began to fight each other, and Cindy quickly showed her skills. It turns out that she can stop time. It's a very unusual technique that little is known about. Only with the help of the insane aura did Chris manage to escape from the clutches of the time chains. He then quickly approached Cindy and showed that he too needed to be respected. Then another talented hunter finally intervened and asked everyone to take a breather and calm down. Dwayne has just caught a wild boar and invites his friends to smooth over this misunderstanding with a delicious dinner. He explained that Cindy was a student at Living Academy, and he met her by chance during a battle with ghosts. The fat man has long been in love with this beauty and asks his friend to take his hands off this deity. Everyone immediately calmed down and decided to set up camp nearby to have a delicious dinner. Cindy quickly told us about the situation in the city and explained what to be wary of. The Red Sword ghost ruled the city for a long time, but did not destroy all the inhabitants. Instead, he allowed other ghosts to enslave people and work for him. The Red Sword Ghost does this on purpose. It becomes stronger by absorbing negative human energy. Dealing with this ghost will be much more difficult than with previous opponents. People tried to resist, but the problem is that the Red Sword feeds on negative energy and only becomes stronger from any rebellion. Only by completely crushing the ghosts can the problem be solved. The Red Sword lives on a ghost ship above the city and releases negative energy through the dark towers. He has been absorbing too much energy lately and is temporarily going to retreat. This is a perfect chance to attack. You need to destroy the dark towers one by one, and then the monster will be left without power. Hunters must restore justice to this world, kill ghosts, and save innocent people. Cindy and her entire team are ready to help. Together they form a fist of death that can stop the enemy. After a little rest and planning for the operation, Day X arrived. The hunters cautiously moved into the city center to conduct reconnaissance. We must act with the utmost caution. Any mistake could disrupt the special operation. There is an oppressive atmosphere of gloom in the city, not a soul around. Chris and Cindy witnessed a horrific sight. Demons now behave just like humans. They recruit young children to turn them into monsters and train them to kill. Children absorb the dark aura and gradually become slaves of evil forces. There is no time for this now. We need to carry out the plan and move towards the control room. In the northern region, Fatso and John were fulfilling their part of the obligations. They witnessed an even more terrible scene. The locals had completely gone mad. Everyone around was screaming and tearing their hair out, as if these people had just run out of a mental hospital. Each of them has normal human problems, but their reaction is completely inadequate. Richie and John didn't know what to do. They were overcome with fear of catching this crazy disease. Now let's take a look at the southern part of the city. There is still a sense of mystery here. People are forced to work with only illusory prospects promised in return. Each of them has their own deep motivation. Some dream of buying a house and making their wife happy for the sake of marriage. Some are desperately trying to cure their children or save up for a comfortable old age. All this, as in other areas of the city, only generates negative emotions. Chris had already managed to sneak into the control room and knock out several monsters with his flaming fist. Lately, he has made such progress that now ordinary demons are like easy fun for him. Cindy doesn't even interfere in this process, watching in surprise at the strength of her partner. The system offers, destroy the Dark Tower, refuse to capture it, or start managing this terrible fortress. Cindy offers to help manage the Dark Tower, claiming that she understands the matter. Since childhood, this girl has learned to control technology and now knows how to adjust the frequency of negative energy so that ghosts can also feel mental torture. They must feel the full horror of the suffering to which they have incited the city's inhabitants. Now it's worth moving to that very ship, which is called the Flying Dutchman. Here is the very sword that contains the aura of the main ghost of this city. The sword just learned that the 3 towers were captured by unknown hunters. The Red Flame Ghost practices alone and cannot be told bad news now. The swordsman decided to entrust this task to 2 of his assistants so that they could correct past mistakes. The dragon and the phoenix are ready to carry out any order. They love to create chaos and destroy the human world. Watching them from the outside, it seems that they are just children, but in no case should you give in to these illusions. At this point, Cindy and Chris have no idea what awaits them. They are finishing preparations and setting up negative energy. Cindy did everything correctly, and now Chris automatically received a reward for subduing the Dark Tower. Signals began to spread throughout the city, and the situation quickly changed. Ordinary people felt much better and stopped playing dirty games. With demons, it's the other way around. They felt pain and began to bathe in the negative energy of their minds. For people, it was like an epiphany, as if a long dream filled with horrors had finally ended. Now the people have risen up against their enemies and decided to show them who is in charge of this city. The people rebelled. This was immediately noticed by the Phoenix and the Dragon, who had arrived to carry out an important mission. Chris quickly took notice of these monsters and was glad that the opponents were too weak. He called them little larvae that would now help him get some experience points. These guys haven't even had time to come down yet, and the Demon King has already managed to activate his fire fist. The monsters were not at all afraid. They withstood the blow and promised to turn the miserable man into dust. From the outside, it's too funny, even ridiculous, to watch how monsters provoke hunters. Usually, any demon inspires horror with its presence, but today, everything is different. Looking at these two worms, you want to laugh, but they can turn into a more dangerous creature. This is what happens when you underestimate your opponent. The situation quickly gets out of control. After merging, small monsters reach medium level and can be a serious threat. If Sharon hadn't come to the rescue in time, her husband would have turned into a flattened pancake. Now he will have to use the water of life to deal with the enemy. This attribute transforms spiritual power into liquid, strengthens the body, and increases chi energy. Chris acted like a true gentleman and shared the water of life with his partner. The demon did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that people disrespected him so much that they allowed themselves to drink beer before the battle. Each participant in the battle received an advantage. This applies not only to demons. Chris and Cindy felt the energy spread throughout their bodies. Now even such a terrible demon is not scary at all. All you need to do is choose the right strategy and not relax during the battle. Has enough experience to quickly take control of the city. He just called on magic to help him and took out that very sword that monsters fear so much. He felt an aura of invincibility and began to attack without regard for defense. Sometimes this strategy leads to dire consequences. After missing, he felt a deadly breath near his back. Now this guy could turn into a steak for the monster if Cindy doesn't react in time. She didn't just get the water of life for nothing. She'll have to use the time stop to help her partner. This skill may seem underrated. Only experienced hunters realize that Cindy has an incredible talent. The time stop is enough for Chris to seize the initiative and get a chance to deliver the killing blow. He tried to pierce his opponent's body with a sharp sword, but as a result he felt as if the sword was hitting a stone. The monster turned out to be much stronger than all the other demons. It is immediately obvious that it is an alloy of two creatures. In this case, the demon receives double strength and capabilities and is twice as difficult to defeat. The sword almost broke during the battle. It is clear that he cannot do without the support of his wife. The experienced demoness gave some advice and pointed Chris in the right direction. The fox had been watching the battles for a long time and now decided to take part in it too. The little beast knows how to charm. Now the demon's body does not obey his mind. This is a great opportunity for Chris to take advantage of the clues and hit him in the weak spot. The huge demon said goodbye to his armor. Now his defense can be pierced even by a child's hand. Cindy wasn't bored either. She came from behind and delivered a sneaky but accurate blow to the back. All the past injuries very quickly made themselves known, and the demon felt incredible pain in every millimeter of his body. He tried to stop his opponents, but it was agony that only bought him a few seconds of life. Ultimately, the monster was destroyed and lost 2 pieces of its jade soul. Cindy and Chris worked as if they had been fighting together their whole lives. This is probably why Chris decided to split the award between the two of them, and thank Cindy for her support. Now Sharon will keep a close eye on this girl. This woman is very jealous. Fatso and company didn't sit idle either. They killed many monsters in different parts of the city and returned to the captain. Now you can celebrate your victory and drink some water of life. The fat man was upset when he was told it wasn't Coca-Cola. He hates drinking liquid without a lot of sugar. Everything changed as soon as he tried this drink. Energy quickly saturated the body of each hunter. Now they all became much stronger, as if they had received spiritual power from the center of the earth. Very soon, Bloody Sword learned about what had happened in the city. He ordered that an additional group be sent there, and that the heads of the hunters who had challenged him be brought to him. Won't have to wait for this. The hunters are already heading to the Flying Dutchman. Richie called for help from the fat dragon, who flew so far for the first time in his life. He was probably given some of the water of life too, so he could develop his potential. Now we need to destroy everything here and not let these creatures control the civilians. Dwayne has long been waiting for the opportunity to demonstrate his 1,000-troop attack. He learned it from the legendary Shaolin master. Other hunters also have something to brag about. Each of them has their own special aura. Past heroes can rest easy. A new generation of legends has now emerged on planet Earth. Despite their youth, they display the best human qualities and save the lives of millions of people. After 15 minutes, the cleanup was complete. All low and mid-rank monsters were torn to pieces. This doesn't mean we can relax. The blood sword is still here. The sword wants to kill all the invaders, and to do this, it calls on the aura of death to help. With the help of the Stone of Wisdom, the sword gains incredible power. It is necessary to act with the utmost caution. Even a minimal injury can lead to infection and death. All this time, the sword pretended to be a weakling who only gives orders. When it was time to have fun, this strange artifact began to call ghosts to its aid. All the dead demons lost their souls and rose up to take revenge. It looks scary, but not enough to stop hunters who are only interested in winning. The next wave of the battle began. The sword immediately chose the main opponent. While the ghosts distract the other hunters, Chris is easy prey. Now he will have to face the shadow combo skill. He read about this technique in ancient scriptures because it is one of the most powerful demonic skills. Counterattacking is very difficult. You have to defend yourself and constantly wait for the right moment. Only when the entire puzzle fits together perfectly will it be possible to deliver a pinpoint strike. Chris used absolute defense to get into close range. He then asked for the Void Hunter Ghost Jade system that he had obtained from the previous battle. This opened up the teleportation skill for our hero. Now getting close is no longer a problem. Chris saw through all of his opponent's tricks and attempted to deliver a deadly thunderstrike. His magic was so strong that even the demonic sword couldn't withstand the pressure. He eventually obtained the fragment of the Sage's Stone for which he had started this entire journey. With the help of this stone, he intends to give his wife enough energy to make her feel comfortable in the human world. All ghosts on the Flying Dutchman automatically disappeared. Now Sharon must absorb the power of the shard and return to her former glory. This demoness once made other monsters fear and fall to their knees before her power. These times should return thanks to the fragment of the Stone of Wisdom that she just absorbed. Now her soul has completely returned to its usual state, and no one should interfere with these lovers. Chris was planning to go home and have a honeymoon, but he made the same mistake again. He had just defeated the ghost sword, but the owner of that sword had been training the whole time. Now he returned to the Flying Dutchman and made all the hunters freeze in anticipation of death. This demon does not like it when pathetic people attack his base. For this he will punish, very cruelly punish. The demon looked around and saw a huge number of killed monsters. An awkward situation has occurred. It will be difficult to explain to this guy what happened here. The boss became very angry and immediately summoned the Red Death Sword to his aid. The problem is that the Red Death Sword has just been destroyed. It can no longer be used. The boss had been training for too long and showed no interest in his base. He promised to punish the hunter who destroyed his favorite weapon. The team of warriors quickly prepared for battle. They had just passed a difficult test, and now they were afraid of nothing. Chris is sure that without the sword, the ghost's power should be much lower. Its abilities are similar to the Bloody Knight skill. In theory, everything is exactly like that, but when practice begins, everything always goes wrong. The demon summoned the Ten Swords realm, and an unknown portal opened in the sky. This portal can be compared to quicksand that sucks its victim into the abyss. The hunters, who had recently been confident of their victory, found themselves in a hopeless situation. Now they are in the demon world, and it will take a huge effort to get out of here alive. This planet is called the Sphere of the Red Sword. Pain and anger are concentrated here. Here is the perfect world of negative energy, which helps to collect thousands of grievances into the Sword of Killings. The demon has created his new weapon, and now he longs to see fear in the eyes of his opponent. Chris is faced with a choice again. He can give up, kill the ghost, or simply run away without looking back. There is no way to retreat. All that remains is to choose the second option and fight no matter what. Chris accepts the challenge. He can afford it because he has loyal friends nearby. Together they can create an unprecedented power that the blood demon has never encountered. Richie immediately called for help from Fat Dragon, who had just had some McDonald's nuggets. Let's not forget about the skills of the little fox and the charming Cindy. Time stop and mental attack should have some effect on this horrible monster. After this, you will need to apply physical impact using melee attacks. Chris and his friends fought like gladiators of ancient Rome. They forgot about the fear of death, they only moved forward and did not look around. Watching this battle, one feels pride for the young generation of hunters. They were not afraid to challenge death and refused to run like cornered rats. Soul Jade was discovered in this area, and the system offers the owner to absorb this power. By absorbing Dragon Jade, you can gain a passive skill, a power that ignores the enemy's attack. Chris constantly opens up new opportunities for himself. This is how he gets his chances to win. Such power can destroy not only the opponent's sword, but also the opponent himself. The united army of hunters is in no way inferior to the Avengers. Together, they create such serious pressure that even the devil's ally is forced to retreat. The atmosphere is electrified to the limit. The moment of truth is approaching. Chris is already used to delivering the finishing blows. Now he will do it together with his love. The demon tried his best to counterattack. It sounded like a cry of despair. The demoness returned her spiritual body and helped Chris maintain the balance of power. Together, they were able to create an impenetrable pressure. The monster immediately realized that he was finished. It was too late to run. The demon accepted his death, and Chris quickly received a reward in the form of a jade soul. He completed his task and received the technique of summoning ghosts along with an increase in abilities. Another victory for the hunters in a short period of time. They once again exceeded all expectations. Now we need to quickly return from the demon world, which is about to collapse. Luckily, there's a fat dragon nearby who will happily return to Earth for a quick lunch. After a hard battle, peace has finally returned to the city of living. People gradually restored houses and improved the city. The residents returned to normal life and forgot what happened, like a bad dream. The mission is over, and now the two teams go their separate ways. Cindy was a great ally, and without her this victory would not have been possible. She couldn't believe that this brave guy would be so strong. Now she promises to remember him for the rest of her life. Cindy needs to be careful with her words, otherwise the demoness will cut out her tongue. The fat man was also upset. He fell in love with the Queen of Time, and now does not want to part with her. He had no chance at all, although he was sure that they were almost married. Chris wished his friend good luck, and said that they would definitely meet again in the future. Now he has to explain to the fat guy why he was hugging his love. In a cheerful mood, the hunters hurried to return home and report on everything that had happened. By that time, Margot had already started going to school. She thought about her brother constantly, and for the first time in a long time, she was too thoughtful. She had not seen her beloved brother for almost a month, and this left a serious mark on her. Margot has become more angry and hot-tempered. Now it is even more difficult to communicate with her. The Hunter Academy and the school are in the same building. Everyone here knows who Chris is. Despite this, the high school students still create problems for the hero's friends. There will always be arrogant guys who will ruin everyone's mood. This is a great opportunity for Yellow Ferret, who wants to earn respect. Everyone considers Sandra to be an ordinary mutant who is not worth paying attention to. This is a big mistake. The power of the Yellow Ferret is too often underestimated. Sandra easily dealt with the hooligans and earned some pocket money. After this, it became known that Chris had finally returned from his mission. All the students from the academy and elementary school gathered to greet the heroes. To them, this team is much more than just ordinary Sunlight students. About Chris and his friends, they are looked upon as gods who descended from heaven. Girls of different ages are ready to do anything to get closer to their idols. Fatso is especially interested in this, but he is rarely noticed. Soon Margot ran out into the street and immediately turned into a kind and funny girl. There was no trace left of her anger. It was all her brother's fault, who had returned from his trip. Now she will have to explain that there will be another resident in their house, a little fox. Serenia, who had long dreamed of having a friend, was the happiest of all. Now she will personally take charge of raising the fox cub and promises to make him a killer monster. There is no doubt that looking after this house will now be even more fun. Very soon the whole family gathered to congratulate Chris on completing the mission. He achieved another success and happily shared it with his loved ones. He's probably eager to say goodbye to everyone and go to his room. The Demon King has long dreamed of cultivating together with his wife. At the table, Chris received an unexpected message. Bella invited him to meet and have a serious talk. You never know what to expect from such a woman. She will always find an unconventional approach to any person. Chris has only been at the academy for 1 semester, but has already achieved outstanding results. The leadership values his contribution to the defense of the city, and so he and his friends are invited to act as instructors. They will be expected to help first-year students undergo military training and pass on valuable experience. Several more talented hunters will be selected to help complete this task. Chris agreed to take part in this. He always dreamed of becoming a master for the younger generation. All this happened much earlier than he could have imagined. Sometimes life takes an unexpected turn. Chris won't be the only instructor. Ian, Dwayne, and the beautiful Margaret have also received the offer. All of them today act as masters and can teach beginners everything they know. Not all first-year students know how talented and educated their master is. Not everyone follows the news, so Chris will have to explain that he has repeatedly saved the city from danger and now has the right to teach others. It is difficult to gain respect when the master is not much older than his students. Chris can always resign, show his strength and hit the students, or be smarter and explain everything in detail. He chose the most intriguing option and immediately showed who was the boss here. His entire young squad is nothing more than trash. The master considers them useless nobodies who are not ready for serious tests. At the same time, he is ready to take them with both hands and turn these spineless worms into real monsters. To do this, the students will have to go through hell. Chris advises them to put on diapers in advance. He gave them motivation and told them what kind of heroes they would become after his training. It really worked, and within a few minutes the young guard was out for a run. It will be interesting to watch this. Non-standard techniques always lead to amazing results. Chris chose the tactic of personal example. He learned this from Bella. Bella immediately started screaming and said that she does not support this method and did not teach him this. Other instructors took a more gentle approach and did not call their students trash. In some ways, they were still similar to Chris and tried to set a personal example for training. Even Jan tried to be a good instructor, despite the fact that he has long been rotten inside. By this time, Chris had stopped playing the good guy and decided that the students should train and the master should enjoy. He orders them to do push-ups until they drop, while he drinks a delicious cocktail and sunbathes. I wouldn't be surprised if even here Jan finds a way to try to get him mad. Chris does a great job of executing his duties and combining different teaching tactics. Sometimes he calls the students trash and makes them die on the training field, and sometimes he sets an example and does exercises with them. It's unclear who taught him this, but other instructors clearly want to follow his example. Theoretical classes and training of students have officially ended. Now Bella congratulates each of them on the start of practical classes. This means that together with the instructor they will go into the forest to catch ghosts and kill demons. It will be much more fun than constantly doing push-ups and running laps around the stadium. Bella asks instructors to be careful and pay attention to the health of students. There is no doubt that the beautiful Margaret will listen to her advice and nothing will happen in her group. Doubts start when we talk about a guy like Chris, who can cause real chaos and kill several unruly students on his own. There is no trust in Jan either. This guy is too evil to be a good master. Bella may not even hope. She will have to work for a long time, and she may not even think about retirement. Very soon, the joyful students went into the forest in anticipation of their first battle with the monsters. Here they will have to face troubles that they had previously only read about and heard about from older students. May seem like a nice place for a picnic during the day, but as evening falls, the clouds thicken and a demonic aura emerges from the ground. Margaret's group was ready to fight the monsters, but it turned out that the monsters were not ready for this. The demons have already met Chris's group and are now ready to move to the other end of the world, just to avoid meeting this guy again. If this continues, the rest of the students will not get the opportunity to prove themselves. The Demon King very quickly turned the small and smiling children into real monsters. Now they cut, beat, and make suffer any living creature in this forest. Margaret asked Chris to be a little more restrained and leave at least a small group of demons alone. Margaret has always been the most adequate girl in the academy, which cannot be said about the Demon King. Even in his madness, Chris sometimes has something worthwhile to offer. He wants to team up with Margaret and Dwayne to share experiences and explore the forest. After they came to an agreement, he happily shared the water of life and the eggs of power with them. The students thought the practical part would be very boring, but ended up being part of incredible fun. Now Jan and his team are starting to have serious problems. He was unable to come to an agreement with the other masters and form an alliance. Now he has become a victim and an easy target for Chris and his friends. Now he has to use force to drive other people's students away from his team. While Jan is trying to stabilize the situation, the demons are already booking tickets to Africa to feel at least a little freer. This day reminded the ghosts of the fear that once possessed people. The next morning, the masters returned to the academy with their students and met with Bella. She said that Chris's team killed the most monsters, and that's why they are in first place in the ranking. Everyone except Jan was happy and congratulated their friend on his well-deserved victory. Time and time again, Chris manages to outpace this guy and leave him behind among the rest of the scum. Sooner or later, Jan will definitely receive additional powers, and then we will witness a bloodthirsty massacre. He has long dreamed of punishing the self-confident and arrogant genius who imagined himself to be a god. Although Jan has already lost several times, this does not stop him from trying again and again. Sweet revenge makes this guy take crazy risks and face the Terminator for killing. Without unlocking additional abilities, the main villain has no chance at all to win. He will lose until he realizes that his talent is not enough to become a star. Chris continues to mock his competitor. Sometimes his arrogant style becomes infuriating. At the same time, the students of the academy enjoy when the local hero punishes the main bully. Even Bella is not going to stop this fun. Sometimes she also doesn't mind watching what Chris is doing. He could have killed his main enemy long ago, but for some reason he gives him the opportunity to live. Perhaps it has something to do with a past life and who exactly killed the past version of our hero. We will definitely find out about this in the future, but now the preparations are over and the masters decided to celebrate it. Jan had never felt such despondency and resentment towards the world around him. On this dark day for himself, he vowed to take revenge, even if he had to sell his soul to the devil. In the evening, Chris returned home and was pleased to find that everything was fine here. He smelled the faint aroma of sweet broth and became interested in what was for dinner. Margot's chicken soup is ready. She has been studying a lot lately to surprise her beloved brother. In the past, her culinary masterpieces could send a person to intensive care. Has anything changed now? Chris ate absolutely everything his sister cooked and, surprisingly, felt even better than before. A few hours later, when everyone went to bed, the Demon King felt weak and hot all over his body. Sharon became worried about her love and began to analyze his condition. At that moment, he immediately felt better and said that it was time to combine the aura of the ghost and the person. They must begin the cultivation process and finally increase the level of their spiritual energy. For the next 2 days, Chris hardly left his room and had a great time. With Sharon, he feels extremely comfortable and forgets about all the surrounding problems. Sometimes a person can forget about problems, but problems will never forget about a person. Bella called her student and reminded him of the task. He had to set off on his journey today, and if he didn't, he would regret it very much. The elder will personally lead the young masters on the mission. The test should be very interesting. The hunters gathered their things and went to sea, not at all for rest or swimming. Next to them is a high-level master, Elder Jack. He will be their guide on this mission. At first glance, he seemed like a rather cheerful and responsive master, with whom it was easy to find a common language. Today, the hunters have a special mission. They will have to go to the legendary Island of Shadows. Now there live ghosts that have infected the locals and turned them into monsters. You need to defeat the demons and save people, but first you have to explore the area and collect all the necessary information. You can't relax even on the way to the island. The sea is also teeming with dangerous creatures. Sea demons are just waiting for the moment to attack and prevent the invasion. A crew of terrifying monster pirates appeared out of nowhere and came to rob, slaughter, and kill. The hunters quickly organized themselves and prepared to defend their ship. With the help of magical skills, they count on quick success and a crushing victory. The main problem is the number of opponents, of which there are abnormally many today. You can't do this without high-ranking skills, which will allow you to deal a crushing blow. Chris recently acquired the demon summoning skill and is now relying on this technique. He dreams of calling upon powerful monsters to help him, who will come from the depths of the abyss and carry out his orders. The reality turned out to be somewhat disappointing. The pitiful skeletons from the neighboring cemetery came to the rescue. In any case, it's better than nothing. Properly organized skeletons can be a serious support for anyone. Elder Jack greatly underestimated the captain of this team and now looks at him from a different angle. With the help of the skeletons, it was possible to quickly defeat the inhabitants of the sea depths. Now you can remove the corpses from the ship and remember that the main goal of the expedition is the Island of Shadows. Jack is also an academy graduate, but why did he run away somewhere as soon as the battle began? In response, he stated that he was simply testing the students, but no one believed it. Within a few hours, the hunters' team approached the most beautiful Island of Shadows. There is no connection with the outside world here, and if something bad happens, no one will help. They currently have little information about the island, and the elder suggests sending one man to explore the area. He is the senior member of the team and believes that everyone should obey him. Chris is not against completing the task. He is confident in the correctness of the decision and has no doubt that he will return safe and sound. He immediately activated demonic aura and set out to explore the island. Now there is no difference between him and the ghosts. He can feel comfortable. In the center of the island, he found many different monsters busy with different jobs. They were controlled by the Squid Man, who had long since lost his true appearance. He orders people to build a palace and threatens to kill anyone who refuses to carry out the order. Then Squid Man noticed Chris and his wife and ordered them to join the work as well. No one should rest. All work is aimed at creating a new beautiful island of shadows. This is what monsters are doing in the modern world. We will have to accept it. Chris was faced with a choice. Join the construction of the Island of Shadows, oppose it, or escape. The first option is the most tempting. If you join, you can get a card of the highest rank. Now Chris is ready to do all the work that needs to be done. He quickly got the reward and cheated the reward system. Now he can act at his own discretion. First, you need to treat the monsters with the water of life and special eggs. They have never tried anything like this, so they will not be able to refuse these delicacies. The monsters don't even suspect that the food contains spiritual power that will harm them. Now they seem to have gone crazy and completely lost control over their bodies. Very soon, the spiritual energy began to explode, and the squids felt wild discomfort. At this moment, Chris was enjoying life and did not have to hide behind the phantom mask. All the slaves began to cry with delight. They were sure that now their lives would change. The surviving squids sensed the human aura and prepared to fight. For such situations, Chris uses the highest-ranked sword, obtained through past achievements. Now he has once again strengthened his weapon to become even more ruthless. From this moment on, the sword can talk, and this frightens the owner. It is better for him not to get distracted and fight, following the advice of the weapon. The sword gave several recommendations, and the owner immediately demonstrated high combat intelligence. The monsters had never seen such an artifact before and began to feel fear. All the slaves of this island were saved by a selfless and merciless hunter. Chris called for them to create an island together where the tyranny of demons and ghosts would be destroyed. As the evening wore on, tensions began to build among the team members. Everyone was worried that Chris was taking so long to return. With each passing minute, the elder behaved more and more strangely, declaring that he wanted to show his true face. One of the girls has legendary blood in her veins, and the other is a descendant of the moon god. All this time, Jack was waiting for the moment to kidnap these two beauties and study their secret abilities. He turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing and struck when Chris was on the other side of the island. The girls will have a hard time. Fighting with an experienced master is definitely not easy. However, together they can combine forces and become even more deadly cobras. Far from these events, on the Island of Shadows, life was also in full swing. The rebellious slaves continued to fight the sea monsters, and Chris studied the mysteries of the island. He sensed a strong demonic aura in the cave and realized that the fish god might be hiding underground. No longer doubting, Chris automatically jumped into the pit towards adventure. Deep underground, he saw a terrible picture: mountains of bones and many dead people. The huge and terrible squid is already here. It is he who devours human remains and puts the heads of his victims together. Sharon immediately sensed that the cave was filled with the scent of the sage stone. Chris has long been interested in the fragments of this stone. He will gladly receive a valuable artifact and kill a terrible monster. This is a chance for him to kill two birds with one stone, but can he do it? The mid-rank monster clearly outnumbered him and intended to take advantage of this. The multitude of tentacles gives the sea god advantage and power. During the battle, Chris discovered the Phantom Jade and decided to absorb its power. Now that he had obtained the blood-devouring sword skill, the sea god knew what was coming. There had never been such a magical aura in this dark place. The boss was so angry that he had rats in his house and he almost went crazy. Now it will be even more difficult to stop him. You can't do without the competent tips of an experienced demoness. Besides, we must not forget that the sword still talks and continues to guide its owner. He advised grabbing the monster by the tentacles, cutting them off, and selling them at the local market. The blood-eating sword turns out to be an enterprising businessman, and their partnership may become legendary. The boss had tears in his eyes. He admitted that he was actually much better than they said and asked to give him a second chance. Chris always has a choice: not to kill the monster, surpass its skills, and destroy it in cold blood, or eat it altogether. Chris decided not to let this enemy go and get an easy reward for killing him. His first attack failed, and the giant squid managed to break free and deliver the finishing blow. Now he has become even more menacing and resembles a tiger driven into a corner. It will either be a crushing and quick victory or a stunning defeat. Using a new tactic, Chris closed in on his opponent and delivered the killing blow. After that, the ghost's spiritual aura disappeared, and the monster turned into a small creature. Now the Demon King already has 2 fragments of the Sage Stone. All that remains is to finish off the wounded enemy and free his soul from torment. Chris immediately directed the Sage Stone at his Demonessa to strengthen her aura. Her soul gradually stabilizes. The first signs of blood awakening appear. We need to continue to find the Sage Stones and do everything we can to ensure that Sharon fully restores her body. From these events, we completely forgot about what was happening on the other part of the island. Old Jack went completely crazy and brutally beat up 2 beauties. He has no intention of stopping and continues to move forward like a tank. Here we will have to take decisive measures. Any weakness can lead to tragedy. Jack tried to trap his prey, but this time he was out of luck. Chris completed the task and returned to the team, now realizing who the Elder really is. At the same time, he should not forget that holding 2 beauties in his arms can be dangerous, considering that Sharon is always nearby. Now is not the time to solve family problems. You need to focus on fighting the experienced rat who is trying to kill everyone. Jack was sure that he would not return and would die in battle with the sea god. He can't even dream about it. The Demon King will not allow anyone to hurt his friends. He has already destroyed the terrible squid, and now he will do the same to Jack. It won't be easy. The Elder sold his soul to the devil long ago and turned into a human monster. At his own will, he can awaken supernatural abilities and change his body. After activating the Black Aura, Jack becomes incredibly strong. He will use all his skills to stop a talented guy. The Demon King knows what to do. He has gained too much experience lately to be afraid of some old goat. Moreover, the girls joined the captain and together challenged the monster. Now they have to destroy this creature and get rid of the threat. After that, you can return to the academy and ask questions to Bella, who sent them on this mission along with the traitor. Jack used the magical aura and lifted the curtain of beauty. Chris was happy to see Mary's advantages and completely forgot that he was already married. He could kneel and beg for mercy, kill the enemy, or flee the battlefield. The situation was so dangerous that Chris chose the third option. His partners did not understand his decision and thought it was some kind of joke. Within a few seconds, he had accomplished what he had planned and had increased his agility to return and help his friends. By that time, the witch Bella had already appeared on the battlefield. She sensed that the students were in danger and immediately flew to the island. It was because of her that all this happened. She should have checked the elder and his connections with the black aura better. It's too late for an investigation now. We just need to kill the vile rat. Jack was always the weakest master at the academy and was only sent on the simplest missions. He was constantly angry, and his soul gradually turned black. After joining the demonic clan, Jack finally felt strong and powerful. He doesn't regret anything and will never return to his former life as a loser. For this, he was even ready to cut off his hand and refuse to apologize. This is the highest level of cruelty that even experienced hunters cannot contain. Jack quickly opened a demonic portal and said goodbye to his rivals. In the future, his master will rule the world, and Jack has no doubt about it. Bella tried with all her might to deliver the finishing blow, but Jack was faster. After the battle, Chris learned that Margaret was born into a famous family, and Mary was a descendant of Luna's legacy. Until this moment, it seemed that only he was cheating, but now it became clear that this was not the case. Many talented hunters have become heroes due to their special skills and background. There is nothing surprising about this. This is why they are considered special. The next day, Chris was relaxing with his wife and having a great time. He gave her a beautiful gift and offered to increase the level of spiritual intimacy. At the same time, another important conversation was taking place in the Ming clan's apartment. Jack returned from the mission and reported that he had not achieved his main goal. He asked the boss to forgive him, as if he didn't understand that the Ming clan didn't forgive mistakes. Only after he promised to improve and carry out any assignment did the boss show pity for him. He is ready to give Jack one last chance to prove himself. To do this, Jack is going to use his friend and prepare for the next espionage. If he fails the task, he must be prepared to die, but if he succeeds, he will be generously rewarded. A few hours later, a strange guy was noticed in a suburban area of the city. Instead of resting, he trained hard, repeating the exercises over and over again, hoping to become stronger. Ian had never been so motivated. He was driven by revenge and the desire to take revenge on his worst enemy. Chris was stuck in his head, and he was ready to do anything to rip his head off. He will soon have that opportunity thanks to Elder Jack's support. Jan already knows that the entire academy is looking for this old man. Jack asks not to rush to conclusions and assures that he came to help Ian become great. With the help of the Night Devil Soul Jade, which contains great power, Yang will be able to obtain unprecedented opportunities. As soon as the loser saw this jade, he immediately changed his attitude towards the old man. He will only gain power after completing Jack's assignment. Chris quickly assessed all the options and realized that he was ready to do anything for revenge. The offer was accepted. After that, he immediately went to the room of his house. There he approached his grandfather, who at that time was sleeping soundly and seeing pleasant dreams. "I didn't come for hugs." He raised his dagger and prepared for judgment. The grandfather tried to stop his grandson, screaming and writhing like a fried lizard, but it didn't help. He was eventually killed by his own relative, and even his knowledge could not prevent it. Ian completed Jack's assignment and received the Night Devil's Soul Jade. As soon as he touched the relic, power began to fill his weak body. Such power is difficult to withstand. The body begins to change, turning into something similar to a dried date. The muscles have grown along with the spiritual aura. You don't recognize this guy. He combined the powers of the jade with his own abilities and promised to rip the Demon King's head off. Jan doesn't want to wait until tomorrow morning. He wants to taste blood now. Relaxed Chris had no idea what was coming. He was calmly spending time with his family and enjoying the moment. Thanks to his missions, he always has money for gifts and pranks. The whole big family constantly receives bonuses. The girls feel happy. Late at night, no one is expected in the house, but someone still decided to come without an invitation. Moments like these never end well. Chris prepared for battle and ordered them to be careful. At that moment, the doors opened, and the demon of the night appeared, Death in the flesh. The Demon King reacted instantly and showed how a monkey cracks a nut. It was a fantastic hit. The girls were delighted, and Yan was trying to recover from the knockdown. It wasn't easy for him. He took on too much, and now he has to start all over again. Once you get the jade, this guy can no longer be underestimated. For months he had been building up anger and hatred towards Chris, and now these emotions would spill out. Sometimes Chris really went overboard and was too cruel towards him. In some way, Jan deserved his punishment and is now forced to fight the demonic wolf and its master. The demon shouldn't be written off either. He has improved his abilities recently and is not afraid of challenges. He can kill his opponent, try to torture him, or show mercy. The best reward would be to torture the pathetic slug. And Chris is only interested in prizes. Sometimes he is ready to give up morality for the sake of valuable artifacts and skill upgrades. Today is exactly such a case. In order to increase his level, he is ready to arrange cruel torture. Little Margot saw that her brother wanted to play and decided to join in. Her teddy bear turned into a terrifying creature from the demon world with a snap of her fingers. This girl is not to be underestimated. Give her free rein, and she will take over the world. Margot's bloodthirstiness has reached a new level. Even her brother looks like a saint compared to her. Jan had long dreamed of a vendetta, but now his plans have changed dramatically. Now he dreams of leaving these places as soon as possible and going to another country. This is where the problems arise. The actress's entire family are crazy psychopaths with uncontrollable aggression. Each of them looks at the head of the family and tries to imitate him. That is why these girls grew up to be horrible creatures who enjoy torture and murder. Chris asked the girls to calm down and said that he had a more humane way to make the devil suffer. At this time, Jack decided to check what was going on and was unpleasantly surprised. He clearly underestimated the madman who was ready to do anything for a reward. I had to take the half-dead Jan and try to escape at full speed. Jack promises to return. Sooner or later, he will get to Chris, and the system will no longer help him. Even half-dead, Yan continued to snap and repeat words of hatred towards the enemy. If it weren't for the experienced Jack, the battle would have continued to the end. The elder decided not to take risks and take the organ warrior from the battlefield. Chris tried to catch up with the dark creatures, but this time the speed was not enough. Now he needs to contact the academy immediately and report what happened. It's very serious. The next morning, the house was given a thorough cleaning after the previous night's party. The news reported that Professor Christopher was brutally murdered in his home. The killer turned out to be his grandson Jan, on whose head there is now a reward. Ian is willing to do anything to increase his power, even kill his own grandfather. Chris came to his senses, noticing that his sword had begun to evolve. All this was made possible by absorbing enough soul jade. The magic sword finally took on a human form and spirit, becoming another girl in the house. Now Chris is surrounded by even more girls. It won't be easy for him. The little girl quickly got to know the locals and seemed incredibly cute to them. The girl's name is Nancy, and from today on she will drink beer and become the best master. It turns out she's even crazier than everyone else, and Chris will have to accept it. Bella called Chris and informed him that due to the recent events in the city, they were holding exercises to raise the students' morale and make them feel safe. She wants Chris to participate too, to create his own team and compete with other academy participants. The Demon King has no choice. When Bella wants something, she always gets it. The academy organized a full-fledged competition in just a few days. Hundreds of people gathered here, thirsty for battle, blood and sweat. The masters will have to demonstrate not only physical, but also psychological qualities in order to take first place. The best of the best are gathered here. There are no weak newcomers or spineless slugs here. Chris has already met his friends. The team will include Fat Richie and Bald Killer Dwayne. They had never worked together before and immediately began arguing. Everyone wants to be a leader, but there can only be one captain. The rivals decided to take advantage of the moment to strike during the conflict. Chris and his friends realized that the jokes were over and they needed to be serious. They immediately activated their skills and rushed into battle as if they had been waiting for this moment their whole lives. They quickly won a confident victory and celebrated like inseparable brothers. With this approach, they will quickly win the love of the audience and become local favorites. Now it will be even more difficult for them. Representatives of the academy from another city did not come to be beaten up. If Chris and the team want to win, they need to show everything they can do. First, he called for help from a little girl with a deadly sword aura. Nobody expected such a turn of events. Everyone thought that it was prohibited by the rules. It seems that local students are making up rules as they go and have no intention of giving up their privileges. The guests will have to fight with the little girl, even if it seems crazy. The craftsmen from another city were sure that Nancy would not leave a trace of them. It was a mistake. The demonic child turned out to be stronger than the three cruel thugs. Even special training did not help repel the attack. Seconds later, they abandoned the fight and called an ambulance. This is how the second fight was won. The three masters didn't even break a sweat. It is unknown if Chris noticed, but he had his own support group outside the stadium. All the girls gathered to support the hero and welcome him home as a champion. Team Sunlight will be remembered by all viewers as the most self-confident trio of hunters in history. Their actions puzzled many from other academies. This constantly creates conflicts that Chris truly enjoys. Margaret and Mary have long been accustomed to the behavior of a fool. It is impossible to change it. All that remains is to resign oneself to it. As already mentioned, people from all cities gathered at the tournament. Among them was a girl with different colored eyes. Her name is Cindy. By evening, the moment of truth had arrived. Time to announce the winner. Chris and the team passed all the opponents without feeling any competition. The other academies were brutally defeated, and now hate Sunlight. Killer Dwayne and Fat Richie also deserve respect. They fought no worse than the captain. Now they will have to take into account the attention of the female half of the fans. Confident guys with special skills have always attracted beautiful girls. Even the bald psychopath Dwayne softened when he saw the looks of the beauties from the neighboring town. Chris received the most compliments and couldn't breathe easily. He constantly needs to be on guard. One wrong move and his wife will take out the scissors to castrate her spoiled husband. A girl with a strong aura and bright talent made her way through the crowd of fans. She walked up to the tournament's main character and threw herself into his arms. Everyone was shocked and did not hide their anger. No one wanted to share their idol. Particularly angry were Sharon, tired of constant betrayal, and the fat man, who considered Cindy his future wife. Cindy traveled a long way to meet her friend for the first time since her town was cleared out. Her multicolored eyes added charm and made her stand out from the rest of the beauties. After her town became safe, Cindy became bored and decided to visit her friends. The fat man immediately rushed to hug and kiss the beauty he had dreamed of. Cindy didn't even remember his name and instantly broke Richie's heart. Despite the belief that men are stronger, women can sometimes be much tougher. The other girls started to get worried and angry. A stranger was hugging their main character. Sunlight Academy is not going to share their idol. They only have one. Cindy resigned herself to the situation and promised to stay for a few days. With these words, she completely tarnished Chris's reputation. Now he will really start having serious problems. After winning, Chris returned home and the next morning received a call from Cindy. He tried to explain to her that there was a misunderstanding between them, but the girl simply did not listen. I had to introduce her to all the local residents, who were in no hurry to show her hospitality. However, Cindy was completely indifferent to their coldness and behaved as if she was always welcomed here with open arms. It was clear that she had had her eye on this handsome man for a long time and was ready to do anything to become more than just a lover for him. I wonder if her opinion will change when she meets his wife in human form. There are plenty of women in this house who are not going to share the Demon King under any circumstances. Each one wants to be the only one for Chris. The competition here is always at its limit. The demoness had gathered so much spiritual energy that she was able to take on flesh and become tangible. Her graceful figure and natural glow of skin amazed even Cindy. Chris was stunned. The appearance of his wife in material form clearly promised trouble. Apparently, her anger is so strong that it has awakened new, even more powerful forces within her. Now Sharon plays the role of the perfect wife, but everyone understands that behind that smile there is a completely different face. It was a shock for Cindy to learn that the guy she liked was already married. This hit the persistent girl hard. Her plans had to be urgently adjusted. Now the role of a mistress is the most she can count on. Margot immediately seized the moment and made it clear to Cindy that she was clearly not welcome there. Forced to apologize, Cindy stated that she only saw Chris as a brother, nothing more, nothing less. But Margot did not leave this unanswered. She immediately lost patience and said that she would not share her brother with anyone. I had to support this little killer, otherwise a real massacre would have started in the house. Every day the work becomes more difficult and dangerous. Sooner or later, she will come to the forefront of this whole story and even surpass the Demon King himself. Chris used to try to keep her under control, but now that he's grown up, he realizes it's impossible. Cindy will have to get used to the fact that this kind of behavior is the norm of life here. At the funniest moment, Chris received a message from his older sister. She wanted to meet. This happens very rarely. Brittany does not call without a good reason. During a meeting with his sister, the hero plunged into memories of a happy childhood and a strong family. That time is long gone, but warm memories still warm the souls of each of them. Childhood is something that remains in your heart forever, even if you become an adult. Chris spent this time happily with his sisters by his side, and he did not regret anything. His parents always supported him, especially when he showed his early rebellious spirit. His mother and father were an example for him, and even now their children try to follow their path. It is difficult to repeat such achievements, but there is always something to strive for. After the death of my parents, childhood ended. Everything changed forever. Little children who had recently been happy were plunged into the darkness of suffering and despair. They were left alone in this world, abandoned and without support. Then Brittany quickly grew up and promised to protect her entire family, never going back on those words. When Brittany thinks back to the old days, she feels a little sad. She's had to come a long way. Now her brother has grown up and has become a full-fledged support. It will be much easier for them together. In the near future, Margot will also grow up, although sometimes it seems that she will turn into a devil who will take over the whole world. Chris promises to become as strong as his father and protect his entire family. He will definitely live up to all expectations and will never lose the battle to the demons. Now you can forget about the family idol for a while and go to the place where the mission is taking place. Strange things have been happening in Chin City lately due to the large number of ghosts. This is where the Masters of the Sunlight Academy were sent. As always, they will have to do all the dirty work. For successfully completing the mission, the fat man was promised a bucket of chicken wings, and now he is incredibly motivated. Plus, he'll have to work with Cindy, whom he still considers a deity. Richie continues to be jealous of his beauty and has already warned Chris that a conflict could break out between them. It's better to leave it for later now. There are too many girls, creatures, and dangers around. You can't get distracted under any circumstances. As soon as the hunters landed on the ground, they immediately encountered problems. Flying monsters appeared in front of them. Dwayne didn't lose his composure and immediately ordered the entire team to prepare for battle. Sometimes he takes over the leadership and performs this role no worse than a captain. Chris is not far behind either and is ready to smear several monsters across the ground with the help of his divine fist. The mutant flying mosquitoes have proven to be very problematic opponents due to their hellish slime. It can corrode clothes and turn beautiful girls into naked sculptures. If Chris continues to look at his female partner's exposed body parts, Sharon will quickly bring him home. The dreadful mosquitoes are not the city's biggest problem. There are monsters here that are much larger and more dangerous than flying bloodsuckers. A terrifying poisonous spider ate several hundred people for breakfast today. This boar is hungry again and now challenges the beauty with multicolored eyes. The spider underestimated this girl. He was not warned that she could stop time. As soon as Cindy used her skill, the rest of the team immediately pounced on the spider and sent him to hell. After death, the spider immediately exploded and gave new life to other mutant monsters. As soon as the hunters were freed from danger, they immediately felt the presence of death. There is a terrible stench in this city. It is impossible to get used to it. It seems to stick to your clothes. Only completely ridding the area of monsters will help bring life back here. Chris and his team found themselves in a difficult situation and were forced to retreat for the first time in a long time. At this moment, a war machine has appeared on the battlefield, led by a madman with a shotgun. His name is Byrne. He is one of the few survivors who continues to fight and defend his territory. The hunters were warned that there was not a single soul here, and now they are not sure whether they can trust the old man. They had no choice but to accept the offer and immediately get into the car. Later in the evening, Byrne brought them to his lair and showed them how he lives. His temporary shelter is filled with various weapons. It is immediately obvious that he is a fan of Terminator and Counter-Strike. It's better not to joke with such men. One wrong word and he'll shoot you in the head with a shotgun. Gradually, the hunters got used to this brute and began to feel at home here. Byrne said that 6 months ago the city was attacked by insects. All the people died or mutated under the influence of the monsters. His family also died. He was grief-stricken and then discovered an unusual ability in himself. Byrne learned to bless bullets with spiritual power and survived thanks to this skill. Now he is at least trying to clear the city of insects, despite the fact that he is all alone here. During the conversation, Margaret was attacked by some unknown cockroach. At first glance, it might seem like this was just a joke that wasn't even worth paying attention to. That's what Chris thought too, until his wife told them that they were looking at a ghost cockroach, one of the 8 ghost kings. Now our hero must make a choice. Ignore Margaret and see what happens next. Either kill the cockroach and go to the king, or eat the cockroach to prove your strength. Chris was clearly not prepared for such a choice, but for the sake of a reward, he is ready to do anything. For a moment, the friends thought that the guy had gone crazy and had now turned into one of the ghosts. Chris started eating a cockroach and made his friends suffer from the sight. He pretended to have everything under control, but even old Byrne began to worry about him. In any case, our hero completed the task and acquired the highest rank skills. He was surprised to learn that these skills, communicating with cockroaches, were clearly not what he expected. Chris ate a cockroach to gain a seemingly useless skill. The guy showed his stupidity in a new light. Now he can actually hear cockroaches talking, and it's not a brain disease at all. 2 cockroaches were very surprised when they realized that the person understood absolutely everything they said. This has never happened before. It seems like mysticism from a mysterious world. As useless as this skill may seem, it is definitely worth taking advantage of. Rumor has it that the king of cockroaches is very hostile to flies. We need to take advantage of these bad relationships and make the most of them. Now Chris decided to talk to the cockroaches again and explain his proposal to them. His friends were ready to call a mental hospital looking at this pathetic sight. Chris took the 2 little monsters and promised to return soon. The fat man realized that his friend was trying to eat a few more cockroaches and began to seriously worry about the captain. In fact, Chris is fine. He headed to the east of the city, to the cockroach territory. It is not customary to communicate with people here. First, you will need to establish a connection and show that Chris did not come empty-handed. He has a serious proposition. He is not going to fight with little monsters. While the cockroaches were arguing among themselves, strange sounds similar to a female voice were heard. At that moment, all the cockroaches fell silent, as if their intentions had been revealed. There really was a little person here, a girl who is considered the queen of cockroaches. She was the ghost cockroach, one of the kings of the underworld. Chris started making fun of this little monster and made the queen very angry. She decided to change shape and quickly increased in size. This was followed by a crushing blow. Now this impudent fellow will keep his mouth shut. He will have to re-establish relations and explain the purpose of his visit. The water of life quickly improved the queen's mood. Now she can talk calmly. The cockroaches also took advantage of the moment and decided to taste this life-giving water. They felt like they were turning into angels and forgot about all earthly problems. For the sake of another bottle of the water of life, the queen is ready to do anything. Now she can use it for her own purposes. Chris is willing to cooperate if the cockroaches help him kill all the local flies. Cockroaches and flies have been rivals for a long time. The queen is ready to destroy the enemies and receive a valuable prize. Chris was delighted and immediately gave the cockroaches several planks in this life. By that time, his entire team had already attacked the flies and started a full-fledged battle. They were experiencing difficulties and felt that the number of competitors exceeded all expectations. Even the fat man found it hard, and he began to think about eating flies instead of dinner. Just when the situation seemed critical, a hero appeared on the horizon, leading an army of little monsters. Nobody ever figured out where he found all these cockroaches. I had to explain that Chris had made an alliance with the cockroaches and now considered them his brothers and sisters. Together, they can create a very powerful alliance. Flies will not be able to resist such aggression. Bern will finally avenge his family and cleanse the city of these stinking creatures. Today, they will clear the perimeter, and tomorrow they will go to meet the leader of the flies to defeat him. It will be much more difficult with the leader of these terrible creatures. He has settled in his lair and is not leaving it. It stinks terribly here. It's even difficult to be near it because of the high concentration of poison. This terrible creature is one of the 8 ghost kings. The queen is in a bad mood today and has summoned her chief assistant. The flying rat is designed to carry out the boss's most difficult tasks. The rat must go to the city center and kill all survivors from the last battle. This is something new. After cockroaches and flies, it will be interesting to look at a stinking sewer rat. The Demon King and his friends are not expecting such a meeting at all. They quietly move deeper into the city and prepare to battle the Queen of the Flies. The smell on the battlefield now is even worse than before. The huge number of dead flies has turned this city into the stinkiest place on earth. It is almost impossible to stay here. The hunters are already dreaming of returning home as soon as possible. For now, they can forget about it. Portals from another part of the city have just opened right above their heads. The bats were recently asleep, and now they must carry out an urgent task for the queen. A new battle begins. We need to mobilize our forces as quickly as possible and repel the first attack. It's unusual to see the level of the opponents drop so quickly. Previously, Chris fought with the original demons, and now he is up against flying mice. This may seem like an easy target if you don't consider the number of monsters attacking hunters. These mutants should never be underestimated. They can be stronger than any other demon. You will have to make a choice: retreat or fight with the team. Richard must not forget that his sword is always there and ready to come to the rescue in the most difficult conditions. With the help of special skills, even fighting a huge rat will become much easier. Rats also love battles and violent clashes. It only remains to decide which of them is stronger. The main character's devastating attacks have long become his calling card. Quickly closing the distance, confident defense, and lightning-fast attack. This is what Chris is known for in hunting circles. He was confident that these crushing blows would be enough to convince his opponents. A normal monster would have been destroyed, but the mutant rat took advantage of evolution to become stronger. Now this terrible monster does not feel threatened and knocks down hunters like bowling pins. Cindy tried to take advantage of the time stop. She wanted to help and did everything she could. Because the distance was too short, the girl did not have time to stop time and received a strong blow from the monster. Only Margaret, who intervened in the battle in time, managed to grab her by the waist and save her from falling. By that time, the fat man had already gone completely mad and called a huge dragon for help. Each team member realized that they would either unite and win, or they would turn into the same stinking monsters. The fat dragon can also be very smelly and poisonous. He was written off for a long time, just like the little girl with the sword aura. The mutant felt that he was being attacked from different sides and decided to destroy the main enemy. If you kill the captain, the entire team will immediately lose leadership and motivation. The mutant called for help from his friends, who had also evolved during the pause. Now they are no longer little mice, but terrible ninjas who have come to take revenge. At the same time, 3 monsters rushed at the captain. They want to disable him at any cost. Friends try to help Chris, Margaret, and Cindy do everything possible to break through the mice's defense. Even the madman Byrne came to the rescue, who is always ready to find a special weapon for a new opponent. The traps look extremely simple, and that is why they are so effective. Chris felt the initiative gradually shifting to him. Confidence returned. As soon as this guy gets into the swing of things, his opponents start to panic and apologize. Nancy can be called a full-fledged member of the team, even though she is a little girl. Sometimes even the smallest girl can deal a blow that will leave even the biggest mutant unable to rise. The Rat General has been destroyed. Its spiritual core now belongs to the Hunter Captain. Once again, Chris did a good deed and gave his energy to his wife. One could discuss the theory that he is doing this against his will and has no choice. Perhaps he is actually a hostage of the demoness. We will find out about this later. After receiving the energy, the wife reappeared in the real world. Now she will have to be introduced to these guys. Chris will no longer be able to hide his beauty. He can be sure that the fat man will do everything to become her lover. Friends demand an explanation. They considered Chris their friend, but he married a demon. Friends don't do that. Chris explained that he had a summoned guardian spirit named Sharon with him. These guys are hearing about a guardian spirit for the first time. They weren't told about it at the academy. Chris also did not hide the fact that she was his fiancée, despite the fact that the wedding ceremony had not yet taken place. Fatso and Dwayne are now jealous of their friend. Chris always has the best, even though he doesn't try. Margaret was upset. Now everyone understood that all this time she had been in love with the captain. Chris has broken too many women's hearts already. In the old days, he would have been beheaded for it. Now we need to explain why everyone around us sees Sharon. The energy of the sage stone was so strong that its fragments merged, becoming flesh and blood. Now the demoness is closer to the human body and cannot remain invisible. Soon her body will be completely transformed, and the newlyweds will be able to spend their honeymoon. But the honeymoon is still a long way off. There is a big battle ahead. The Insect Queen learned that the Rat Squad had been defeated and had not killed a single hunter. This didn't upset her. She had a backup plan for a long time. She completes the creation of the most powerful beetle in the world, capable of destroying all the hunters in the city. The next day, Chris and the team awaited the denouement of this long story. They were confident that together with the cockroaches, they would finish off the wounded beast and clear the city of mutants. According to the map, the demon fly should be very close. Sometimes Chris thinks about more than just the mission. He's too in love to worry about monsters and challenges. Shows of affection make the rest of the team nervous. If Sharon and the Demon King don't stop kissing every 5 minutes, everyone will regret it. They had better concentrate on the task at hand. The monsters were more cunning than expected. The high-level praying mantis ghost had been nearby all this time, waiting for its opportunity. As soon as he got close to his rivals, he immediately attacked and tried to instill terror in people. To inspire fear, you must at least be scary and big. The praying mantis is not a huge creature, and it looks like an ordinary high school nerd. It seemed that way until he activated the tornado technique. The hunters instantly shrank in size, becoming as small as insects. Sharon lost sight of her friends and for a long time did not understand where they had disappeared to. She almost crushed her husband just by looking around. Chris tried to shout, but due to the difference in size, it was impossible. Now the people and the mantis have switched roles, and the monster looks completely different. It became scary to look at him. Chris understands this and tries to raise the team's morale. But problems arise. After changing his size, his skills became too weak. The best thing left to do is to turn around and run, begging for mercy. The Demon King felt in dire straits until he met his allies. Mantis cannot use skills to shrink roaches. This means that Chris can count on victory. His army is still as strong. Now he saddled the cockroaches and led the monsters forward to victory. Heroes used to ride horses. Now it's time for cockroaches. Evolution can't be stopped. In any case, it's better than nothing. People have a chance again. The mantis was surprised by this turn of events and tried to thwart the intentions of his rivals. He was raised with poisonous artifacts that made him very resilient and strong. The queen raised her beloved monster for a long time so that he would not be afraid of people. Chris turned out to be more cunning and decided to act outside the box. Margaret quickly joins in, planning a magical explosion with Cindy. Only wizards with special training can perform such attacks. The mantis managed to dodge at the last moment thanks to an abnormal reaction. Now he is completely naked and much more ferocious than before. I used to say that size doesn't matter. Now I take it back. The local punitive policeman's dog ran by in time and quickly crushed the cockroaches. The battle could have been ended faster if the dog had been nearby. A high-level monster turned out to be just a snack for a dog. Few would believe it. Burn came just in time. This is not the first time he has saved young hunters from certain death. After the death of the praying mantis, they quickly returned to their original state and felt much better. The hunters began to celebrate their victory too early. They had not won the main battle. Mantis was one of the Queen's strongest warriors until this morning. But today, everything has changed. The Queen has created a special monster that must surpass everything that came before. Now this terrible creature will be born and will prepare to carry out any order of its mother. The sky turned dark red, the foul smell seemed to disappear, and time stopped for a minute. Then life began to play again. A special high-level gargoyle appeared in the world. He came to destroy and sow chaos at the behest of his beloved Queen. Let's not forget that there is another queen in this world, the one who rules the cockroaches. She has always hated flies, and now she has come with her army to stage the final battle. Insects are no longer considered insignificant. They are now a force to be reckoned with. The Queen of the Flies showed off her special sword, which looked more like a whip of vengeance. Behind her is a huge number of warriors capable of creating problems even for the strongest hunter. The Queen of Cockroaches has no intention of retreating. For her, there is only one way forward. The battle of insects promises to be legendary. Only one will survive. The clash turned out to be extremely brutal and uncompromising. No one is going to back down. This is a battle of technical specifications and intelligence. You need to not just be stronger, but also to show flexibility of mind and find the key to victory. Monsters have evolved long ago and are capable of surprising with tactical decisions in battle. For example, the Beetle Queen constantly combines skills to dispel her opponent's attacks. Thanks to this, she gets within a comfortable distance and delivers pinpoint strikes. When the main fly sensed danger, she immediately called the terrible gargoyle for help. This stinking slug spat out poisonous mucus that ate away at clothing and skin. At such moments, you need to shake off the poison as quickly as possible so as not to become a victim of a painful death. Meanwhile, the Queen of the Flies enjoys the moment and leads her army to victory. We have already seen what happens when you celebrate success too early. Because of this stinking woman, Byrne lost his family and friends, his city, and his hope for a bright future. Now he has risen up, gathered a team of young hunters, and come to put an end to this. With quick movements, Chris jumped out of the car and saved the queen cockroach from the slippery, poisonous slime. His actions did not please his rival. Perhaps that is why her sword acquired the power of heaven and began to attack people. It is more difficult to defend against such weapons than against ordinary ones. The attack radius is too wide to predict the direction of the blow. Only through the joint efforts of the team can one have a chance to turn the tide of the match. Today, our heroes are confronted by a terrible monster and the spirit of death. Two such rivals are a serious obstacle even for the heroes of the past. Chris has a lot to do. The fate of the city depends on his actions. He decided to take extreme measures and use the demonic aura to evolve. Now it's not just the gargoyle that has the advantage. The Demon King knows what to counter the enemy with. He raised the legendary bloodsword and directed all his anger at his rival. Screams and groans were heard all around, and a huge explosion created a smoke screen. A monster's paw appeared through the smoke, grabbing the Demon King by the throat. Chris was confident that his attack would be enough to win, and because of this, he forgot about defense, lowering his concentration. The terrible monster grabbed him by the neck, and the Queen of the Flies prepared her sword for a fatal blow. She delivered a crushing blow that could penetrate any armor and barriers. Everyone was scared. The captain had never been so close to death. Usually he saved his friends, but now he himself found himself on the brink of life and death. The system immediately began to stimulate his potential. The accumulated supernatural fragments quickly consolidated. All this awakened an even more insane power and healed the Demon King. With her help, the second ability awakened. Chris rose above the ground like a deity. Now he doesn't even look like himself. The divine aura looks too epic. The system congratulated the owner on unlocking the SSS level ability. Each time Chris completed the system's tasks, he received small rewards. Eventually, these awards combined to make him a different person. The Demon King has reached a new level and is now not afraid even of the scary gargoyle. His fiery sword cuts through flesh like a katana on a 19th century French boulevard. The Queen wanted to take advantage of the moment to strike again with her sword. She can forget about it. There are girls in the city who will not let their captain be harmed. Watching women's battles is even more interesting than watching men's battles. There is a special charm to it. Dwayne and Richie even stopped to watch the madness from the front row. Margaret reminded these fools that they were in the thick of things and they couldn't relax. Any mistake can cost the life of the entire team. You need to pull yourself together and fight. The fat man's stupidity caused him to be distracted too much, but he was lucky that Nancy was there. If she had come later, he would have remained naked, and the girls would not have been able to stand it. I would have to call a psychotherapist to treat not only the body, but also the soul. Chris is still fighting a high-ranking monster, enjoying his new skills. In this body he feels light, strong, and incredibly flexible. At the same time, he must not forget about concentration. The opponent is poisonous and dangerous with the touch of death. You need to remember about protection in moments when you want to strike at the very heart of the enemy. After a few clashes, Chris began to take the initiative. He felt it was time to end the fight and send the monster to meet the devil. The Queen of the Flies realized with horror that her child had lost the battle. She refuses to accept defeat and is willing to take the darkest and hardest road. Everyone must remember, a mother who has lost her son becomes a terrible monster with whom it is better not to mess. The Queen has evolved and discovered a new combat form. She took the monster's power, absorbing the rest of its energy to become stronger. Nancy suggested doing the same, teaming up with the demoness. Sharon didn't understand what was going on, but she still decided to trust this small, arrogant cobra. A second later, a magical weapon filled with demon blood was in her hands. By that time, the Queen had already come close and was ready to pass judgment on the hunters. Her blow can crush any unprepared warrior. A special aura of protection is needed. Only 3 of us, thanks to magic, can hope for any kind of competition. The Queen's blow was lightning fast and powerful. It can be compared to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Chris and his friends have stood firm, withstood the onslaught, and are ready to respond. The Queen put almost all her strength into this blow and is now vulnerable. This is a mistake that needs to be exploited, and the beautiful Sharon knows how to do it. The demoness broke through the Queen of Flies' defense on the first try. Chris felt that he needed to finish off the wounded beast and rushed to attack. Together with his wife, they are a devilish duo that no one wants to encounter. The Queen could only scream and sob as the flames distorted her face. Chris has long since stopped showing respect to his opponents. At such moments, he is not a gentleman. Many noticed that the big guy, Byrne, had disappeared somewhere, although he had been there all the time. He is at the fly base where a bloodbath and real fun is currently taking place. This guy is not going to be left behind. He has come to destroy all the insects and cleanse the city of the terrible smell. Byrne turned out to be a progressive man. He has social networks where he conducts live broadcasts. He decided to show his subscribers how to use a remote control to give gifts to monsters. Byrne has always been spectacular. Today, he outdid himself and superbly roasted the flying monsters. The number of subscribers after the stream will skyrocket. I wouldn't be surprised if he soon becomes a world-famous blogger. It is a complete fiasco for the Queen to look up at the sky and see such a picture. She bleeds and realizes that all her power and might have crumbled away like a sandcastle. Now she does not dictate the rules. The Queen is weak and insignificant as never before. The Demon King and his team were stronger, faster, and more motivated. Anyone who attacks people must be punished. Monsters should have realized this long ago. The queen of the cockroaches suggested a peaceful solution. She is sure that we can forget about the war and start coexisting. A loud laugh was heard in response. The main fly declared that he would never cooperate with the stinking cockroaches. She warned that she had more than one child, and right now she would call an entire army of beetles to help. But after the order, nothing happened. Has the queen of the flies really lost all her skills? The thing is, Bern has already destroyed her entire army and showed it live on air. Now there is no point in having a queen. There is no one to rule and fight. The system offered Chris a choice: kill the queen, imprison her, or forgive her. The biggest reward was for the second option, and Chris was happy to take the easy way out. He will put this horrible monster in prison and make him rot there until he dies. The queen can be a valuable player in the criminal world and provide a lot of useful information. Now we can officially congratulate the hunters on their victory and celebrate this decisive success. They did a great job. This city turned out to be much more complex than they showed on TV. Bern is finally happy. He feels peace in his soul and confidence in the future. Some neighboring cities are still in captivity. The three friends plan to continue the battle and liberate all territories. In addition, he wants to find the sage stones to completely restore his wife's body. Chris doesn't forget to expand the team and invites the cockroach queen to become part of his family. There she will meet many girls with special skills. She'll definitely like it there. At least it'll be fun. Margot and her friends have long missed their beloved brother. She is now in college and wants to grow up quickly to experience adult life. Thanks to social media, she learned that Chris had cleared the city and was returning home as a winner. There are events in any college that deserve attention. Even among girls, there are bullies with bad intentions. At first glance, Margot seems like an easy prey for an experienced predator. She is small, smiling, and almost always looks like a dandelion. Sometimes bullies take advantage of this and awaken the dark power in her. At such moments, it is already impossible to stop the devil bear. The monster begins to destroy everyone who offends his beloved mistress. As soon as the teacher arrived on the scene, Margot immediately remembered how she studied acting. The teacher tried to understand what happened and who was to blame. The hooligans told the truth, looked beaten, and asked for help. At that moment, Margot threw herself into the teacher's arms and tearfully admitted that she had almost become a victim of abuse. After this, the teacher started yelling at the big hooligans. Victoria and Sandra came running to confirm Margot's words. They had no choice. Either confirm or they themselves would be in danger in the evening. After the incident, Margot went to a junior high picnic. School is gradually ending, and students are preparing for the holidays. The most bloodthirsty children take advantage of the moment to eat more chicken legs. Very often, new conflicts arise because of such incidents. Carrots always look hungry, which is why they are often laughed at by high school students. Today, she became a victim of bullying again. Bullies underestimate the girl they call the Demon Princess. All her classmates looked in surprise at the guy who decided to challenge her. The high school student thought he was in control of the situation and didn't even look back. Within a second, he was forced to call an ambulance and ask for a doctor. The yellow ferret also likes to get into fights and show off its power. Sometimes Sandra gets out of control and a natural disaster occurs. Today, she even knocked out a teacher who was trying to calm the situation. Victoria can be called the only adequate person in the family. Despite her past, after her transformation, she seems like a real angel. Now the same incidents are happening at school as at home. Margot has infected everyone with madness. Sometimes she even gets bored. She wants to grow up quickly and join her brother and sister. Fighting monsters and saving the world is much more interesting than going to school and fighting bullies. As soon as Chris and company finished their business, they immediately returned to their hometown. It smells better here. You can relax and finally feel the taste of life. The heroes were greeted with dignity at the airport. Thanks to the live broadcast, everyone knows who saved the city. Chris has received the most attention. He has been feeling the effects of star fever for a long time. The fat man is underestimated. He still hasn't found his most devoted fan. It will be very difficult to break through the crowd of fans. There are too many of them. Only cunning will help the hunters return home in time. They quickly teamed up and devised an escape plan. All that was needed was to hand over the main star to the fans to be torn apart. It looked like a piece of meat that is given to lions in a cage. Chris was quickly left without clothes, and the friends were finally free of the paparazzi. The Demon King had to find leaves to cover his machine gun. On his way home, he learned that an auction of God's items was about to begin. There will be a nude photo shoot of the Demon King for sale. You should have been more careful. Chris is now becoming public property. Gradually, he turns into a real deity, worshipped by ordinary people. When he wanted to become great and powerful, he clearly dreamed of something else. Sometimes hunters don't get what they want, the costs of the profession. After several hours of hard marathon, they finally got home. The sister and the other girls were surprised to see him naked. Not only family members were waiting here, there was also Margaret, who had come for a serious talk. She asked Chris to listen carefully and not rush to conclusions. A beauty wishes for the Demon King to become her boyfriend for one important matter. Nobody expected such a request. Even Chris was a little embarrassed and blushed. The whole atmosphere was focused on Sharon, ready to pick up a kitchen knife and start a stabbing. In fact, everything is simpler. You just need to let Margaret explain the situation. Today is her grandfather's birthday, and Margaret has learned that they want to marry her off to a guy from a friendly family. She doesn't want this. She's too young and asks Chris to protect her from a life of slavery. A fictitious marriage contract must be concluded so that the family will abandon their plans. Chris has no right to decide. He looked at Sharon and tried to find out her opinion. The demoness is not against helping, promising not to be jealous and to trust her beloved husband. It turns out that even in demons there is justice and kindness. The very next day, Chris came to Margaret's house and saw his beautiful wife. Recently, Margaret became friends with Cindy and invited her to a family celebration. There are beautiful girls gathered here who had better remember. Sharon can change her mind at any moment. The banquet hall is filled with an atmosphere of wealth and permissiveness. The local girls were surprised to see the groom. Only the blind and the deaf do not know who the Demon King is and what he has achieved in a year. Chris has long become a city star and the #1 target for any self-respecting woman. Soon the eldest representative of the family appeared, and everyone fell silent. Margaret's grandfather is named William, and he thanks all guests for their presence, even the uninvited ones. If he had arrived a little later, Chris would have been torn to pieces by crazy fans. It is immediately obvious that the master was strong and powerful in his youth. A powerful aura emanates from him. The guests did not come empty-handed. They want to give special gifts to grandfather. The wedding ceremony is scheduled for William's birthday, so there are only guests here. The eldest son of the Luo family appeared. Perhaps it was he who Margaret was supposed to marry. Ben brought a high-level elixir as a gift. Judging by Margaret's reaction, she has disliked this arrogant impostor since childhood. The main problem of the day is that Margaret hasn't told anyone yet that she has a fiancé, and his name is Chris. Ben is still convinced that he is her fiancé and acts as if he lives at home. Very soon, Martin appeared at the party and declared that he was against his sister's marriage. We already know that this guy is a real pervert who loves to visualize himself next to Margaret. No one in the family knows about this. Mr. William is trying to understand why his grandson is so opposed to his sister's wedding. Margaret decided to say a few words and honestly express her emotions. She has had a boyfriend for a long time who came to the family celebration today. The birthday boy and the young groom were shocked to learn that their plans had fallen through. Martin was especially upset, as he could only imagine this in his worst nightmare. People around immediately began to discuss what happened and create gossip. Ben thinks of Chris as a pathetic homeless person without money who is not worthy of a beautiful girl. He's probably just jealous of a man who has become a living legend. In today's world, money doesn't decide everything. Sometimes influence is more valuable than wealth. The system offered Chris another test. Leave the house, stay only to congratulate the birthday boy, or punish the villain and show who is the boss here. It's not hard to guess which option Chris chose. He wants to show himself from the best side and bring the villain down to the very bottom of the social ladder. To do this, he is ready to use all available methods, even playing by the rules. When Chris gave his grandfather the water of life, everyone around laughed. At such a celebration, you expect more valuable gifts than a jar of water. Few people understand that this water is much better than any elixir of youth. Master William decided to take a risk and drank the mysterious liquid. He immediately felt his heart beat faster, his pupils narrow, and his blood vessels dilate. A second later, there was no trace left of the old grandfather. A handsome young man and heartthrob appeared before the guests. Even the guards couldn't believe how much their god had changed. He showed that he has not yet lost his former potential. He was a top martial artist in his youth and remains in excellent shape even now. After such a gift, he is ready to do anything for the sake of friendship with Chris. Now Margaret can safely marry this guy and make him part of her family. Chris completed the task and overtook the annoying competitor. He has such a large reserve of strength that he can afford whatever he wants. Now no guest will refuse to shake his hand. Of the whole family, only Martin shows his displeasure. Ben couldn't do anything. William said he trusted his granddaughter's choice. For such an arrogant guy, this was a stab in the back that he would never forgive. Chris won another victory, this time not on the battlefield, but in high society. The next morning, he woke up in his house next to his beloved wife. He was awakened by an emergency call from Master Bella. Ghosts are raging in the mountain area. Chris must get dressed immediately and fix the situation. The Demon King is forced to lead the team, for which he is rewarded. Chris asked his wife to quickly get ready and prepare for new challenges. Nobody warned that mercenaries don't have days off. That's the only downside of the profession. The mountain area has already gathered a crowd of people of all tastes. Chris doesn't understand why there are only competitors here. He thought he was the only one called. The Night Watch Department sent specialists here. Everyone here is just for the money. Mercenaries are used to taking on assignments ahead of schedule in order to earn extra money. The test has not yet begun, but conflicts between the groups have already made themselves felt. At this moment, a strange smell and a dark aura appeared near the mountain. The most stupid mercenaries immediately rushed to attack. They were so eager to get the reward that they forgot about safety. Margaret tried to help them, but it was too late. Chris and his team witnessed a brutal massacre as the ghosts destroyed the first squad of mercenaries. Everyone else immediately united to take revenge. Approaching the dark aura, they saw beautiful girls instead of terrible monsters. These beauties encouraged men to have a naked party and let loose a little. The mercenaries turned out to be too naive and threw themselves into the arms of their death. Only the girls were able to remain calm and soberly assess the situation. Chris didn't know what to do. On the one hand, he wanted to join in. On the other, he understood that Sharon would cripple him. These doubts saved his life. Girls began to turn into monsters. Very quickly, the beauties changed their appearance and became completely unsightly. In such situations, you need to urgently call the dead from the abyss for help. Chris and his partners rushed to attack the ghosts. On the other side of the mountains was the second part of the team. The hunters had problems due to the large number of competitors. Usually the captain would solve such problems, but today Chris was not around. You will have to rely only on your own skills and capabilities. Someone has to take responsibility and become a leader. The fat man had long dreamed of such a chance. One can only hope that he does not miss it. Ordinary ghosts are not the most terrible enemies in these mountains. There are far more terrible creatures here that have long been waiting for the opportunity to come to light. Demon dragons also settled in these mountains. Richie has decided to become a leader. He is not going to be afraid of mid-ranking dragons. He has to reveal his potential and step out of the shadow of his best friend. At the same second, a magical ritual takes place in the center of the mountains. One guy we almost forgot about is trying to gain even more power and come back with revenge. His name is Ian. Now he is the heir to the ghostly power of one of the 8 ghost kings. On the mountain, he found a source of spiritual energy, and by absorbing spirits, unlocked the seals of many ghosts. A huge flow of energy gave him opportunities he never dreamed of. Now Jan wants to continue absorbing energy and asks his assistant not to let anyone in here. As soon as Elder Jack saw the uninvited guests, he immediately drew his sword and rushed to attack. Only at the last moment did he stop when he saw the Demon King. Chris is already so powerful that he even has bodyguards. All these slaves bring him donations and ask him to take them with him. Now, not only beautiful girls, but also muscular men are crazy about him. I don't know where this will all lead, but Chris is not going to accept newcomers into his team. All he can do now is prepare a delicious dinner before the next battle. The girls had never eaten anything so delicious. Wild boar with fruit turned out to be a real delicacy from a Michelin restaurant. Hunters are willing to pay a fortune for such food. Chris was always interested in money, which is why he couldn't refuse. Jack secretly watched all the events. The smell of roasting meat made him drool like an animal. He had never seen mercenaries behave so carelessly in the mountains. This can be easily exploited if you use a little more intelligence. Korika has a new enemy who has come here to take revenge. A plan of revenge instantly formed in Jack's head. Using the puppet's aura, he wants to take control of Ben. Jack has long learned to amplify evil emotions in people using black magic. It will make Ben thirst for revenge and go on an open attack. The bodyguards were ordered to attack immediately and rushed forward. They didn't take into account that Chris has too many fans today. These pumped-up mercenaries are ready to do anything for their idol. But this time they were beaten to it by a tiny ghost named Nancy. Ben didn't even understand who was attacking him. Lately, he tried not to conflict with children. His bodyguards suddenly disappeared, and he was left alone with his fate. Before he had time to recover, strange sounds came from the bushes. Before Ben could blink, terrifying monsters appeared in front of him. Now all he can do is hope for Chris's nobility. The Demon King is, of course, ready to save him, but only after Ben is punished. Linda tried to speed up the passage of time and suggested fighting the ghosts together. Chris realized that they were not ghosts at all, but monsters in their guise, and decided to take advantage of this. He grabbed Ben by the arms and effectively threw him straight into the clutches of the monsters. They happily accepted the gift. They turned out to be monster girls who had been waiting for a groom for a long time. But Ben really wanted to get married. Now he had such an opportunity. Jack, who had been watching everything from the bushes, was furious. His plan had failed again. At the same time, Jan felt an alarming discomfort. The energy flows in the mountains were disrupted, and he could no longer absorb spiritual power. He felt that something catastrophic could happen at any moment. The spirit tree flared with a green glow, and Yang recoiled in fear. A second later, a mysterious being made of pure energy appeared in front of him. It was a little girl who caused the instability of the spiritual power of the mountains. Ian tried to establish contact in order to get at least some benefit from her. But the girl immediately sensed his rotten soul and rejected his offer. Even the kids can see right through him, and he was once a good guy. The girl flew away. Lola felt a pure spiritual aura. While Jan tried to catch up with her, the fighting in the mountains continued. Richie climbed onto his dragon and challenged the new monster. The ghostly energy had not dried up for several hours in a row. In such a situation, only the most powerful and rare techniques could help. The fat man had been accumulating energy for a long time and finally decided to use the power of his spirit. He merged with the dragon, taking on a terrifying new form. This form is so terrifying that it frightened even his allies. The enemy was stunned, but did not abandon the plan to destroy the hunters. But now Richie had become stronger and was not afraid of even the most destructive attacks. He rushed forward and pierced the blue dragon's armor. His strength is truly amazing. Now they will treat him completely differently. In the absence of the captain, he proved that he was capable of leading. The one who was once ridiculed has now become a hero. The rest of the hunters are not going to fall behind. To win, the team must be one. But catching up with Chris's evolution is not easy. He is already beyond common sense. Sometimes he gives off such an aura that it seems as if he has become a god. And at such moments he forgets himself, loses touch with reality. Because of this, you may miss a hit, or not notice a sneaking enemy. He almost died, and not from a ghost. Just a little girl fell out of the sky and decided it was time for a hug. It was Lola. She had been looking for a source of pure energy for a long time, and it seemed she had found it. And then the most interesting thing began. Lola called Chris Dad. Sharon clearly doesn't know much about her husband's past. Chris immediately began to justify himself, insisting that he had no idea who this child was. Lola rushed to hug the demoness and called her mom. They've only been married a couple of months, and they've already had a child. A phenomenal result. Explaining this to the public will be very difficult. Lola remembers only her name. Everything else is a fog for her. Her spiritual power is frightening. Perhaps they are looking at the incarnation of a deity. She calls Chris Dad because she feels the power of the gods in him. There is no other way to explain it. The girl warns, a certain freak full of malice is approaching her father. Jan, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, finally gained new power. His face has changed beyond recognition. The old Jan is no more. For the sake of power, he killed his own grandfather and sold his soul to the devil. Now he is sure all the sacrifices were not in vain. The time for revenge has come. He exudes the aura of one of the highest ghost kings. The jokes are over. Lola rushes forward without hesitation. She must protect her parents. Nature reciprocates by bestowing upon her powerful abilities. Lola deftly grabbed 2 evil worms that came to bring destruction. Now Dad must step in and complete the execution. Chris uses fire skills and deals 2 devastating blows. They and their daughter work as a well-coordinated team, real Adamses. Ian and his henchmen survived, but lost most of their powers. Once again they have to flee, promising to return. Chris can't let his sworn enemy get away that easily. When he is being watched, he always wants to do something spectacular. Jan made a mistake. He left his weak spot unprotected. He will remember this blow forever. The rear cannot be left without cover. It was not possible to completely destroy Jan. He became a ghost king and is now more dangerous than ever. We'll have to destroy it later, but for now we need to decide what to do with Lola. Cindy suggested giving the girl to the patrol service. Lola refused in tears. She would not leave her mom and dad. Chris will have to keep her, an addition to his little girl's collection. Very soon he will be suspected of pedophilia if he does not find an explanation. The next day, the network exploded with news of the events on the mountain range. Chris became a hero again, and the head of the Luo family ran away and lost his mind after an encounter with ghosts. Fat Richie became the new team captain and amazed the press with his biceps. And then there were rumors that the local hero had an illegitimate child. After all the trials, it was time to rest. Chris and his friends went to the beach, the best place to relax. Even the fat guy now feels irresistible. His confidence is off the charts. After all his victories, Richie began to truly believe in himself. And now even the lack of abs doesn't bother him. The female part of the team is also nearby, hunters in excellent shape. Their figures make guys feel like real winners. Even Dwayne, a battle fan, can't resist the temptation. Chris spends time with his wife and daughter, not paying attention to the hustle and bustle. He became a mature, balanced, and serious man. But the number of girls thirsting for his attention is not decreasing. Lola fit into the family perfectly. Even Margot treats her surprisingly warmly, like a little sister. Thanks to this holiday, their photo album has become full of new photos. Each of them represents happiness, comfort, and family harmony. The girls enjoy life and try to behave decently. In the evening after swimming, they grill kebabs and share stories. Chris suggests taking a vote. Where to go on holiday next time? The girls immediately began to quarrel, trying to decide who would write down their wish first. Recently, the little fox has accumulated a lot of spiritual energy. Now this energy can make the pet much larger and stronger. Under the influence of magic, the fox quickly grew and became larger than his owner. Now you can summon him in battle and hope that he will be able to fight on equal terms with monsters. Chris and his family are having a great time at the seaside, unaware of what is happening on the other side. A pirate ship filled with terrible monsters and ghosts drifts in the depths of the sea. Now these creatures are going to attack the guard ship and seize its internal reserves. Lately, such attacks have become more and more frequent. Too many people are suffering from demonic interference. Monsters encounter resistance and evolve at an accelerated rate in response. Each new demonic invasion creates more and more problems, and it can no longer be ignored. Ordinary soldiers had no chance of dealing with mid-rank monsters. The demons enjoyed the moment and celebrated their victory. A few minutes ago, Chris wrote his wish on a piece of paper and sent it floating on the water. This piece of paper was filled with magical energy and quickly found its target. The monster's ship crashed. It was such a powerful blow that it was impossible to defend itself. The ship's captain was furious and swore revenge on the man who dared to challenge him. He ordered his soldiers to prepare to land on the nearest island. No prisoners would be taken. Chris and his family were peacefully enjoying their vacation, unaware of the approaching danger. The Demon King was surprised when he felt an unidentified object approaching him. Shark and her comrades are already here. They are not satisfied with capturing the ship. They want to establish control over the entire island. Now our hero is completely alone, surrounded only by little girls who he must protect. On the other hand, these girls have long since revealed their talents and are capable of helping even in a mortal fight. For them, this is a chance to prove themselves and their worth. Sandra showed incredible potential. She took out a sword and ordered it to destroy everything around her. After this, Chris immediately rushed into battle to support his partner. His target is Captain Shark, who has taken too many liberties. This boss was sure that his teeth were enough reason to consider himself the coolest. Chris quickly made this monster suffer, and then the crazy Margot joined him. Her teddy bear, as always, turned into a terrible demon, capable of scaring even the devil himself. Then it remained to deliver a few control blows so that the victim could not rise. Sandra and her partner did a great job. The main ghost is no longer a threat. He lost his soul, and a ghostly jade appeared from his body, which Chris happily absorbed. By this time, Brittany arrived on the scene with her team. She was delighted to discover that her brother and sister had already overcome all their problems and did not need help. They have long since matured and are now capable of protecting their older sister themselves. Brittany is happy that even little Margot can now stand up for herself. Then she noticed the unfamiliar child. Chris immediately began to justify himself, saying that she was an adopted daughter and that there was no need to jump to conclusions. Brittany is already an adult. She understands everything and asks her brother not to make excuses. She wants him and his little sister to continue to develop and gives them a new training task. They must investigate the ghost of Sand Shadow, one of the 8 Ghost Kings. According to available information, this ghost expanded its territory and swallowed up 4 more cities. He turns cities into deserts with magic and destroys all hunters who go there. Chris hopes that his current level is enough to challenge such an opponent. He takes his cue from his sister, who was recently promoted to A rank. Just a year ago, she was at the very bottom of the Night's Watch, and now she is one of the best huntresses. Chris still has a long way to go, but if he works hard, he will definitely catch up with his sister. Brittany hopes that by the time she meets her brother and sister, they'll have taken things to the next level. The Demon King has received a mission and intends to please his older sister. In recent days, everyone has awakened their fighting spirit and worked with all their might. Not only family members, but also other hunters are constantly practicing their skills. It's impossible not to be infected with the thirst for progress when you're around the Demon King. After the last mission, even the Fat Man disappeared somewhere. There are rumors that he returned to his family and started losing weight. Chris assembled a team and headed out into the desert to investigate the activity of the Shadow Ghost. He took an old friend, Betty, with him, confident that her abilities would come in handy. Intelligence reported that the Sand Ghost was wounded by hunters and is now recovering. The desert looks abandoned. It's time to change that. Chris took with him a divine being, little Lola, who will happily green everything around. First, you need to scatter the plants and add a little magic. Lola has already learned to control her powers and actively helps her dad. Very quickly, the dry land was filled with moisture. The water irrigated the green seeds and changed the landscape beyond recognition. Now this place can be called a resort. Recently, many small-time bandits have appeared in these parts. Bodybuilder thieves have long been preying on visitors, dreaming of easy money. They spend years tanning in the sun to look cooler. In fact, this does not make them more dangerous. Quite the opposite. Chris had never encountered such pathetic and helpless bandits. Instead of combat training, they work out and polish their tan. These narcissistic guys are not scary. Chris can kill them, re-educate them, or bow his head. The choice is his. He decides to play the role of mentor and try to reason with them. We need to make these guys give up stealing and take the path of truth. It won't be easy. Bodybuilders are the most influential in this desert, and strength is essential. Chris simply demonstrated the magic sword and was confident that it would be enough. But he underestimated them. The boys also had magical weapons. I had to call for help from the fox, who turned into a terrible monster. This fox is now named Mia, and she will not tolerate thieves near her owner. There were no problems. The thieves quickly regretted not having prepared. Chris took their money, and now he and his family are literally swimming in gold. The mission was accomplished. The thieves reconsidered their views on life. Now we have to decide: give them a second chance or cut off their heads. They have been doing evil for too long. They need severe punishment. Sometimes nature takes revenge better than man. Lola asked the plants to get inside the bandits and show them what happens to those who rob tourists. Chris calmly enjoyed the spectacle. He turned out to be even more perverted than Martin. Having finished paying the price, the team continued on their way through the desert. It was not possible to green the entire area. This would have required too much effort. Chris and Betty have known each other for a long time, but have never worked together before. The girl heard many stories about him. Now he is a star, and everyone wants to be near him. Betty is lucky to be here, and she can't wait to prove herself. But don't forget, Chris has been married for a long time, and it's better not to joke about this. Sharon is always there to remind every beauty that her husband is already taken. It only takes one look for Betty to understand who is in charge here. Chris can forget about flirting. While he's with the demoness, he's forever in the background. At this moment, the hunters noticed the approach of the sand nightmare. They quickly got organized. The long-awaited meeting began. The sand warriors are already near. They have come to kill anyone who does not bow. Sharon assessed the situation and suggested that her husband flee immediately. Fighting ghost soldiers will be much more difficult than fighting flying flies. Chris and his team were immediately faced with new techniques that they had never seen before. They fell into an unknown hole and were able to land softly only thanks to Mia. At first, it seemed that this was a tomb, and they would have to spend the rest of their lives here. However, a second later, it became clear that they were surrounded by a pile of gold and precious stones. Chris immediately rushed to examine the treasures and did not hide his delight. Only the experienced demoness felt that something was clearly wrong here. She warned her husband not to open the treasure chest, but of course he didn't listen to her. This stubborn man is too greedy to follow sound advice. Now he will have to pay the price. Inside the chests lived monstrous monsters, and the ghosts, as it turned out, did not go anywhere. They returned to continue the battle. The ghosts will pay dearly for daring to anger the Demon King. You can't just fool Chris and expect life to go on as if nothing happened. The experienced hunter decided to pit the ghosts against the chest monsters. This was perhaps his most brilliant decision. Now, all that was left was to get out of here quickly while there was still such an opportunity. The underground tunnel led into the unknown, but it was much better than being left alone with the monsters. Now, even ghosts are not to be envied. Some cannibal has appeared who is eager to taste dead flesh. He began to pounce on the ghosts and mercilessly rip off their heads. The dead man's chest has captured one of the spirits and now controls an entire legion. The other chests did the same thing, leaving the hunters in even greater trouble. Sharon felt like she had been in these dungeons before and knew the way out. She advised Chris to pull the golden lever, and he decided to take the risk. The ground immediately collapsed under the monster's feet, and they found themselves trapped. The plan worked perfectly. Now it's time to use the rocket with the sharp tip. Ghosts used to mock hunters. Now it's their turn to feel what it's like. The Demon King has arrived to punish every villain in the desert. He will not leave until his mission is complete. A huge region was destroyed to the ground. Now we can think about how to get out. Something like an earthquake started. It looks like the tunnel activated self-destruct. Little Lola had long dreamed of helping her beloved parents. She summoned a battle stalk and asked her mom and dad to remain calm. The force of nature lifted them up. There is no need to fear being buried alive. By evening, the mission with the ghosts was completed, and it was time to take a little rest. It was a crazy and dangerous day. Without luck, they wouldn't have survived. Tomorrow, they need to be doubly careful if they don't want to repeat their mistakes. Today, for the first time in a long time, Sharon felt alive and remembered real emotions. How did she even know there would be traps in the dungeon? It turns out that this was once the treasury of her empire, and she created some of the traps herself. It was 3,000 years ago. In the western desert, there was the Empire of Sand, strong and calm. One night, ghosts burst into the human world and attacked her empire. The princess led the army and fought like a real lion, but even she could not save the people. The legendary empire was destroyed, and the entire ruling family sacrificed themselves. After this, the princess's soul was reincarnated many times. Sharon lost herself, became a ghost, and eventually woke up in a new body. Thanks to meeting Chris, she began to regain her humanity, strength, and memory. This is why she is so grateful to her husband. For her, he has become a real gift of fate. Now Sharon feels loved and protected, and she has never known such emotions before. For a couple of minutes in a row, they said sweet things to each other, immersed in tenderness. Some people might feel sick now, so it's better to omit some details. The next morning, Betty woke up and noticed that all the food had disappeared. There was no one around. Could it be that the thieves came from another area? The little fox realized that the bandits could live underground and began to dig a hole. There they found a dog named Bob. He clearly didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Sand dogs are not uncommon here, but Chris demands that Bob give up all the information or it will be a fried dinner. The good-natured dog was not used to such harsh treatment and immediately promised to tell everything he knew. Bob even offered to show them the city of sand sculptures where the ghosts hide. A few hours later, the hunters were already there and examining the surrounding area. The city of sculptures really turned out to be a reality. The dog didn't lie. Even the locals here were made of sand. It looked impressive. Bob turned out to be very cunning. He lured his new friends into a trap. There appeared a man named Vinny who could control sand. It turned out that not only sculptures live here, but also real people. Sandmaster Vinny built this city and can't stand uninvited guests. Today he intends to turn the hunters into statues and leave them here forever. That is, they encountered a real madman who escaped from a mental hospital. They urgently need to come up with a rescue plan. Chris can fight Vinny, stay on the sidelines, or take part in the sand sculpture competition. He chose the third option. What if he could get the coin of good and evil? Chris announced that he was also a sandmaster and suggested that they have a competition. He began to mock Vinny and said that his art was just a pathetic imitation. It worked. A tournament will be organized to decide who the real master is. The competition is divided into 3 stages, each with a unique theme, and judges award points. At each stage, the participant chooses a topic and hopes for the fairness of the jury. The first round is plants, and Chris is counting on his adopted daughter's support. He is confident that he will surpass the city botanist through inspiration and passion. The judges seem nervous, as if Vinny is keeping them under control. His sculpture combines plants and love. He called it Cactus Cupid. And Chris created a masterpiece called Children of Nature, and his work looked impressive. The judges, perhaps with sand in their eyes, gave the victory to the Demon King. Vinny couldn't believe his classic had lost to something so modern. It's time for him to get used to the idea that today, even ugliness is art. In the second stage, Chris won again, albeit due to complete absurdity. It seems he simply bribed the jury and now doesn't have to worry about his grades. It was only in the final that he finally showed his true class. The participants had to create an ideal creature out of sand. Vinny sculpted himself, and Chris sculpted an exact copy of his beloved wife. He not only won the hearts of the judges, but also guaranteed himself an ideal cultivation for the night. The victory was unconditional. No one doubted it anymore. The mission is completed, and Chris now receives the good and evil coin. Vinny took the defeat hard, and memories of the past came flooding back to him. Once upon a time, an army of ghosts attacked the city and destroyed all the inhabitants. Then, in desperation, he awakened the power of sand and survived only thanks to it. His girlfriend also died. Perhaps the ghosts were attracted by her light. Since then, he swore to keep outsiders out and protect the city. He created all these sculptures to remember those who were dear to him. Chris understood how important the recognition was to Vinny and supported him. The master did not want to show the statue to his beloved, but eventually decided to do so. He introduced her to everyone, and Chris honestly said that he had never seen such beauty. It's time to say goodbye. They are friends now. Vinny doesn't know where to look for the sand ghost, but he gave him directions to Sin City. This city is full of monsters and can be reached by sandboat. Winnie became kinder and helped the hunters overcome the desert. Everyone dreamed of a cool bath and a sip of mojito. But dreams can wait. The mission in the desert is not yet complete. Sin City greeted them with rotten streets and crumbling infrastructure. Poverty, vice, and monsters united under the walls of this city. It is very reminiscent of the modern world, so hunters feel very comfortable here. Here they met a mysterious old man who offered his help to the inexperienced travelers. Bella gave him her phone and asked him to take a photo of her with her friends. The old man immediately took advantage of the moment and ran away with the phone. Does he really think he can overtake the Demon King in his old age? Chris, who had never taken ethics classes in school, calmly caught up with the old man and hit him right on the back of the head. He constantly beats women, children, and even old people. It is immediately obvious that he grew up without a father and a normal upbringing. The old man said that the sand ghost comes and goes without a trace, and the residents do not know where exactly he lives and recuperates. Only the bard in the next tavern can answer these questions if he uses force. Chris asked his wife to find a hotel and get some rest, and he decided to get information on his own. Sometimes every person just wants to be alone. Chris went to the nearest tavern to find the very bard the old man had told him about. The Moonlight Tavern is crowded today. The music is soft, and the smell of strong alcohol is noticeable. Among the various monsters, it is not difficult to spot a bard. Such people always stand out from the crowd. Chris knows that this man has information about the desert ghost. He began asking questions without further ado and made it clear with his gaze that he intended to find out the whole truth. Judging by the reaction of the local resident, he had already met the ghost and was ready to answer questions. To do this, Chris will have to play the game and win. The Demon King decided to use the system reward to win this game. He recently received the Good and Evil coin, and now he can't wait to use it. Bard is a very ancient and stubborn gambler. He never refuses various bets. He used to lose huge amounts of money, and once he even won a house for himself, which earned him fame throughout the city. The coin turned out to be very cunning and quickly punished the arrogant player. As soon as the skull fell, the bard immediately felt as if he had been struck by Zeus's lightning. From the very beginning, she showed her power. With her help, you can turn a white person into an African American. Chris won this artifact from the system and hopes that fate will be more favorable to him. As a result, the coin doesn't care at all who it shocks. Even its owner was taught a lesson by the coin for his excessive self-confidence. For the next few hours, the game continued, and no one was going to give up. Players were shocked again and again and suffered these horrible fates. Those gathered realized that they were watching gamblers who never take a step back. Only after many attempts did Chris finally get lucky. The coin showed wings and made its owner happy. Now the bard must answer any question the traveler may have. The two interlocutors were left alone, opened a bottle of good whiskey, and began a long and difficult conversation. In fact, the bard has been working as an informant for the sand ghost for a long time and has serious reasons for this. The ghost took over his house and ordered him to go outside to gather information on him. After a battle with the hunters, the ghost was wounded and is now recuperating in this very house. Chris decided to take extreme measures just to punish the sand ghost, who had already captured many cities. It wasn't the first time he had to dress in women's clothing to pass face control. Sometimes this guy turns into a beautiful lady who can drive any self-respecting man crazy. Even the monsters were not ready to withstand such a wonderful aura of beauty. They very quickly lost their composure and forgot about caution. The Demon King took advantage of the guards' oversight and sent them to sleep with one blow. He made too much noise and attracted the attention of the ghosts of death. Chris will have to rip off his feminine attire and forget about perversion until he meets his wife again. Now is not the time to dress up. We need to fight and kill monsters to cleanse the city of evil. For this task, you can always call on your sword for help along with Nancy's aura. This little girl is able to clear the way for her owner in just a few seconds. After this, Chris called for help from the golden armor and showed the second ability of the Monkey King. He quickly dispersed the remaining ghosts and felt a surge of energy. The Monkey King caught the attention of a girl with plump lips, and everyone in the city knows her beauty. This beauty is called the Spirit of the Snake. One kiss from her is enough to take the life of any handsome man. Her aura can be felt even at a great distance. It's better not to mess around with this cobra. Sometimes she makes strange hints with her fingers and offers the Monkey King to fulfill all her innermost desires. Chris is not going to tolerate this despite her divine beauty. Cobra has a knack for hypnosis which he uses to quickly seduce men. Only Nancy can withstand this aura and remain sane. The little girl tried to protect her master. Her strength should be enough for this. She may be physically strong, but can she resist the magic of love? One glance of a cobra is enough to take over the consciousness of any living creature. Chris immediately saw his dream come true. He met his wife, who had just gotten out of the shower. The same thing happened to Nancy. There are a lot of balls around her, which drives her crazy. Cobra was always one step ahead. That was until now, when the demoness intervened in the fight. These tricks won't work on Sharon. She will free her husband from his perverted illusions. Cobra realized that she couldn't do without physical skills. The battle began. This perverted snake quickly revealed its huge tail, capable of strangling even a boa constrictor. The demoness is trapped. You need to use a weapon to escape from the embrace of death. Now all hopes are on Sharon. For the first time in a long time, she comes to the forefront. Only she can challenge this sexy woman with the skills of an illusionist. Two beauties fight for the heart of one man. This is a classic of the genre. In the end, experience conquers youth, and the demon conquers the ghost. A terrible and poisonous snake changed its shape to at least avoid being decapitated. Sharon took it in her hands and relaxed for a second, thinking that victory was already in the bag. Thanks to this, the little snake was able to see the hidden desires of her new friend. Now it's known that Sharon loves more than just handsome boys. Chris needs to keep a closer eye on her. There is no doubt that the cobra and the demoness will become friends, and when Chris goes to work, we'll have a great time together. There is no time to think about these vulgarities now. Chris is busy with other things. He knocked out several ghosts and continues his search for the castle's main boss. There are no worthy opponents here. Our hero hasn't stretched his stiff muscles for a long time. He approached the main hall of the palace and confidently opened the doors. The silhouette of a strong and powerful ghost, who had been waiting for him here for a long time, immediately appeared before him. The ghost of the desert deliberately spread rumors about his wound in order to lure the most confident fighters of the city here. He created a brilliant plan to kill all rivals and completely clear the territory of enemies. Chris felt a strong ghostly aura. His skills were blocked and his body was too exposed. As soon as the Demon King appeared in the desert, the ghost immediately paid attention to him. In this man, the ghost felt a powerful soul energy that attracted him. He summoned a shadow sword and prepared to take this energy to become even more powerful. Chris had never experienced anything like this before. His throat went dry, he began to get nervous and doubt his skills. At such moments, the system always comes to the rescue. The aura of the Monkey King is ready for battle. Whatever happens next, Chris will fight until the last drop of blood. Today's opponent will be a new experience and a great addition to his trophy collection. The problem is that normal attacks don't work here. The Sand King isn't afraid of classic damage. To defeat him, you need to think outside the box. At the same time, the Sand King has excellent control over the desert and can do whatever he wants with the sand. When needed, he creates a huge hand that can stop even Zeus. At night, the king of the desert creates beautiful girls, but it is better not to mention this. Chris relied too heavily on past experience, although this time it was necessary to adapt and look for a new format. This became his main mistake. He missed several hits and ended up as dessert on a glutton's table. Now he's very vulnerable. That's what happens when you attack a legendary ghost without a clear plan. Today is clearly a woman's day. Sharon is once again rushing to the rescue to save her husband. Before, she always remained in his shadow, only giving wise advice. But today, everything changed. The husband was too weak to fight the monsters of the sandy desert. At such moments, the demon princess is obliged to come to the rescue and pull her beloved out of trouble. A piece of her soul lives in Chris's body. This is what attracted the king of the desert. He wants to gain this power, become stronger, and expand his influence by absorbing new cities. The wife warned her husband, "The ghost is of the highest level. You need to be extremely careful with it. The Sand King has a variety of skills that will be difficult to stop." But one should not underestimate the demoness. Her experience has always played a decisive role. Now, using the spiritual flame skill, she intends to show that she was written off too early. The Desert King was surprised. He had known Sharon for a long time and never thought that she would reach such heights. His words deeply touched the girl. They were familiar, and that meant a lot. In the past, they may have been enemies, and perhaps even lovers, but Chris is better off not knowing about it. Now the husband is trying to save his beauty with the help of wild monkey skills. He pulled her from the embrace of death and held her close to him so that she would feel calm and protected. Chris wants to solve all the problems himself, but Sharon is not going to back down. She is too interested in her rival. They had known each other before. Only 3,000 years had passed since their last meeting. The Desert King finally took off his mask and showed eyes full of love and care. Sharon immediately recognized her brother. His name is Juan, and all this time her sister thought he was dead. When he died, the soul disappeared. It had nowhere to go, and he was forced to join the one who would give him strength. For many years he held back, passionately desiring to one day destroy his enemies. Over the years, he has changed a lot. His sister suggested that they reunite and become a family like before, but he is in no hurry to agree. Juan is now half human, half ghost. The Desert King wants to stay here, swallow up human cities, conquer the world, and restore the empire to its former glory. He has already created many ghost warriors who carry out his orders. Juan calls his sister to join the army to bring back the glory of the empire and take over the world. Chris explained that if Juan wanted revenge, they could team up, and it didn't necessarily involve taking over the world. To Juan, it sounds like a joke, just the naive ideas of fools. He will no longer entrust his fate to those who have not walked his path. The princess will have to make a choice, to take the side of good or go over to the side of evil. She chooses good and is ready to fight with her brother to save the world from chaos. It won't be easy to beat Juan. He's reached a new level over the years. Chris has never faced such opponents before. He will have to discover new strengths within himself. Juan decided to run away and asked his sister to wait until he created a new world and made her happy. Brother has changed a lot. He needs to be found as soon as possible to stop the bloodshed. The next day, Chris and the team set out to find the king of the desert. Our hero, as always, is in a good mood, which cannot be said about his beloved. She thinks all the time about her brother, who rose from the dead and turned to the side of evil. Because of this, she may not notice the appearance of sand sharks in the desert. Everyone is used to thinking that sharks are found only in the ocean, and there is no need to be afraid of them in the desert. Of course, this is a mistake. The modern world has changed. Now everything is possible. Chris needs to be more flexible in his thoughts, otherwise he will not be able to adapt to new conditions. The giant shark rushed to attack, showing all its snow-white teeth. Even the sharpest sword will lose a battle to these teeth. Chris escaped death thanks to Mia's help. Now we need to quickly mobilize our forces and destroy the terrible monster. Only by defeating the shark will there be a chance to return the wife and friends from its stomach. For now, Sharon, Betty, and Lola are okay, but not for long. They are clearly not on holiday. You can't envy them now. An urgent exit must be found. For this, a sharp object must cut the stomach. The girls decided to split up and do everything they could to get out. Meanwhile, Chris tries to kill the shark, which is in no hurry to fight. The monster tries to run away, as if he doesn't understand that no one has ever run away from Nancy. With the help of her sword, she will make even the biggest monster in the world scream in pain. The huge titan boils with pain. He doesn't like being pierced with sharp objects. To defeat such a giant, you will have to create a special weapon. The demon sword, together with the Monkey King's spear, created the deity Slayer. Chris must pull himself together and not give in to fear and despair. The shark's agility has noticeably decreased. Now the advantage is on the side of the Demon King. All that remains is to take advantage of the speed and deliver the fatal blow. Easier said than done. It will take several attempts to get closer. The huge monster has gone mad. We need to deprive it of its fins so that it doesn't escape. Meanwhile, little Lola found a strange red stone in the shark's stomach. It is a philosophical relic. If you take it out, the shark will lose its life force. Chris noticed that his wife was helping from the inside. The shark was losing control over the body. He took advantage of the moment and cut the monster into 2 large pieces. The ghost instantly turned into a skeleton and will no longer cause problems for travelers. The family was reunited and received the Philosopher's Stone as a reward. Chris immediately hugged the beauty and asked her to absorb the core of the stone. She must regain her full strength and become as powerful as before. Sometimes she resembles a fairy, although when they first met, Sharon almost tore his head off. She is now close to a full recovery and an upcoming wedding ceremony. First, you will have to defeat the sand ghost so that you don't have to worry about the world being plunged into darkness. The hunters continued to explore the desert and found another city. It's surprisingly quiet here. The small village is clearly not for tourists. The village contains a legendary staff associated with the demon princess. She lost it many years ago, and only when she saw the staff did she remember her weapon. Much has changed over the years. The staff used to shine, but now it has turned into an ordinary stick. The locals became frightened and began to attack the uninvited guests. They probably thought that they were dealing with ghosts that needed to be destroyed. It seems that no young people live here, only old people who have heard legends about the princess of the sand desert. The village is part of the former empire, all that remains of it. People remember the legends and are ready to bow their heads before their princess. Sharon asked to get up and learned that all the young residents had been taken by Juan. He ordered them to build pyramids to summon more ghost soldiers. Where the pyramids are built, night ghosts rule. These monsters not only capture people into slavery, but also control water sources. Now residents are forced to use dirty water and suffer from inconvenience. Chris promised that he and his team would save the village and bring back the old days. Together with Sharon, he will go to battle with her brother. Meanwhile, Betty will stay with Mia and Lola to solve the drinking water problem for the residents. The team wisely split up and quickly got down to business. A young couple stands near the pyramids and studies the area. There are many ghosts here that bring a lot of pain to ordinary people. We need to intervene urgently, and to do this, we will have to call upon an army of skeletons. These bone guys always get the job done. They may be weak in some ways, but their rage and dedication are always striking. As soon as the skeletons attacked the ghosts, chaos ensued. The slaves took advantage of the moment and also began to attack the desert monsters. Chris noticed that there was a pool for VIPs on the main pyramid. In this pool, the night ghost Sipa enjoys life, surrounded by 2 beautiful monsters. This chick is getting away with too much and needs to be brought down to earth immediately. Chris thought he could easily deal with this guy, but only now did he realize that he was facing a high-level monster. The night ghost turned out to be a chicken. If someone had said this before, I wouldn't have believed it. The golden rooster instantly jumped out of the water and fluffed up its colorful feathers. In such a situation, you can't do without the help of a cobra. Now is its finest hour. Cobra was not left alive for nothing. Now she is obliged to carry out any order of Sharon. The fight with the chicken turned out to be no competition. The cobra was several levels stronger than this guy. Cobra won the first round with confidence and turned the chicken into a fire dragon. He became so angry that he spent all his energy on crazy death attacks. After this, he was so exhausted that he almost died from overwork. He needs to understand that he now has a new master, whom he must obey and before whom he must bow. The chicken was left without feathers and thought that he would still be able to fly. This fool was too easy to catch. Now he's easy bait for a real shark. The Demon King will make him a prisoner and cook him for Thanksgiving instead of a turkey. The entire pyramid was filled with water, which was taken by the deceased inhabitants. All that was needed was to open the gates to relieve the villagers of their main problem. These old people have never been so happy. Now they can wash themselves and feel the fresh touch of nature. Chris and his team did a great job. In just one day, they destroyed the slave owners and gave people hope for a brighter future. The chicken was the unluckiest of all. It was thrown to be eaten by experienced lions. Chris has no intention of letting him go. He wants to use the chicken as a means of transportation. Our hero simply doesn't have the money for a private jet. He needs to find a cheaper alternative. At first you would refuse and say that you would never be a plane for a person. Everything changed after training and a few punches to the face. Now this monster is not inferior to any combat aircraft in the world. He very quickly delivered his new master to the iron gates of the Palace of Death. Here you need to be careful, think through your steps, and create the perfect plan for victory. The city is very well guarded. You need to penetrate it using skills. Chris asked the girls to calm down and said that he knew what to do. Saipa must fly over the city and collect all available information, even if he doesn't like the idea. Chris made a contract with him. If the chick tries to betray his master, he will be cursed. Now he has no choice. He will either follow the orders of the Demon King or die a horrible death. Very quickly, he found himself in the sky and saw how many troops were concentrated in the city. The ghostly monsters noticed the juicy bird and decided to roast it. At this point, you want to regret that you didn't choose death. There is nothing worse than ending up on a ghost's plate. Meanwhile, the owner and the crew enjoyed life and played poker. When the wounded chick returned, there was despondency and acceptance of death in his eyes. Now he is a slave who is sent to carry out the dirtiest tasks. Chris knows how to calm this monster down. The water of life will improve the mood of even the most gloomy creature in the galaxy. After calming down, Mia proposed an interesting plan to infiltrate the city. It is not necessary to go straight ahead. You can dig a tunnel under the city. As soon as they were in the darkness, the fox switched on predator mode and looked closely at the chick. She loves raw meat and will be hard to stop once she gets her hands on the cockerel. Chris didn't pay attention and continued walking forward until he found a source of water. The underground reservoir is very well guarded, which means the hunters are now exposed. It was not possible to keep the secret. We will have to fight and kill all the witnesses, otherwise it will be the end. In this situation, the chick came to the rescue, killing all the ghosts with one flap of his wing. It turns out that he can not only fly but also fight monsters. Betty's skills were hidden for a long time, but she has something to brag about. She controls the spirits of water. It takes a lot of energy, but to win, you need to be able to sacrifice. Betty summoned the water spirit, and Chris felt the world around him change completely. He had never seen anything like it. It was as if Poseidon had descended from the heavens to perform a few tricks. Betty summoned not only the reservoir, but also the underground waters. Now the Iron City will be flooded. The ghosts never thought that the largest swimming pool in the world would be built in the desert. There are only ground soldiers here. Now they are out of action. Betty is very tired. She has spent a lot of energy and needs the water of life. Chris and his wife decided to send the rest of the team on a well-deserved vacation. Saipa must drink some water and play the role of a high-speed plane again. One sip of this soda is enough to turn even the most sullen monster into a cheerful alpha male. Now little Lola and Betty are heading to a safe place. Chris and his wife left only the deadly fox with them and prepared for battle. Now they don't have to think about others. They can relax and fully immerse themselves in the battle. Lately, each of them has taken a liking to killing monsters. It has become something like entertainment. First, they have to get through the second mid-level captain, the lizard ghost. The lizard was surprised to see that his own sister, the cobra, had decided to go over to the enemy's side. If he doesn't do the same, a terrible death awaits him today. Chris personally activated the fusion of the purple and gold swords and prepared to send the lizard to its creator. As a sign of respect for the enemy, he also intends to use the coin of good and evil. Attentive viewers will remember how this coin works and what result it most often comes up with. The lizard felt electric currents running through his body, and now he would definitely remain sterile. Only now did Chris realize that this coin could be used as a weapon. He confidently destroyed the monster and obtained its inner core of power. Together with his wife, he continues to progress. This is inevitable if they want to beat Juan. The cobra and the fox promise to take on the rest of the ghosts and give freedom to the master. Chris can also count on the villagers who have come to help restore justice. Now, together with his wife, he has a chance to challenge the main villain of the Iron City. Cold-blooded and ruthless Juan has been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The king of the desert is thirsty for blood like never before. He wouldn't want to kill his sister, but he's ready to do anything to achieve his goal. As soon as he saw Sharon, he immediately invited her to take his side. After the refusal, the ghost activated a combat aura and forgot about family ties. Chris called upon a lightning strike to help, and the demoness used spiritual energy. Her power level has increased after absorbing the Philosopher's Stone. Now she is capable of many things. Feeling threatened, the Desert King immediately summoned sandstorms. The sand gives him incredible strength and opens up great possibilities. To win, he is going to split the yin-yang. Husband and wife are one, they give each other strength and will become weaker if separated. Juan said goodbye to his sister in his mind and attacked with a blast of sand dust. Although Chris was far away, he managed to close the distance at the last moment and protect his wife. It is almost impossible to withstand such pressure. Hunters feel the king of the desert grinding their bones into powder. Their defense failed. The end was closer than it seemed. With the last of their strength, the loving couple reached out to each other to grab each other with their hands. They say that love is stronger than death. Now it will become clear whether this is true. There was a huge explosion that will clearly lead to a tectonic shift. Juan didn't even blink. It was over. As soon as it began, he made a choice and said goodbye to his sister. The cobra and the fox had been watching the battle all this time. They witnessed a terrible scene and felt how all the past problems suddenly became insignificant. Chris didn't feel anything. At that moment, he was sure that he had died and entered the world of the dead. He saw his family in front of him and felt annoyed that he had abandoned them to their fate. Then he remembered his older sister, whom he had promised to walk hand in hand with him, but still let her down. Then my thoughts turned to my friends from the academy, who always supported me and guided me on the right path. Despite all these connections, it was Sharon he worried about most, the one he had protected so poorly. He had not yet helped his wife restore her body, which meant that he could not allow himself to die under any circumstances. Some incredible aura brought him back to life, and the Desert King felt the impending danger. He turned around abruptly and saw an incomprehensible aura of fire and lightning rise from the ground. Chris just evolved while saving his wife and revealed his military form. His transformation amazed his opponent. Now the battle promised to be difficult and one-sided. Chris challenged the Desert King to a duel and immediately rushed to attack. Now the fight was on equal terms. Sharon also entered the fray and did not leave her husband alone. The deadly animals were there all along, waiting for the moment to come to the rescue. They were happy. The owner had survived, and it was now impossible to pass by the attack on the king of the desert. The opponent, enraged to the limit, activated the sand shadow field. This technique is almost forgotten. It is only briefly mentioned in ancient Mayan books. In the modern world, no one is familiar with this power, and therefore it is almost impossible to protect oneself. The hunting party found themselves on a sandy field that was to become their grave. The Sand King moved them there specifically so that no one would interfere with the administration of justice. He called his warriors and ordered them to destroy the overconfident hunters. Chris and his team stood back to back and felt a powerful unity. Never before had they been so selfless. It gave them strength, confidence, and new opportunities. The Demon King soared high into the sky, preparing for a crushing blow. He refused to be easy prey. Now the battle will be uncompromising. The desire to destroy the world and restore the glory of the empire became his main mistake. Juan must understand, the world moves forward. History does not repeat itself and does not go back. Everything he longed for has already passed. People have forgotten the past and created a new future. Either he will become a part of this future, or he will leave the world as a mechanism that no one needs. Now, with his last strength, he continued to fight, hoping for victory. His sand warriors were destroyed, and the initiative was slipping from his hands like soap. Finding himself alone, he was surrounded by rivals, some who had been allies just yesterday. The sister and the cobra chose the side of good, realizing the need for change. Juan could have followed their example, but he refused and signed his own death warrant. Realizing that they wanted to destroy him, he decided not to resist. Instead, he activated sandstorm mode, intending to destroy himself along with his enemies. Some will call him a madman, some will call him a genius. Juan showed character and with superhuman efforts made the desert burn. When the dust settled and the fire dispersed, the sun illuminated the bloody battlefield. Sharon felt weak and realized that her battle was over and she had no strength to get up. Meanwhile, her brother felt better and raised his long, sharp sword. With impudence, he took a few steps forward, preparing to behead his beloved sister. But due to my own naivety, I forgot. You should never rejoice prematurely. Chris, like a predatory leopard, waited for the moment when the zebra would be distracted by a watering hole. With lightning speed, he closed in on his opponent and delivered the crushing blow that is so often talked about. Juan collapsed to the ground, helpless, his arms and legs refusing to obey his consciousness. A wounded lion is especially dangerous at such moments. His mistakes cannot be repeated. Chris wasn't experienced enough yet. He forgot about absolute defense and missed the fatal blow. Meanwhile, the whole team woke up and watched the battle. The bloody scene was a turning point for them. They had never been so afraid. The deadly blade pierced Chris's body, but he stubbornly refused to die. How he manages to do this is a mystery. Insane strength, an unbending character, or help from the system. Despite everything, he gathered his will into a fist and delivered a precise blow to the jaw of the King of the Sands. Then he pulled the sword out of his body and felt boiling blood run down his back. He wasn't at his best during the transformation, but he overcame all barriers, managed to stand up to an opponent who was twice as strong. Even mortally wounded, these Terminators continue to fight. Ordinary people would have turned into cold corpses long ago, but not them. Sharon asked her brother to stop and walk on the bright side with the people. Thanks to her beloved, she found meaning in life and healed her soul. She offers the same to Juan. She feels that his brother's heart longs for affection and care. He has changed lately, becoming an unworthy older brother. Previously, he protected the weak, but now he is trying to suppress humanity and bright ideals. It's time to look back and realize that people under his rule do not feel happy. The villagers who serve Juan dream of death and do not feel prosperous. He thought he was advocating peace, but he threw the peaceful into tyranny and lawlessness. You don't have to turn back time to restore an empire. We need to move forward, learn from our mistakes, and create a new, prosperous empire. Sharon used to hate people too, but everything changed after meeting a special person. She enjoys living with her husband and will love him forever. Juan must accept her choice and reconsider his views. He had wandered alone for too long and only now realized his mistakes. During this time, he picked up 2 stones to absorb them and become human. Now the Desert King doubts whether he needs it. He decides to give the Philosopher's Stones to his sister. Thanks to them, she will return to human form and be happy with her husband. Juan reconsidered his views and decided not to denigrate the bright world any longer. While searching for a magical artifact, he destroyed all the ghosts of his army. People can forget fear. Now they are free in thoughts and actions. All 4 cities are returning to normal life after the desert era. The brother says goodbye to his sister and sets off on a journey to explore the human world. If the future disappoints, he will turn to the dark side again. If people change his mind, Juan will not do anything bad again. The Philosopher's Stone quickly helped Sharon feel better. But the energy is too strong for the fragile body. It needs rest. 4 days have passed and Chris is still in Sin City. The desert returns to normal, but the Demon King is stuck in the past. He cannot live in the present while his wife is in discomfort. Today, she opened her eyes for the first time in all these days. It seems that she has become human again, and the past seems like just a dream. Together they passed all the tests and returned normal life to 4 cities. Now her hand feels different, gentle, slightly cold, but soft. After the transformation, the crystal became shy, although he had been waiting for this for a long time. Everyone understood the husband and wife needed to be given a little time and left alone. Now that the princess is human again, cultivation will become even more enjoyable. For Chris, this is a double victory, clearing the territory and a new level of relationship with his wife. Such moments in life must be celebrated at the family table. The cobra managed to make friends with the fox cub. They also look happy. When the sun set, the princess decided to take her husband away for a while. She had long wanted to lift him high into the sky so that he could feel freedom. The stars, the fresh air, the serenity and comfort, the Demon King felt all of this now. He stood on Mitsuki Hill, the highest point in the desert. The moon and the stars witnessed a crazy love that would become the stuff of legends in the future. They spent the next few hours under the starry sky, sheltering in a tent. The next morning, it was decided to stay here for a couple more days. Every day, this couple forgot about all the problems of life and simply enjoyed life. They cultivated both day and night, and Chris looked like a happy little kitten. Finally, they returned to the City of Sins. There, their long-awaited guests were waiting for them, Brittany with her security. She was happy that her brother completed the task and cleared the 4 cities of ghosts. Although the Desert King had escaped, Brittany insisted that he was now a member of Daxia, and the situation was under control. The inspector learned of Chris's achievements and agreed to accept him into the night patrol. But the Demon King was in no hurry to work. He still dreamed of spending time with his wife. He seemed to have misunderstood. Night patrol was just a name. The job remains the same: periodically carry out missions and destroy bad guys. Sharon supported her husband, reminding him that every man should have his own goals. This was enough for the Demon King to agree to join the night patrol. Brittany was happy. Now there would be 2 of their family members in the fight against monsters. After Chris joined the organization, several secrets of the world were revealed to him. Today, the world has become much more dangerous. The news shows only a small part of what is happening. The island of Yin is beset by wars and natural disasters. The area is completely overrun by ghosts who have created a real hell for the civilians. Troubles have reached the Western Kingdom as well. Ghosts disguise themselves as civilians and disappear into the crowd. Through these tactics, they seized control of the cities and created chaos. A desperate battle was taking place in the Snow Kingdom, where everyone, despite the lack of people, sacrificed themselves for the common good. Even the sea areas are restless. Giant ghosts emerge from the water and destroy entire islands. Enemy forces give no respite, and the Hunters Association is always in need of new fighters. Talents like Chris are worth their weight in gold these days. There are high hopes for him. The Demon King hopes that his wife will return with him and that they will become part of the Night Watch together. He was surprised to hear that the princess wanted to stay in the desert. They are not destined to be happy as before. Chris has his own goals, and Sharon feels that her place is in the desert. She wants her husband to succeed and surpass his father. The government wants to thank the desert. Sharon can become a special agent of the Night Watch and still live here. In the modern world, nothing is impossible. You just have to want it. Sharon agreed to these terms and became a full-fledged agent of the Night Watch. The husband could only support his beauty. Nobody said that they were breaking up forever. It was a temporary phenomenon. We need to rid the world of evil, and to do this, we will have to make sacrifices. Many members of the team also decided to stay with the Demon Princess. They would be better off with her. Chris hugged his wife more warmly and tenderly than ever before their short separation. He said goodbye and flew away to return as a legend of mankind. Now a new stage of life begins for each of them, one that we will eagerly watch. The evil forces have long been losing patience. They have lost another battle, and this ruins all their plans. At the monster headquarters, the main boss goes mad with rage after learning that the Sand King has gone missing. Jan has long since sided with the monsters and is ready to make his move. He prays to God for peace and is confident that he can replace the Sand King. Jan dreams of taking his place in the Shadow World and taking revenge on his enemies. The boss's clones are now abroad. We need to occupy territories and take over the whole world. Soon the demons will take a decisive step, and then people will fall to their knees before fate. There's no need to say goodbye to Juan. He now has a new role. He accidentally ended up in his sister's city and tries to understand who people really are. It's a completely different world here. The infrastructure and technology are amazing. Juan hides his ghostly aura to appear like an ordinary person, but forgot to change his image. Because of this, it attracts too much attention. Nobody likes being laughed at and having to just run away. It will take a long time before the Desert King gets used to the new world. The same can be said about people who are surprised to see this flying fighter. Little Olivia tries to escape from monsters in the city center. The modern world forces even young schoolgirls to adapt to dangers. She saw a man and threw herself into his arms to save herself. Juan almost witnessed a bloody scene. The monsters mistook him for a long-haired girl and ordered him to undress immediately. Hearing this, the Desert King became furious. With the help of a sand strike, he made the monsters suffer like never before. Olivia was scared, but she felt safe in the man's arms. He is too tough and not used to tenderness and hugs. He needs to gradually adapt to the world. Maybe Olivia can help? She barely had time to say his name before he turned around and walked away in the other direction. While running, the girl twisted her ankle, and now she can't get home normally. Everyone has already realized that a love story is unfolding before our eyes. Juan could not remain indifferent and agreed to help the little girl. Shy Olivia showed the way and blushed constantly. The young girl was not used to the embrace of such a courageous and strong man. She admired his strength, but she could not break through him. He has been a harsh and uncompromising tyrant for too long. He needs to be introduced to the new world very carefully. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at Olivia's house. He threw her on the sofa like a sack of cabbage. You can't call him a romantic. Then he decided to examine her leg to at least help somehow. The magic skills worked. The beauty's leg was immediately restored. It was very sweet. The stern man turned out to be gentle and caring. He was about to leave, but Olivia suggested something to eat. People were sucking the energy out of him, and Juan was really hungry. He agreed to stay for dinner so as not to offend the hostess. He was served scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This is a new thing for him. He never paid attention to taste. For him, food was just a source of strength. Everything is too dry and banal. What else can you expect from a person 3,000 years ago? He ate several plates like an experienced pig and carefully thanked the hostess. Olivia wanted to walk him home and had just found out that Juan had no place to live. This is the first time she hears this. Does he really like sleeping in trees? She offered to stay with her and take the main bed. Olivia wanted to go to the sofa, but Juan didn't want to make her uncomfortable. He offered to spend the night together, a request that made the girl blush like a tomato. They have only known each other for one day and cannot become close so quickly. Juan lives by the old laws and does not understand these hints. He said that if she didn't like the bed, they could lie down on the sofa. Olivia couldn't resist his persistence and was forced to sleep with the handsome man. Deep down she was happy, although she pretended to be an innocent and defenseless schoolgirl. Because of her nerves, she couldn't sleep and started talking to Juan. She just found out that he was left without parents or family. Olivia is in a similar situation. Her only relative left is her father. Mom died after a long illness, and Dad is rarely at home, fighting ghosts. Olivia is used to being alone and wants to become strong and confident like Juan, so that you never have to be afraid of monsters again while walking around the city. Juan looked at the girl and said that if she wanted, he could teach her a lot. Olivia was very happy and did not hide her joy. She seems to be romanticizing this guy too much. He asked her to come closer and kiss him, but at that moment Olivia was very scared. For a person who is several thousand years old, all this probably seems like kindergarten. I had to fall asleep without cultivating. This happens sometimes. Now you can find out how things are going for the girl who is feared by all the elementary school students. Markova recently took up the post of chairperson of the disciplinary committee. She now patrols the hallways and school grounds during breaks. Everyone around is afraid of her. They bow their heads and don't even dare look her in the eyes. Sometimes Margot is so confident in her abilities that she challenges older students. She won't rest until she takes control of the entire school. Today was exactly such a case. She challenged the senior schoolboys to a duel. Margot has never been stopped by this, and she has loyal soldiers like Sandra. The high school students quickly regretted getting involved with these girls. A minute later, a cool car with impressive wheels pulled up to the school. The yellow ferret got angry and said that this was not a parking place. He better calm down and see who gets out of the car. Chris finally returned from his mission. Now he's even cooler and has joined the night watch. Little Margot was incredibly happy to see her older brother. Very soon they returned home and began to unpack the gifts that the Demon King had brought. This is how his missions always end. The girls get new things and different toys. They have a good time together, knowing that Chris could be sent on a new mission at any moment. The next day, the very new guy everyone was talking about showed up at the night watch department. Brittany promised to show her brother everything and tell him how to behave in his new job. He must join the task force and work with his sister until he gets better. Brittany asked her brother to watch his language while talking to the leader of the second group. She knows that her brother gets along well with girls, so she specially selected a special mentor for him. His new boss was the stunning and irresistible Jennifer. She already knows that Chris is Brittany's younger brother, who has achieved outstanding results. Now she treats him coldly and calls him a weak newbie. Brittany immediately stood up for her brother and stated that he had already earned respect. After this, Jennifer began to flirt with the newcomer and called him Tall and Strong Apollo. Brittany wanted to choose the best mentor for her brother, but she chose the worst option. Jennifer promised to take care of him and asked her friend not to worry. As soon as Brittany left the office, the real acquaintance began. Chris must forget everything that just happened and prepare for a life of hell. Jennifer has heard of his achievements and warns. Now low-level ghosts will have to be forgotten. The Night Watch requires quality work. It is not an academy or a school. Here you will have to fight terrible monsters, but for this you will finally start to pay big money. A newbie can get several benefits if he earns respect. Any graduate of the academy will be able to work with such a manager. Night Watch recruits complete tasks independently. Chris will have to get used to being teased by a self-confident woman. Previously, this role was played by Bella. Now Jennifer has taken her place. Chris is entering a new phase of his life, and he needs to make an impression. The first task will be to investigate the disappearance of men in the area of Route 3 in the Northern District. There's something strange going on there. People who went there before have gone missing, and of course there are ghosts here. Chris promised to solve the problem and went to the Northern District. He didn't find a single clue the whole day, even though the crime rate here is the highest. During a night walk, he met a blonde who offered to get to know her. As he got closer, he clearly felt the ghost's terrible aura. The girl pretended to be very honest and innocent, having nothing demonic in her. You can take the initiative and spend time with her. Be careful and not give in to temptation, or attack and expose this bandit. Chris was once again faced with a choice that would determine his future fate. The girl said she was very hungry and offered to have dinner, but Chris replied that he was not hungry. Sometimes men don't understand hints at all. At such moments, you need to speak as directly as possible. Otherwise, nothing will work. Chris suggested that they remain friends and call the blonde Big Sister. He resisted the temptation and automatically completed the task, increasing his strength. Now you can break the rules and play dirty. The Demon King immediately suggested spending the evening together. The disappearance of men in the city is clearly connected to this woman. There is no doubt about it. There is an aura of a demon about her, and she behaves in the strangest possible way. The blonde's name is Rose. She invited Chris to her home, where the energy of dark forces reigned. Chris felt uncomfortable here and tried not to relax. The beauty suggested drinking some wine to drive away bad thoughts. She behaved freely and tried with all her might to convey her excitement to the man. Chris was very wise. He immediately said that he doesn't drink alcohol and leads a sporty lifestyle. Instead of wine, he prefers the water of life, which fills him with energy. Although Rose didn't show her nerves, deep down she was torn with anger. So far, things weren't going according to her plan, and she looked a little silly. Due to doubts and nerves, she forgot that she shouldn't drink a glass poured for a guest. Many have already realized that Rose added poison to it. A second later, she felt sick, and Chris immediately understood everything. He calmly continued to play the role of a stupid guy and ignored the demonic aura. When he asked her to give him a foot massage, Rose could no longer contain her anger. She showed her true colors and prepared to eat a human for dinner. She probably wasn't taught any manners at all about how to behave with guests. First, it was necessary to give a massage, and only then show the real face. Chris didn't come to play games. He came to solve the city's problem, nothing more and nothing less. Rose charged forward, confident in her preparation. After 100 blows, Chris defeated the ghost and finally relaxed. The beauty couldn't do anything with this guy. Now she must answer all his questions and tell him what happened in the city and why men are disappearing. The frightened blonde only helped the ghosts deceive people and lure them to the slaughter. There are more than just monsters involved in this case. The investigation is ongoing. Chris ordered her to take human form and take him to the juicy slaughterhouse. He told her not to move and to remain silent. Together they jumped over the fence, and Chris smelled a strong scent of blood. The missing men were nearby, turned into food for the ghosts. There were no other monsters here, Rose suggested, splitting up and searching around. The Demon King was not stupid enough to let go of his bait and ordered her to stay close. As soon as they entered the neighboring pavilion, they immediately sensed danger. A huge head of a demon and his warriors appeared in front of Chris. They are the ones who kill men in the slaughterhouse. Rose smiled and did not hide her happiness. She had completed the task and lured a new victim. Chris doesn't mind playing the role of bait. In the end, he will destroy everyone here. The monsters acted too self-confidently, as if there was an ordinary person in front of them. In reality, it's different. It's not Chris who is locked in with the monsters, but the monsters who are locked in with Chris. Now Chris will show these worms that their time is up. They killed many people here, and sooner or later, the moment of reckoning had to come. Using his divine aura sword, he began to cut through the monster's flesh like bacon. Everything around was painted in bloody tones. Merciless madness burst out. No one could stop Chris. There were no friends nearby, no one who could ask him to calm down. When he got into the swing of things, he no longer paid attention to the fact that almost all the monsters had been destroyed. Rose underestimated this guy and is now forced to become easy prey for an experienced wolf. Chris relaxed and wanted to take advantage of her weakness, which is why he didn't notice the approaching sword. One wrong move, and he would have been cut in two. The Demon King managed to dodge and saw a high-ranking giant approaching him. Everything that happened next was disgusting to watch. The snotty beauty ran to her lover to complain about what had happened. It turns out she prefers to kiss this freak instead of handsome men. The Titan brought several monsters with him and rushed to avenge his love. Chris was absolutely ready for this. He had long ago accumulated enough energy to open the combat form. His skills were enough to instantly stop the approaching danger. A small cohort of monsters began to doubt their actions for the first time in their lives. They were used to killing people with one movement of their hand, but today, everything was different. Chris made the boss suffer along with his army. Compared to an ordinary person, they looked like little children from a kindergarten. Things were so bad that the monster decided to absorb his team to gain additional powers. Even his love was forced to become a horrible part of his body. Now Chris will really have to sweat. His opponent has gone beyond his capabilities. Near the slaughterhouse, you can already notice a beautiful girl with a confident look. Jennifer is already here. She couldn't help but come to watch the rookie's first mission. This leader has special abilities thanks to artifacts. Jennifer can summon a mist of death to help her, which will scare away any monster in the abyss. The boss was not ready to meet such a ghost. His whole body began to tremble with fear. Chris had been warned in advance what his leader's ability looked like, and he realized what was going on. That's why our hero didn't intervene when the boss found himself in a terrible situation. It was like Homer Simpson eating sugary donuts. Only then did Jennifer finally show her real body and come out of the shadows. Now it's clear why she was appointed as a leader. This woman's level is incredibly high. She was genuinely concerned about the newcomer and came to protect him. Of course, she won't say it directly. Jennifer decided to joke and said that she came to watch the death of her subordinate. At the same time, at the other end of the dark city, you could meet an overly arrogant hooligan. Ian gradually progresses and climbs to the top of the criminal world. He returned to carry out his boss's orders and bring this world to ruin. Now it's time to take a break from all these events and see what's going on in the Gan family. Today, Malik gathered the whole family for a serious talk. He wants to discuss Richie's performance because he considers him unworthy of his status as the family heir. Richie is too greedy for food and lust. He did not achieve success in school, unlike his best friend Chris. Malik no longer wants to see his cousin as the family heir and opens a debate. Experienced men gathered here with different opinions on his statement. In recent years, Malik has become much stronger, has acquired security and influence. Now they don't even intend to ask these people for permission. He officially appoints himself the heir to a powerful family and takes control of everything. If anyone tries to stand in his way, he will smear them like cherry jam. Everyone around is scared and doesn't know what to do. The armed coup has become a reality. At that moment, the doors of the hall opened and loud footsteps were heard. Some unknown guy arrived with security guards to stop this madness. It seems he has the wrong door, and it would be better for him to go to the next building. In fact, before us is the same fat Richie, who has lost a lot of weight recently. Now he is not as fat as before. His characteristics have changed. He can no longer be called a loser and a weakling. He does not intend to give up his right to the throne and has come to declare this in front of everyone. If Malik does not agree, he can personally challenge his brother. For years, this guy has been hatching a plan to seize family power, and now he is not going to give his cousin the opportunity. He openly challenges the fat man, continuing to think that he is still the same weakling as before. Richie has changed a lot lately and can no longer be underestimated. This guy's skills have reached an incredible level. After he replaced Chris during the battle and showed leadership qualities, something changed in this guy's mind. From that moment on, he was no longer the same fat man who loved buns and pretty girls. In just a few minutes, he dealt with his brother, leaving him no chance. Malik is forced to accept his defeat, otherwise he will be crushed like a cockroach. His intentions were good. He was trying for the sake of his family, but there are rules that cannot be broken. Malik must reconsider his outlook on life and his relationship with his brother. As a child, Richie always came to his aid and was there for him. He was a real big brother who set the right example. Malik realized his mistakes and realized that he was on a slippery slope. This will never happen again. From now on, he will only work for the benefit of the Gan family. Richie can only hope that he will see a better version of his brother in the future. In the evening, the fat man went for a walk around the city, which has recently been teeming with monsters. It is in this area that the Demon King and his fox are currently hunting. He's trying to corner the terrible monster he's been tracking for the past few days. The fat man has been away from home for a long time and is now enjoying the familiar atmosphere. Because of his relaxation, he doesn't even notice the approaching danger. The monster nearly knocked him down and left him for some sweet ice cream. Chris noticed an unknown guy on the road and ordered him to move away immediately. He called him fat, even though Richie had lost a lot of weight. This angered the hunter so much that he decided to vent his anger. The terrible monster was instantly destroyed. This is exactly what Richie had been training for so long. It was only at this moment that Chris finally recognized his best friend. It's hard to believe that people can change their appearance so quickly. Richie rushed to hug his brother as if they hadn't seen each other for ages. Now it's time for some serious talk. Chris wants to know how Richie managed to lose so much weight. It's actually a long story. The fat man has no choice. He has to tell the truth. They decided to retire to a nearby cafe so that no one would disturb them. Richard said he went into the mountains and trained every day, physically pushing himself to the limit. He lost weight but didn't stop. He had to learn to keep himself in good shape. Over the past few days of training, he has reached a high rank and surpassed himself. Now he is just a few steps away from his best friend's level, and that is impressive. Returning from a mountain hike, he learned that John and Catherine's relationship had improved. They had started dating. Mary gradually increases her skills and fights monsters in the mountains. Dwayne works as an instructor at the academy and trains first-year students to kill monsters. Cindy and the beautiful Margaret have become entrepreneurs. They create jewelry for ghosts. The fat man dreams of following in the footsteps of his best friend and joining the night watch. Chris can arrange it. All you need to do is write a letter of recommendation. They will finally be able to unite and destroy monsters together again. All that's left is to put up with the fat man's terrible humor and his piggish manners. The next morning, Chris woke up very early and immediately picked up the phone. He spent a wonderful night next to his beautiful wife. Sharon said goodbye to her husband and is now heading out into the desert to carry out her duties. Very soon they will meet again and have another cultivation session together. As soon as Chris was left alone, his phone immediately stopped working properly. Ian appeared on the screen in the underground club of the Devil's Gang. It seems this guy managed to hack the main character's phone to give his speech. A crowd of monsters gathered around, eagerly awaiting the start of the show. Yun has a long-standing dream to become the ruler of Kanglin and live in the best mansion. He also wants to cleanse the world of crime so that there is no pain left in it. Ian calls on the monsters to no longer hide in the darkness and come out to show their true faces. Absolutely every resident of the country saw this strange performance on their phones, but no one understood what was happening. People started writing comments and had very different attitudes towards the mysterious stranger. Chris realized that this was a carefully planned hacking job, an opportunity he couldn't miss. He intervened in the commentary chat and challenged his opponent to a fight. Even at times like these, the Demon King likes to draw all the public attention to himself. Jan became extremely angry and declared that he would not tolerate bullying. He ordered his monsters to immediately go in search of Chris and rip his head off. The happy Demon King happily accepts the challenge. He has long wanted to destroy this guy's entire gang. However, this plan will have to be postponed for a few days. After all, today is Margot's day off. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time to spend it with her family. Sometimes even the coolest guys have no choice but to play girls' games. Chris and his family went to the mall where all the madness began. For a long time he could not understand what was happening here and how to react to all this. The girls seemed to go crazy. They bought absolutely everything that glittered or looked bright. It was Chris who was made to pay for all this, and it was a hard blow for him. He had been saving money for a long time for a happy future, but today he had to spend most of his savings. After shopping, it's time to relax a little. Chris noticed that there was another familiar character here. At the next table sat Juan, also known as the God of the Desert. Chris was very surprised to see this deadly guy next to a small and innocent girl. They just ate and had a good time, as if Juan were an ordinary person. Then their eyes finally met, and it was like a clash of ancient gods. Juan was immediately upset, and little Olivia quickly took notice. There is still tension between these guys, as if they are eager to repeat their battle. The system once again offers the owner to make a choice. He can save Olivia and take her away from Juan, expose this guy's identity, or simply ignore the situation. Chris decided not to interfere and ignored the whole situation. At the same time, he still tried to get on Juan's nerves and get him mad. But he didn't succeed. A guy who is 3,000 years old doesn't care about childish jokes. Due to the events at the shopping mall, we completely forgot about the order that Jan gave to his subordinates. He ordered the monsters to go find Chris and return with his head. When the monsters finally got to this guy, they were very surprised. Instead of fighting the stone demon, they had to face his female team. At first, it all seemed like a joke, but the girls quickly showed that they needed to be taken very seriously. With their actions, they left the monsters no chance. Juan continued to calmly enjoy his dessert and didn't pay any attention to it. It was quite strange. There was wild chaos and madness all around. The monsters faced an unprecedented obstacle on their way. They will be ashamed to tell the boss that they were destroyed by a gang of girls. When they were fighting monsters, you had no idea that they were being closely watched. Jan has everything under control, even this incident. Now he enjoys the company of two beautiful demons who are ready to fulfill any request he makes. While watching the battle in the mall, he noticed an ancient demon. Jan immediately got angry. He obviously knows Juan and understands what this guy is capable of. Meanwhile, Chris also decided to intervene in the dancing and show off his new devilish doll. The devil doll technique was obtained after completing another system task. So far, little is known about this. It all looks a bit funny and contrived. Chris had to learn how to use the devil doll during battle. At first, he didn't succeed, and he only made his rivals laugh. Everything changed when the system finally activated the devil's skills. Now the power of all the devil dolls had increased, and Chris was determined not to stop at any cost. Juan had been watching the battle the entire time and was closely monitoring the Demon King's technique. By that time, Olivia had already realized that her new boyfriend knew the guy with the devil dolls. Juan could no longer turn a blind eye to what was happening. He intervened in the fight. The Demon King continually beat the monsters and directed their bodies towards the desert god. Although Juan didn't want to, he still had to get his hands a little dirty. In the end, the infection was won. The monsters were beaten unconscious. Such an incident could not go unnoticed by the leaders of the Night Watch. Juan doesn't want to attract unnecessary attention, so he takes Olivia and disappears like a black cat. Jennifer was surprised by the skills of this newcomer. At first, he seemed less prepared to her. She also drew attention to little Margot, who at a young age showed talent as a hunter. Margot and her entire team will be able to join the Night Watch in the future once they graduate from school. Jennifer didn't just come here for no reason. There is a death list on the internet, and Chris is at the top. Ian offers a huge reward for this guy's head. Now, every monster will try to test Chris. Almost always, money plays an important role and gives a serious advantage. Ian met with a team of spirits to give them the order to hunt Chris. Now let's talk about this team in more detail. The captain of the spirits is the Ghost Joker. There is also a fan of ancestors and ancient mythologies here. His name is Lorak. The guy with glasses and weird pajamas is named Mickey. He is also known as the leader of the anime. The fourth member of the team is the great inventor Waco. Thanks to Jan's help, they were able to be discharged from the psychiatric hospital. Now these guys want to pay back the favor and carry out any order their boss gives them. For the sake of their leader, they are even ready to give their lives. Therefore, any of his orders will be carried out without the slightest delay. Within an hour, the team members were in the city center and talking to ordinary people. Mickey explained that the world they live in is an illusion, and the real world is in another dimension. In order to cleanse the souls of people and return to the real world, you need to destroy the Demon King named Chris. Sometimes people are ready to believe even nonsense if it all sounds convincing. At the same time, he calmly walked around the city and patrolled the streets. He had already heard that a strange anime cult had emerged where they held festivals and various parties. A man dressed in women's clothing offered our hero a special ticket to the exhibition. Chris decided to take advantage of the moment and continue his patrol at the festival. He will get his work done and also have some fun and relax. Sometimes you need to be able to combine business with pleasure. Chris thought he had tricked the guy in the guise of a woman, but in fact, he had fallen into a trap himself. The demon princess was also present during all these events. While walking, she felt a familiar aura and saw the beauties Margaret and Cindy in front of her. She asked them to remain silent and not to arouse suspicion since she was on an important mission. There have been some strange things happening at the anime festival lately, and it needs to be investigated. People seem to turn into zombies and do whatever the boss of this place orders. Sharon looked closely at the cult leader and immediately recognized this guy. His name is Mickey. He escaped from a mental hospital and is now wanted. He gathers people and convinces them that they live in a third dimension that must be destroyed. To free himself from suffering, he needs the power of universal love, the key to calling the being of salvation. Fans immediately began sending love and calling for the world to be cleansed of evil. Mickey ordered them to close their eyes and not notice what was happening around them. Anime fans began chanting spells and calling on the powerful sorceress for help. It is immediately obvious that their minds are completely under the control of the sect, and it is as if they have gone crazy. The demon princess said that she had a plan and that she needed to hurry. The sorceress was already appearing from another world. Sharon always handled issues the same way her husband did, straightforwardly and decisively. One powerful kick is enough to interrupt any ceremony of devilish energy. She was sure that this would be enough, but she greatly underestimated the strength of the crowd. Before they could break the summoning ring, the sorceress herself appeared. Her name is Fat Martha, and just looking at her makes men and women dizzy. Due to the disruption of the ceremony, Marta turned out to be completely different from what the owner had planned. People rebelled, and the situation quickly got out of control. Now is not the time to try to please everyone. It's time to cause a massacre and destroy all the villains at the festival. Sharon ordered her assistants to act as quickly and mercilessly as possible. All these disgusting perverts should regret that they have taken over the minds of ordinary people. Even Margaret and Cindy will not be left idle. They will also take part in the battle with Fat Martha. Mickey knew he had to step in and show what he could do. A special anime character will come to his aid at the most crucial moment. Chris stood nearby all this time, patiently waiting for the opportunity to manifest the transformation of the original form of Buddha. Finally, he will help his wife cope with the chaos that is happening. It won't be easy, because the special anime character has incredible skills. Only ghosts can use this technique, and that says a lot. Chris found himself in an absolute field where all the power that restrained the Demon King was concentrated. You'll have to fight on the anime character's terms. Chris has been through many fights and gained experience so as not to look like a newbie. He has a great sense of the moment to attack and balances perfectly between blows. There are some weak points in some of his techniques, but there is no way around it. In any case, he has reached a new level and is now confident in fighting any opponent. No anime hero can catch him in the devil's trap. Chris used the spear to perform an Eastern medicine ritual and cleanse the villain of evil spirits. For this purpose, a unique method of penetrating into internal energy is used. The anime fan grabbed a knife and declared that this was the end of the joke. He doesn't understand that they live in a developed world where knives are no longer in fashion. The world has changed, and Mickey must understand that his beautiful suit will not help him. If he wanted to defeat the Demon King, he should have taken a different approach. Chris quickly destroyed his dreams of a beautiful world and is not going to give up. He is ready to strike the very blow that the ancient philosophers of antiquity wrote about. This technique is called the spear strike due to its piercing power. It is enough to accelerate and deliver a precise piercing blow to the throat. Even the most gloomy opponent will be destroyed without a chance. Mickey tried to change the world, but he chose a way that was too absurd. Because of this, he suffered a defeat, and now his entire anime team has turned into nothing. His whole life flashed before his eyes. His parents divorced when he was little, and since then he has felt like an outsider in this cruel world. After school, Mickey lost the love of his life. His girlfriend left him for a rich man from the Forbes list. Then the end of the world came for him, and he vowed to find salvation for himself and all the abandoned inhabitants of the earth. Chris ignored him and enjoyed the experience points he had gained. Then he decided to calm the cartoon fan down and said that slow means bad. It doesn't matter what world you live in, the main thing is to stay happy and look forward with hope. You can't try to destroy the world around you, you need to start with yourself and find inner peace. Mickey thought that Chris was a messenger from God who had come to save all living beings. The Anime King has become a fan of our hero. It seems they are now friends. Meanwhile, the rest of the Spirit Team members were preparing to fulfill their destiny. Lorak and Waco prepared for tomorrow's Halloween in their own way. They planned to kill several people for fun and ruin the holiday for everyone in the city. Early in the morning, Chris woke up and immediately called his love. She completed all the work in the desert and promised to return to the city soon. It seems that Sharon doesn't tell her husband about all her missions. She keeps quiet about the fact that yesterday she was very close during the cleanup of the anime festival. She probably wants her husband to be happy and not worry about anything. There is some truth in that. It's a holiday, and the little girls invite Chris to go to school with them. The Night Watch must work on holidays, so such a proposal is not even discussed. The girls decided that they would go out on patrol that evening too, and they did it as if they were going to call upon the devil himself for help. Chris decided to ignore it and not worry about it. He went to a city where millions of locals dressed up as monsters to have a little fun. It will now be much more difficult to distinguish real devilish creatures. He tried to hide his identity, but it was almost impossible to escape from the fans. They stalk him day and night to get an autograph and to snatch at least a little attention from their idol. He managed to escape the clutches of death only after fans received some of their idol's clothes. With all this distraction, Chris may miss what's really important. Real monsters are handing out devil candies that can have extremely bad effects on ordinary people. Now it seems like ordinary fun. Everyone is happy and willingly accepts gifts. The problems begin when ordinary people start eating these candies. Within seconds, their bodies change rapidly and they turn into horrific monsters. In this simple way, the demons manage to create chaos in the main square of the city. During the festival, there are many people here who can be turned into monsters. Now it's even difficult to count the number of potential victims. Waco and Lorak control the monsters and force them to destroy all living creatures. By that time, Chris had already changed his appearance so that fans would not take up his precious time. He noticed that something strange was going on here, and it didn't look like a holiday at all. Small children may get hurt due to the chaos. Parents cannot guarantee safety when monsters attack from all sides. Only experienced hunters and heroes can stand in the way of these terrible green creatures. Chris is ready to do everything to save at least a few lives. Recently, he has reconsidered his values and realized what he was born for. He must become like his father, a winner who always comes to the rescue. His enemies have other plans. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Demon King quickly realized that the members of the spiritual team in front of him were dangerous. Jennifer told him about the whole team and warned him about the threat. She showed a dossier on each participant and prepared Chris for nuclear battle. Now it's time to check how well he has learned the lessons and the theory. Only after serious preparation can these two cyborg killers be stopped. By that time, chaos had engulfed all the central streets of the city. The main villain was enjoying the process and was preparing to release his main dog. Finally, the Joker got his freedom and promised his boss that the fun was just beginning. This strange man in makeup appeared on the street and began to address frightened passers-by. He claimed to be the savior and asked them to follow him. People were so scared that they were forced to trust this madman to save their lives. The frightened people only realized after a few minutes where exactly this clown had taken them. All this time, the Joker lured naive, fear-trembling bunnies into a trap. Now he began his personal performance, a show that he had specially prepared for this holiday. People screamed and begged him to stop, but the Joker remained deaf to their pleas. His fiery tricks were impressive. The flames left behind only ash and suffocating smoke. He acted without mercy and with frightening determination. Many innocents died in this fiery nightmare. Someone had to show up and put an end to the madness, like one of the Night Watch commanders. Jennifer had to act despite the festive evening. Today, she had to demonstrate her fighting skills in a fight with a crazy clown. This battle could be her last if she was not extremely careful. Against such enemies, you need to choose every move with cold calculation and not forget about protection. The Joker is known not only for his brute strength, but also for his mastery of dark magic. It was with the help of spells that he burned the crowd and managed to escape from the experienced hunter. Several degenerates laughed at the tragedy, looking at the bodies of the dead. Jennifer was so angry that she forgot about her own principles and decided to use magic too. Today, she was speaking with rage. If she faced the Joker again, it would be a fight without mercy. She swore not to forgive the spiritual team and to drive them out until her last breath. Meanwhile, one of her fighters was already fighting with representatives of the girls' team. It wasn't easy for Chris, but his enemies quickly realized that they were facing a serious opponent. To defeat two spirits at once, it was necessary to use special abilities. The Demon King knew what to do. He asked the system to activate a new power and summoned a demonic form. This was enough to stun the enemies and take them by surprise. Lorak tried to escape as soon as he realized that death was near. Now all hope lay in his friend, the crazy but brilliant inventor Waco. A mad scientist summons a giant robot to turn the tide of battle. The Demon King had to switch gears and accept the challenge of the steel monster. Sometimes old Waco acted so unpredictably that even his allies could not predict his actions. This time he proved that even without combat power, one can still be dangerous. Chris relaxed too much and paid for it. Problems have arisen that require immediate intervention from the system. He could go all the way, use technology to defeat the enemy, or try to change Waco's mind and save his soul. The inventor was sure that resistance was useless. The robot was too strong. But he had never encountered the devilish dolls that Chris had learned to skillfully control. The enemies were at first perplexed, not understanding what was happening. It was only moments later that they realized that these rubber creatures were a serious threat. Chris didn't know how to use them at first either, but the system's instructions changed everything. Now he has become a real master, capable of making life difficult even for a Terminator. The dolls surrounded the robot and began to look for vulnerabilities in its armor. Chris did not intervene personally. He managed the process like a strategist on the battlefield. He enjoyed giving precise orders and the coordinated attack of his soldiers. It was a sight to behold as the general and his army took the monster apart piece by piece. Waco was left without his greatest creation and felt completely vulnerable. He once dreamed of winning a Nobel Prize for these inventions, but even the most brilliant creations can get out of control. He believed that he was able to keep everything in his hands, but he was cruelly deceived. Because of this, he lost his son and adored his grandson. He tried to find meaning in the battles, but he didn't find it, and now he decided to commit suicide. Chris wanted to save him, just like he once tried to stop Mickey. But it was too late. The doctor had already taken a step towards his own death. All that was left was to turn on absolute protection and protect oneself with a barrier from destructive energy. Dr. Waco will forever be remembered as a brilliant madman, a brilliant scientist, and a kind grandfather. Perhaps in the next life he will find his place in another, more peaceful world. Now it is the turn of the last of the Trinity of Spirits. Lorak was going too far, and it was time for him to explain that overconfidence was a bad idea. Sometimes the most daring encounter obstacles they are not prepared for. This time the obstacle was an unusual group. Girls, surprisingly strong. Margot and her team were just walking the streets, not knowing what awaited them. But the madman attacked, and instincts took over. These sweet princesses knew well how to respond to a threat. All you had to do was snap your fingers and they would turn into hellish monsters. Lorak regretted leaving his black hole and coming to this city. In his demonic world, he felt much safer than among people. Here he encountered unpredictable fighters and quickly realized that he had chosen the wrong side. The situation was critical. He gave his soul to the devil in exchange for power. His transformation was shocking. Lorak turned out to be more powerful than everyone else on the team. Only an equal force could stop such a monster. Margot knew who to call. Her teddy bear was just waiting for the moment to prove himself. This bear could not only deal with demons, but also challenge the gods. By adding magic, he was able to summon Panda Po, a kung fu master. All that remains is to direct the energy and strike. Even the enhanced form of the devil could not withstand such fury. The two bears worked together perfectly, like Batman and Robin. For Lorak, the party was over. He was not prepared for such fun and paid in full. Margot's team did a great job, even if they were just hanging out at first. Chris knew he had to thank them. Without them, things could have been much worse. Now Lorak will not harm anyone anymore. He can be handed over to the Night Watch or taken to a mental hospital. The celebration is over, and only thanks to the hunters was it possible to avoid greater horror. Even on difficult days, you need to look for the light. Chris had no problem with this. The next morning, he had already forgotten about everything and was ready to move on. He had waited so long to meet Sharon, and now, finally, she was back. Beautiful Sharon has finished all her chores and is home again. Chris rushed towards her, not holding back his joy and feelings. It's hard to believe that she once tried to bite his head off, and he was her defenseless target. Now they are a family, with a child and true love. They seemed happy and believed that the nightmare was over. But in fact, one of the main villains was still at large. The Joker is the leader of the group, and forgetting about him would be a fatal mistake. He was furious to learn that his entire team had been wiped out. Now he is ready to do anything for revenge, even the most insane steps. Don't think that he is alone and helpless. The Joker always acts with a reserve, and today is no exception. He summoned the Shadow Soldiers and ordered them to destroy all the hunters. When Chris and his princess unite, their strength doubles. Together they fight fiercely and leave no chance for their enemies. The Shadow Fighters were routed, unable to stop the demonic Front Kings. This was all a distraction for the Joker to kidnap their daughter. It took him a minute to carry out his plan. Chris was ready to act, but Sharon took control. She insisted only in peace could Lola be returned and the clown properly avenged. Chris immediately called for backup and reinforcements. Just a few minutes later, Jennifer arrived to help him search for the dreaded Joker and their missing daughter. Even in the car, these lovebirds couldn't tear themselves away from each other after a long separation. Sharon immediately noticed that her husband had a very attractive boss. She warned Jennifer that if she allowed herself too much, she would very quickly regret it. With the help of her sources, Jennifer found out where the clown and his team were hiding. She took her colleague and his wife to a dark area and informed them that they would have to act on their own from now on. She herself remained nearby in order to immediately intervene in the operation if necessary. Meanwhile, Lola, very hungry, persistently asked for something to eat. The Shadow Soldiers had no intention of being babysitters. They were extremely cruel to the child. These mercenaries made the classic mistake that everyone who encounters Margot and her friends makes. Little girls, especially those who can handle special powers, should never be underestimated. The soldiers were distracted by the conversation and immediately paid for it. Lola deftly freed herself from the handcuffs and immediately showed who was really in charge here. Looking around, she realized that she was not far from an ammunition depot. And this place with toys is just right for real adult games. By that time, the soldiers had already managed to arm themselves and rushed back to neutralize the girl again. But she had already found several large bombs and decided to set off a bright fireworks display. Lola was always kind and well-mannered, but in moments of danger she forgot all the rules. This is what happened now. The Shadow Soldiers simply had no chance. The little girl watched with delight as these villains burned to ashes because of their own stupidity. Her parents heard the explosion, but did not immediately understand what had happened. They were afraid for their daughter and rushed forward, hoping to find her among the rubble. Little Lola, meanwhile, laughed joyfully, standing among the defeated soldiers. She was protected by a magical flower, and she was not at all worried about her safety. But she still had to be careful because the Joker was somewhere nearby and was not going to stop his plan. He believed that everything was going according to plan and decided to personally show the girl to his boss. Yang, seeing the destruction and dead soldiers, immediately realized that the Joker had lost control of the situation. Now the clown himself felt like a real laughingstock, like in a circus. He immediately locked the baby in an energy barrier so that she would not interfere anymore. And the Shadow Soldiers who failed the mission were cruelly punished by their own commander. There is no place for weaklings in his ranks. The Joker does not tolerate losers. Now he was going to punish Lola for failing the mission and for making him look like a fool in front of Ian. But the punishment might not happen. Mom and Dad were already too close. There is no way they will allow this madman to harm their daughter. We've already said that Sharon and Chris together evoke a special aura. They literally merge into one whole and begin to act as a single divine being. It's a joy to watch, but will they be strong enough to stand up to the Joker? This clown has been studying magic for a long time and knows how to deliver a devastating blow. Perhaps it would have been worthwhile to free the daughter first and then engage in battle, but it was too late now. Jennifer, meanwhile, was not worried and believed that her colleague would cope. Feeling Chris's aura, she was sure that the Joker had already been defeated. However, at this point, Sharon and Chris began to have problems for which they were clearly not prepared. The clown transported them to an alternate space where he controls everything. Of course, it was a circus, the perfect place for the Joker to feel like he owned the arena. He promised to put on a show that Chris would never forget for the rest of his life. To disrupt his plans, it was necessary to urgently activate the Eastern Buddha's combat form. The battle began. The husband and wife acted in unison and quickly destroyed the voodoo doll. Then Chris decided to try his hand at being a comedian and made a couple of jokes. He said that Batman was coming here, and the Joker was really scared. This was enough to distract him and get to him from behind. The Demon King threw the clown towards his wife with all his might. Sharon happily accepted this gift and struck with all her might with her right hand. The Joker quickly found himself in a position that any street thug would fear. He was kicked around and humiliated like a nerd in a school locker room. Chris couldn't stop himself. The last time he was so cruel was with Ian. Even Sharon was surprised by such aggression, although she herself is a demon princess. Chris continued to torture the clown, causing him to experience panic and terror. The system promised a generous reward for this, and the executioner immediately pounced on his victim. All this bullying forced the Joker to activate his god form. He tried to distract them so that he could escape in the confusion. But Chris had already completed the system's main task. He had punished the clown properly. Now he can let it go and get a boost to his agility in exchange. Even the system itself was not as cruel as its owner. You need to keep a close eye on Chris, otherwise he will quickly get out of control and start torturing everyone. The Joker did manage to escape, but he's not the only enemy. Let's not forget that Jennifer vowed to destroy the entire Spirit team last night. Today was the moment of reckoning, and she kept her promise. The Joker paid a high price for his crimes and disregard for the law. He is no longer a threat. The Night Watch has officially won this battle with the Abyss. But Lola was still in captivity, which is what happens when you're born to parents who are too young. Time to take a break and focus on the events in the Shadow Realm. Ian just received a report that another of his plans had failed. His subordinates scattered, realizing that it was better not to get caught by the boss now. This villain will return, but it's better not to think about him for now. Chris, meanwhile, enjoyed time spent with his family. They exchanged gifts and enjoyed the warmth, love, and comfort. Little Margot got a new dress for her crazy bear. She was delighted, but the bear was not. Victoria also received a gift, a new suit. Sandra happily accepted the huge bone, like a real cute little dog. Chris was generous and didn't forget about a gift for his beloved wife. He put on her dress and cosplayed as a demon princess. Little Lola laughed with delight, but her mother was not delighted. This was followed by a small beating, which is best left unmentioned. After all this joy and minor conflicts, it was time to rest. Chris was finally alone with Sharon, and nothing could stop them. They had been cultivating and increasing their internal energy levels for a long time using the 69 Lotus technique. The next morning, Chris felt great. His whole life seemed like a dream. Joining the night patrol was a great decision. Life became even brighter. He accepted the call from his boss and started getting ready for work. Sharon went with him. Now she is part of the team too. She no longer has to work in the desert. She has become an official member of the Watch. Brittany was happy to hear that her brother was doing a great job. Now the spouses will work together and will no longer have to suffer from separation. Everything looked perfect today, but it was too early to relax. Monsters are always preparing for the next attack and waiting for the right moment. The Demon King realized that one day he would have to stand up to protect the city from another invasion. He decided to assemble his own team to defend the country. This group will be called the Blade of Freedom. It will include the hero's friends who have already proven their strength and loyalty. Brittany is confident that under her brother's leadership, this team will cleanse the streets of evil. In the very near future, Chris will be responsible for student safety during all upcoming tests, a decision that has caused a storm of discussion among the faculty. In recent times, many ghosts have entered the eastern part of Dacia, and most of them are still at large, frightening the locals. Chris promised to cope with this task, and the next day he went to meet with long-forgotten friends. He came to this place with his beloved wife and almost immediately ran into old friends from the past. It couldn't have happened without Bella, that same colorful teacher whom everyone still calls a witch. During all this time, Bella has hardly changed. She is still the same bold, confident, and incredibly bright woman. Chris has become an even bigger star. Now even the younger grades know him by name and quote his phrases. Sometimes he really enjoys knowing that he is on the right path and is becoming a living example for the younger generation of hunters. It is at such moments that the system always gives a signal and offers the hunter several new routes to choose from. As usual, Chris chose the most risky and dangerous path to become an example of true courage for his students. He went with them into the forest on a combat mission and demanded that each of the students destroy at least 100 ghosts. To keep up the squad's spirits, he gave everyone a can of soda laced with the water of life, the secret elixir of strength. The children were indescribably delighted and literally fought among themselves for the opportunity to grab the coveted jar first. Even the most experienced inspectors were shocked by what was happening because they had never seen anything like this in their entire careers. The students seemed to have fallen into a fighting frenzy and rushed screaming to destroy the monsters near their idol. Chris didn't just watch. He actively participated and demonstrated how to properly rip out the guts and rip out the tongues of hostile creatures. He acted so fiercely that even the demons of this forest began to flee in panic and beg for mercy. Once the students had reached the required level of skill, Chris and his wife finally got some well-deserved rest. It was a joy to watch. Young hunters were learning from their elders, as should happen in an ideal training system. However, even at such moments, one must not forget that they are in a dangerous forest, full of ancient evil. The squad continued the cleanup with enthusiasm and managed to destroy almost all the hostile spirits in the area. There was only one ghost left to complete the challenge, and each participant was determined to finish it off personally. Chris commanded the students to go and find him, and not to return without the head of the last enemy. He didn't even suspect that Lady Yumi, one of the most deadly and mysterious ghosts of this forest, was very close by. While the search was underway, the weather changed dramatically. Clouds gathered and pouring rain began. At that moment, Chris noticed a young and amazingly beautiful girl nearby who clearly needed help. He immediately realized that she was an actress and, of course, decided to play a scene with her, showing off his acting talent. We already know that Chris can easily compete with DiCaprio and Gosling, and now the time has come to repeat this trick. He was absolutely sure that his charisma was in no way inferior to the best Hollywood actors, and even surpassed many. But as soon as he glanced at the stranger, he immediately realized that there was a ghost in front of him, and he needed to be beheaded immediately. Chris played the fool, pretended to be naive, and seemed to be walking towards his own inevitable death. In fact, he acted cold-bloodedly and methodically, luring his victim right into the center of quicksand traps. His thoughtful play threw the ghost off balance and forced him to act emotionally. Now it's time to show off the Demon King's trump card, the ace hidden up his sleeve. One powerful blow to the face was enough to cool Lady Yumi's ardor a little. But she took offense and said that men should obey women unconditionally. Chris had to explain that he had only killed a mosquito on her cheek and had no intention of insulting her dignity. After these words, Yumi became completely angry and decided to give it her all, leaving Chris no chance. She took off her mask, revealed her true face, and released an aura of death that made many bones crack. Legend has it that Lady Yumi is an ancient ghost who has been unsuccessfully tried to be caught for decades. Most likely, Ian himself sent her here to finally destroy his most dangerous enemy. But Chris decided to act differently. Against rage, he chose the weapon of love and goodwill. He embraced the pale, ghostly beauty and confessed that he had long been in love with her unusual eyes. They were alone in the forest, and Chris offered her a deal. If she wanted to survive, she could tell him how many ghosts were hiding in Canlin. He was ready to continue the game, but at the most inopportune moment, he heard a painfully familiar voice. His irresistible wife appeared on the horizon, and all his love plans crumbled to dust. Chris tried to get out of it and claimed that it was a ghost that was bothering him, and he was trying to get rid of it. Sharon, after listening to his lame excuse, instantly awakened her dark demonic essence. You don't mess around with her. If she's jealous, she can incinerate everything alive within a radius of several kilometers. Chris had no choice but to demonstratively confirm his fidelity to his wife. He mercilessly finished off the ghost and, repentant, threw himself into the arms of his queen. Lady Yumi was shocked by such humiliation. No one had ever treated her like that before. For many years she kept the whole country in fear, but now her power is being questioned. It seems that Yumi seriously overestimated herself and did not take into account the new reality at all. The world is changing, technology is growing, and students are becoming stronger and more inventive. These brave madmen decided that they could challenge even such a powerful entity as Lady Yumi. But a minute later, they bitterly regretted that they had been so careless in their preparation. Yumi is not just a spirit, she is a unique being with experience beyond all norms. The children had to run in panic and beg for mercy, and some regretted not wearing diapers. Here you can't do without experienced fighters. We need real professionals who know no fear. Chris has a new mission, to destroy the ghost and save all the students. To do this, he and his wife had to separate, but act in a coordinated manner, as a single mechanism. While the demon princess dealt with the ghost, Chris consoled and supported the frightened students. A battle between two demons is always a spectacle, even if there are no spectators left around. Today, the fight took place without an audience, but that only increased the intensity of passions. Although they were completely different in appearance, their inner strength and magical skills were on the same level. Sharon managed to restore the balance of energy and immediately seized the initiative, delivering a crushing blow. By this point, the students were already out of danger, all thanks to Chris, the Demon King. He completed the rescue mission and hurried back to his unique beloved. Chris was sure that he needed to join the battle immediately, but he overestimated his own importance. Sometimes even the most fragile woman can single-handedly cope with dozens of monsters. It is better not to argue with such a wife, otherwise you may be left without a cultivation staff. Lady Yumi deserved all the blows of fate, but it was not worth killing her right away. She might have valuable information, and Chris knew exactly how to extract it from her. He has already become a master of interrogation, able to get even an earthworm to talk. Yumi confessed that Ian sent ghosts with orders to kill Chris and his wife. When Chris and Sharon found out about this, they knew they couldn't ignore Ian any longer. But now they needed to be here and now and not make useless plans for the future. 1 second of loss of concentration gave the ghost the illusion of hope for salvation. But this hope quickly disappeared, literally in a few seconds. Chris quickly finished off the monster and tore out its inner core of power. After completing the mission, he received a new god of fighting ability called Tumbling Cloud. The skill looked a little strange, and its purpose remained a mystery. To figure it out, I had to wake up the cloud itself and have a serious conversation with it. Chris has always had difficulty communicating, especially with magical creatures. He tried to make contact but received a whole bunch of barbed ridicule in response. Then he showed who was boss and started the dialogue with hard pressure. Now the cloud obediently obeys its daddy and is ready to carry him through the air, fulfilling any orders. The conversation was interrupted by a call from Jennifer, the leader of the patrol team. She reported that the Nightmare Gang, along with the ghosts, were smashing the streets and many fighters were seriously injured. Chris was ordered to go to the city immediately and save the situation. The cloud did not fail, and at the decisive moment provided him with a super-fast flight. The city was now in chaos, and the vast majority of civilians had already been injured. Ian personally emerged from the abyss to lead the darkness and destruction. He assembled a powerful squad filled with monsters of terrifying strength and unpredictable magic. Chris instantly arrived in the city center and began to assess the situation around the perimeter. A ghost with a mysterious nickname, Flashlight, appeared before him. Without awakening a special form of Buddha, it was impossible to defeat him, as in previous battles. With each new battle, the level of enemies only increases, and simple techniques are no longer enough. Chris realized that he now had to go beyond his usual skills or risk losing. You constantly have to evolve and connect the system to each battle. It was because of his fiery power that the Demon King became famous throughout the country. But this does not mean that he will be able to continue to easily defeat all monsters with just this one skill. The opponents are also evolving, preparing for battle, and capable of presenting a surprise. Now Chris has to fight another giant monster that doesn't know what retreat is. This cannot be done without the support of a divine-ranked cloud. You will have to constantly change positions and play at a distance. Combined air attacks and aerial maneuvers can have a significant effect. To win, you must deliver a crushing blow straight to the heart of the monster. If Chris has any difficulty with this, he can always call on his wife, with her amazing speed, for help. While the Demon King distracts the enemy, Sharon can take advantage of the opportunity to land a precise shot. Now the ghost of the lantern is clearly losing control and starting to get nervous. At such moments, monsters usually demonstrate everything they are capable of and rush into a final attack. If you're careful and don't get hit with a stupid blow, you can make your opponent give it their all. Then the agony begins, and the monster seizes on any opportunity to survive. Inexperienced hunters at such moments rush into a frontal attack and often make mistakes. It is precisely these kinds of mistakes that give monsters hope and a chance to escape. Only experienced hunters act differently. They know how to walk through the flames and survive. Experienced fighters take all the damage, let the enemy run out of breath, and then respond with a blow. The result is stunning. The exhausted monster is unable to defend itself and turns into a pile of meat. All eyes are now focused on the city center, where the main battle is taking place. Chris, without thinking, left his house unguarded, not even expecting an attack from the rear. The bony lady received her orders and headed to his house to carry out a bloody massacre. She knew his family members were there and tried to slit their throats in their sleep. But her excessive self-confidence often leads to fatal mistakes. Margot and her team were well aware that there was no time to relax at home. While the older brother is on a mission, monsters often try to get to his loved ones. The girls know what to do, especially Victoria, who recently completed a butcher course. Now she cuts meat like a horror movie antagonist. The bony lady instantly regretted getting involved with Mr. Yang. Her bones will be useful to Yellow Ferret, who has been eating this way for a long time. Now everything is in order at home. Margot's team has cleared the area and is calmly waiting for the hero. Chris is also going according to plan. He is confidently leading the fight to victory. Thanks to experience, such opponents no longer seem insurmountable. Chris has destroyed the ghost of the lantern and can now get to the main culprit of the chaos. Ian did his best to destroy the enemy, but failed again, and his rage comes out. He looks like an ancient vampire risen from the grave, one that cannot be left alive. The final battle promises to be merciless. Jan is ready to sacrifice even his demons. He absorbed all the energy from the wounded monster to become even stronger. His void aura is now filled with mana that threatens all living things. Simply put, Sharon and Chris are in serious trouble. They will have to use all their strength to at least fight off this divine blow. It's too early to talk about victory. The main thing now is to hold the line. It is necessary to repel attacks and not let the enemy get too close. Chris instantly assumed his demonic form and shielded his wife with his broad back. But even such a back may not withstand the pressure of such a powerful opponent. Today, our hero must give it his all. Ian spent months building up his strength and skills for the sake of revenge. In the heat of battle, he remembers the school humiliations he endured for years. Now he intends to show everyone who he really is. For the sake of his rebellion, he even killed his own grandfather. He has no brakes. A flash of his energy illuminated the entire city, striking the enemies. All this is for the sake of demonstrating the form of the top-class Nightmare Phantom King. Sharon and Chris were scared, but their experience told them that they couldn't stop fighting. Even paralyzing fear should not prevent you from striking. This tactic works against normal monsters, but not against the Nightmare King. Ian has been storing up energy for too long. Now his armor is almost invulnerable. His power opened the gates of the abyss, through which ghosts poured onto the island. Things will be tough for the people. We urgently need to call in the Night Watch fighters. Among the monsters are the nuclear-level elite. Only veterans of the association are capable of detaining such titans. Jennifer is a great example. She doesn't back down even in the face of death. Brittany is no less than her, the same fearless and deadly beauty, capable of killing with a pencil. Together, they are like sisters on the run from a mental hospital. Real crazy cats, capable of pulling the devil straight from the abyss. No monster would dare invite them on a date without a dozen guards. Moreover, these beauties have help. Margot and the bears are already there. The girls were hungry for action, and destroying the bony lady only whetted their appetite. No battle with the monster elite is complete without the Academy's elite. Bella is already here. One call was enough for her to rush over with the team. Old acquaintances have gathered here again. The crazy fat man and the bald killer are already crushing their enemies. With their mentor, they are ready to have some nuclear rock and roll and have a great time. After a few minutes, the monsters began to explode under the influence of magic. This means that another participant has joined the hunters. Mary has arrived too. We must not forget about a sorceress of the highest rank. She only needs to cast a couple of spells, and the entire city will be in danger of being destroyed. The monsters didn't stand a chance. The center was cleared in less than 15 minutes. You can at least catch your breath a little and drink some soda in a pool of demonic blood. But it's too early to relax. The second wave is already approaching. After a short respite, Bella once again leads the squad to victory. Unbending will can be found in other corners of the city as well. The monsters are attacking several areas at once. We had to call for reinforcements. Margaret's all-female assassination team holds off the onslaught on the Eastern Front. Meanwhile, Chris and Sharon continue to put pressure on the main demon. It was Jan who brought this entire horde, and it was he who must be stopped. If you cut off his head, it will all end, but it is much more difficult than it seems. Even in his demonic form with Sharon, Chris finds it difficult to break through his defenses. After all these battles, he is again forced to look for workarounds. It seems that Jan is ready for anything and continues to surprise. Bored, he summoned his wife from the world of the dead. Now Chris is not the only one fighting alongside his wife. The forces are equal. Everyone now has a personal opponent. The men fight in one corner, the women in another. Chris can no longer call on Sharon for help in a critical moment. The same goes for her. She's having a really hard time right now. The great battle had finally begun, and it was clear that it would last a long time. To win, you'll have to take a risk. For example, combining two divine rank weapons into one. Sharon was scared. Her husband would never dare to do something like that. Such an explosion could have caused internal combustion, but this did not happen. A few seconds later, Chris gained incredible strength and rose above the ground. Chris then went on the attack, declaring that counterfeits should not exist. There is only one Demon King, all the others are just cheap copies from China. The fight entered a new phase and Jan began to lose control of what was happening. Before, he calmly sipped coffee and enjoyed life, but now he is forced to strain himself to withstand each subsequent blow. He has to think not only about his main rival, but also about the Demon Princess, who is also nearby and creates a lot of problems. Sharon always had a knack for pinpointing her enemy's weak points. Now she has only improved her skills and helped her husband gain an advantage. The king of the ghosts of the underground abyss and the boss of the Nightmare Gang found himself in an extremely difficult situation. No one understood where the double of the devil god came from, grabbing Yan like a small fish from a pond. Chris had no intention of backing down and giving the spoils to someone else. His blow was powerful enough to injure the double, an impressive result. The double remembered the Demon King and promised that they would meet again in the future. After that, he took Ian with him and disappeared without a trace, and Chris and his wife returned to reality. They overcame all obstacles and stopped the invasion of monsters. The battle was uncompromising, so we should thank fate for the happy outcome. Today, love has overcome all obstacles again, but you never know what tomorrow will bring. On the East Coast, the situation was also tending towards calm. Two stunning supermodels destroyed all the monsters on the coast. A similar situation has developed in other areas of the city. Margot and her team are finally getting the attention and recognition they deserve. As for the warriors of the Academy, everything is always simple with them. They calmly carry out their tasks and do not expect special rewards. The same can be said about the female assassination team, who also cleared the area and looked pleased. Chris returned home and immediately had a family dinner. The older sister couldn't be absent from the family gathering. Brittany dropped by for a visit for the first time in a long time. Chris said that the double of the devil god took their main enemy, and what happened to him next is unknown. The Night Watch plans to gather all the warriors and prepare for the next battle. Brittany suggested that the management get ahead of the game and destroy the monsters at the preparation stage. Chris is ready to lead the squad and offers his help again. He arranged for his family members to also be accepted into the Night Watch team. The girls have earned respect and will now be able to accept missions on an equal basis with other hunters. After talking with her older sister, Margot's team began to celebrate. Chris didn't waste any time and went to meet his old friends. He recommended them to the Night Watch team. Now all the graduates have got good jobs. They will be able to work not just as instructors at the academy, but as full-fledged hunters in the association. Each of them is immensely grateful to your friend. Getting such a job without connections is almost impossible these days. A few days later, the time came to set off on an expedition. The Night Watch decided to act preemptively and destroy the monsters on the neighboring island before they gathered for battle. Chris took a lot of fighters with him to be ready for any level of battle. They were mostly beautiful girls, and it was hard for him to think about monsters at times like these. His wife quickly put him on the right path and reminded him how to behave. A small boat with interesting characters was floating next to the ship. With all the fighting, we completely forgot about Juan and his new girlfriend. They deserve attention. They will play an important role in history in the future. Juan is tired of sitting still and is going to another country, although perhaps he should have been told that an airplane is better suited for such travel than a regular boat. Chris didn't pay any attention to this and calmly enjoyed the weather on deck. Soon he noticed another boat with a suspicious man. The fisherman looked as if he had just come down from the mountains. Like a ghost? Chris immediately ordered his men to prepare for battle and attack this strange gnome. The fisherman began to apologize, explaining that his appearance was associated with a hard life and not a transition to the dark side. There was no ghostly aura emanating from him, so they decided to leave him alive and even take him on board. The fisherman turned out to be a good man who invited guests to his whale island. This is where he has lived for the last 10 years without any connection with the outside world. He is half man, half monster, but there is no devilish essence in him. He treated his new friends to delicious food and gave them a tour of the island. The inhabitants of Whale Island have been fishing for generations, which is not easy in the age of ghosts. One day, a chemical whale destroyed all the nuclear power plants in the nearby sea, causing serious nuclear pollution. The people living on the island turned into terrible creatures, but their souls remained pure. This means that all the food they prepare is also contaminated, and it is better not to eat it. It is much more important to think not about food, but about the chemical whale. Sometimes it appears without warning, and then serious problems begin. Only Chris was not afraid, and immediately took out Odin's sword. The whole team seemed to be waiting for this moment. As soon as they sensed danger, the soldiers immediately came to the captain's aid. Everyone acted in a coordinated manner and was not afraid to take the initiative. The fish monsters that attacked the island were destroyed in a matter of seconds. Keith immediately retreated, sensing that much stronger creatures had appeared on the island. Chris decided to leave part of the team on the island so as not to risk their lives. Together with his wife, he set out in the wake of the whale to save the island from future troubles. It will be very difficult to kill such a huge beast, but finding it will not be difficult. Chris and Sharon quickly followed the trail and realized that the whale could talk. The monster explained that one shouldn't believe village legends. People themselves were to blame for what happened. It's time to tell the truth. There should be no more secrets. With the help of magic, the whale decided to show his memories to the new guests of the island. Whales are naturally calm, only people create problems for them with their endless hunting. The island's inhabitants began to exterminate whales en masse. This led to the near extinction of the fish clan, and the chemical whale perished in the massacre. People killed for profit and blindly violating the laws of survival brought themselves to the brink of madness. Then the magical power brought the whale back to life so that he could judge them. He came back to take revenge and show people their true place. Chris can help the whale complete his revenge, kill the monster, or divide the earth into good and evil. He faces a new dilemma. Of course, killing won't solve the problem, and an experienced hunter offers his help. Together with his wife, he intends to solve this case and punish the perpetrators. At this point, the city's residents learned of the whale's plans and began to attack. They don't want to let the monster make their lives any worse. You and your wife were forced to defend yourself with improvised means. They were enough to quickly repel the attack of the sea people. Just when it seemed like everything was over, the whale revealed his plan and surprised his allies even more. All this time, he attacked nuclear power plants to make people's lives worse. He tried for a long time to restore balance and did not understand what he was doing. Now, the whale realized the depth of the problem and decided to eliminate the pollution. Chris felt they had to do this together or it wouldn't work. Had to go to the territory of nuclear power plants. You took on human form to perform the spell ritual. Keith admitted that all the problems happened because of him and now wants to return nature to normal. This will require a lot of strength and energy. Keith can't give up. He wanted revenge, but he didn't even realize how he punished the innocent. In difficult times, hunters came to the rescue. Chris and Sharon joined forces with the monster and began the cleansing process. Within a few hours, the area had completely changed. Now there is no doubt that nuclear energy will no longer disturb the inhabitants of the island. In fact, they have only taken the first important step on the long road to the complete cleansing of the territories. Keith has used up all his power and can no longer remain in this world. He has completed his task. He has cleaned up the environment. Now the hunters must continue the work he started. They promise to completely cleanse the entire world of radiation pollution. The whale asks to do this as soon as possible. Having lost all his energy, he turned into a tiny bone, found peace, and left this mortal world forever. At that moment, Margot appeared on deck along with the island's inhabitants. They all immediately fell to their knees and began to pray to the man who had cleared the territory of their home island. Chris does not intend to turn a blind eye to their past actions. He knows everything and does not intend to remain silent. If they do not repent of their past sins now, they will never be able to die and will live forever in these terrible bodies. Instead of a sincere apology, the islanders showed interest only in the cost of the whalebone. They are completely rotten from the inside. They are driven only by the thirst for profit and easy money. In such cases, there is no point in talking anymore. You need to act decisively and clear the area. Margot and her crazy team of desperate girls will cope with this perfectly. Chris can only watch as the greedy pigs bathe in their own blood. He cleared the island of rotten souls and fulfilled the system's main mission. In the future, he will definitely continue to cleanse the entire world of radiation and keep the promise he made to the whale. Right now, he needs to complete a task on the neighboring Indigo Island, where too many ghostly creatures have gathered. The island turned out to be unusual, and the beautiful architecture immediately caught my eye. On the island there is a city of dolls, which has always attracted little girls. Here you can find many toys that at first glance seem very ordinary and inconspicuous. But if you look more closely, you begin to notice a strange aura in the eyes of these toys. One of these dolls suddenly came to life and began to shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow. Sparks flew from her eyes, like Superman's when he loses his temper. This laser hit the demon princess straight, who didn't manage to move away to a safe distance in time. The same thing happened to the other girls. They all relaxed too much during the walk. The high-ranking ghost doll began to gather her own family from the locals. Now all these girls become her toys, part of the family with whom she will play. Chris was horrified and didn't even know how to react to this. Only Victoria and the beautiful Margaret remained in normal condition. The maid became so angry that she decided to save the world alone. She pulled out 2 glittering knives and rushed to attack the toy monster. Margaret was scared and confused, but in such situations, Chris always takes the initiative into his own hands. It turned out that the dolls had not lost their ability to move at all, especially Sharon. Even in this state, she will not allow other women to flirt with her handsome man. It looks very funny and cute, but now there is no time for jokes. The monster dolls have risen to add the surviving hunters to their family. Chris must call on his personal army of dolls, which he has used in the past, for help. The Demon King knows what to do even when a real doll party starts. This guy will find a way to win and get ahead in any situation. Previously, we were used to seeing battles between monsters and people, robots, titans, and other monsters. Now you have to forget about all this, relax, and enjoy a real puppet theater. However, Chris greatly overestimated the capabilities of his army of toys. They were all destroyed very quickly, and now the hero is in serious trouble. If he doesn't want to turn into a little defenseless doll, he needs to unite with his friends and fight back against the monsters. Margaret is determined to show that she has been underestimated all these years. She wants to prove herself and take the initiative. The Demon King was surprised to see what this woman was capable of. Victoria also does not intend to remain in the shadows. She strives to come to the forefront. Together they created a great duo, which gave them new opportunities for maneuvering. All that remains is to add a little male power, and then everything will become much more interesting. Chris is ready to step up and show what he can do once again. With the support of these women, he is capable of much, even beating up a toy. If there were an army of children here, they would clearly be unhappy with his behavior. The Demon King was too cruel to the little defenseless doll. Because of such cruelty, the ghost doll was forced to change its appearance. Instead of lip augmentation and plastic surgery, she injected herself with a double dose of testosterone and turned into a real Hercules. Now she can no longer be called a little defenseless girl. To win, 2 small knives will not be enough. Something more is needed. Victoria remembered how they always walked together with the team, and she had an idea. She suggested that every toy has its weak spot. Any child knows this. First, you need to get closer to your opponent, reduce the distance, and deliver a distracting blow. Then make a clever maneuver and come up behind him. All this is done very quickly. After a short search, it is easy to find the toy's most vulnerable spot. All you have to do is open the lock, and the monster will turn into an empty shell. Now even the most cruel and merciless opponent loses all his strength and power. The high-ranking ghost doll was a formidable opponent, but it was unable to protect its greatest weakness. Chris took advantage of the moment and brought the entire team back to normal life. Now there is no doubt. He will be much more careful when buying little dolls for his girls. In addition to the hunting team, residents of the city, who had been in this condition for years, were also rescued. All of them were too cruel to the main monster, and there is nothing surprising about this. Now the city can finally return to normal life and breathe the fresh air of victory. Chris is going to continue his journey across Indigo Island to clear the entire area of ghosts. This beautiful land must not be occupied. The dark days must be left in the past. The next day, Chris arrived in the city of Root, which was almost completely destroyed. To freshen up her look, Sharon decided to wear a new outfit. Everyone around was openly envious of her beauty, and only Chris enjoyed this picture. They are not in a place to relax and joke around right now. The city is haunted, the streets are full of pipes, and everything looks like Godzilla has been here. Some residents even had their organs removed, which must be hard to watch. On the streets of the city, you can meet strange monsters that resemble sea octopuses. Not all of the city's inhabitants died. The bravest and strongest warriors are still alive and continue to fight the monsters. Chris has arrived to help clean up the city. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty with blood. Together with their team, they immediately rushed into battle with the enemies. No monster will escape or run away from severe punishment. The hunters from Root City were amazed by the actions of this guy and his team. He reminded them of the legendary warrior Chris, who is now considered the country's main hero. They quickly found common ground and headed to the shelter located in the subway. There were many wounded there who barely survived the attack of the monsters. Many of them will die if they do not receive timely assistance. Chris admitted that he is the same hero from TV and came to help with his team. The leader of the surviving soldiers was a red-haired guy named Phil. He was glad to meet his idol and began to practice martial arts to be at least a little like Chris. He fell to his knees and began to ask for help. One of his close friends, a beautiful student, had been kidnapped by ghosts. Chris always changes his expression when he hears about beautiful girls. He is always ready to help, even if he has problems with his wife afterwards. Because of this behavior, Margot decided to punish her older brother. There are already too many women in their house. I had to explain to her that all this was being done only to save a person. Chris is determined to do his duty until the very end, no matter what. It was decided to go to the neighboring area through the sewers. It is there that you can find the very monsters that kidnapped the student. There are many soldiers here who serve the ghosts, unquestioningly carrying out all their dark orders. Cindy has remained in the shadows for a long time, but now it's time to change that. For those who have forgotten, let me remind you, this girl has the ability to control time, performing real tricks. For a few seconds, the whole world seems to stop, and hunters gain a huge tactical advantage. They made their way silently past the guards and reached the research building. A beautiful student and her friends are being held here, used as test subjects for horrific experiments. Local soldiers made a deal with ghosts and gained special powers. Although they are still human, they now use special skills, becoming a kind of hybrid. We can't let them modify the students. We need to destroy all these bastards without mercy. Phil asked Chris to be careful, but that turned out to be a mistake. The Demon King never thinks about the consequences. First, he destroys everyone, and then he just turns on his brain. Today, his method worked. They broke through the research center's defenses. It is quiet and dark inside, and there is a rotten and rancid smell. To find the target, you need to use a hunting dog. Sandra refused to cooperate until she was shown a chicken leg. She turned out to be quite demanding. Chris has always had a way with girls. This guy is a real magician in communication. Soon they reached a place from which a rotten smell was emanating. The unknown monster immediately attacked the uninvited guests. Phil quickly warned his friends of the danger. Many were not prepared for such a sudden attack. Only Chris pulled himself together and showed why he was considered the leader of the team. He was soon joined by his wife with her fiery abilities. The monster with huge eyes was destroyed. The danger passed for the time being. After a few steps, Phil again felt the oppressive atmosphere of death. This happens when monsters with multiple tentacles appear. Chris has encountered these types before and knows how to deal with them. Such creatures cannot tolerate fire and magic. With the right approach, you can clear an area in just a few seconds. At such moments, you realize that the Blade of Freedom team has long since gone beyond the level of ordinary hunters. Now they can be confidently entrusted with important state affairs. As he was climbing up the building, Chris heard a woman's moans and rushed to save the student. If he says anything about his wife again, his hunting career will be over. The beautiful student is indeed in the hands of death. She is not alone. Experiments are being conducted on many girls from the city. They all dream of salvation, but the question is, will Chris be able to change anything? The phantom of the merger drives him crazy, depriving him of control over his emotions. At such moments, girls should take the initiative. Sandra was the first to realize this. She rushed into the attack despite her modest size. Then came Cindy's support. Now the time stop was guaranteed. The hunters even managed to land a few blows before time resumed. The monster turned out to be extremely bloodthirsty and has no intention of retreating. He repelled several attacks and counterattacked. The tentacles quickly grabbed each member of the Blade of Freedom. Now they are no different from girls who turned into zombies. Only the demon princess can still move her arms and legs. A lot depends on her actions now. Will she be able to resist the Kraken? Sharon must act very carefully. The tentacles attack from different directions. At the same time, there is absolutely no time to hesitate. Every second is worth its weight in gold. If the princess wants to save her husband and friends, she needs to hurry. You need to forget about fatigue and act as if it was just a dream. The magic scissors should shine with special energy. This is the only way to cut this monster into pieces and make soup out of it. Finally, the hunters were saved. They had not yet managed to turn into monsters. Chris once again has his wife to thank for her timely rescue. Sometimes it seems like this whole story is about Sharon and not the Demon King. It's too early to celebrate victory. The ghosts of the city of Root have not yet retreated. High-ranking Barberry is already looking for the villains who killed his brother, the Kraken. A new wave of monsters rushed to attack the surviving people. Many injured Metro residents are now in mortal danger. Margot and her team of assassins must defend the shelter. The monster has already broken through and is taking revenge on all living beings. Crazy Bear and Panda staunchly defend their boss. Barberry is known for his cunning and agility. It will be difficult to defeat him with simple force. More subtle and thoughtful maneuvers are needed here. The beautiful Margaret understands what is being said and acts as cunningly as possible. She managed to save 2 bears, but they were still seriously injured. When Margot heard about this, she finally took off her mask and showed her true nature. No one noticed how she became so terrible. The black power burst out. The power of the demonic form is incredible, and if Margot does not learn to control it, it will turn against itself. You need to win very quickly, otherwise Margot will lose her mind and go over to the evil side. Barberry does everything possible to prevent this. The monster drags the girl into the darkness. This has a strong impact on the vulnerable psyche and makes it difficult to concentrate. A weak child would have long ago turned into a devil and turned away from his family. But Margot can't be called a weakling. That's why her mind is still resisting. She summoned all her inner mana to help. This was followed by an explosion that tore apart the chains of the merciless slug. Margot fights the monster one-on-one. No one dares to interfere in this battle of the titans. Here, any mistake can cost you your life. The chances are exactly 50-50. At some point, Barberry turned out to be faster and delivered the final blow. The monster felt that victory was almost his, and due to his self-confidence, he did not notice the approach of death. Margot was faster. She took the blow straight into the enemy's back. She proved that one can win with speed and agility, while they win with fear and strength. The little girl had never looked so crazy. At this moment, Chris, his wife, and Ether were returning from a successful mission. They had no idea what was happening in their absence. Seeing his little sister fight, Chris felt like everything inside him had shrunk to the size of a tiny grain of sand. He will not forgive himself if he cannot protect little Margot. Even though she has turned into a horrible monster, she is still a child to her older brother. Now she is being attacked from all sides, and she is fighting like a real devil. At first, Margot repelled all the attacks of the monsters and then rushed at the main boss. Chris was nearby and tried to find a moment to intervene. He was afraid to say another word and silently watched what would happen next. Margot created a magical tornado and then rose high into the sky with her opponent. Turning her head down, she looked closely at her brother. Even without Cindy's skills, time stood still. The little girl remembered her childhood and those moments when her brother always protected her. In those years, he seemed like a superhero to her, although now nothing has changed. He was always the ideal for Margot, the one she aspired to. Now it was her time to protect her brother, and that was why she activated her demon form. Chris tried to stop the baby, realizing how dangerous it was. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and repeated that now it was her time to defend her hero. She said goodbye to her brother at the very last moment, and that's when a powerful, deafening explosion occurred. It took several tense minutes before the flames finally died down, enough to allow anything to be seen. Margot managed to defeat the mad monster, but what happened to this little girl now? A mysterious egg is rapidly approaching from the sky, emitting Margot's familiar aura. Chris grabbed the egg with lightning speed, and everyone around froze in anxious anticipation of the outcome. Most likely, Margot had depleted her powers too much and ended up taking the form of an egg in order to survive. We must not forget that she is from the line of demon kings. If the egg is properly taken care of, she has a chance to be reborn. Parallel to these events, in Tokyo on Enoshima Island, Jan was slowly rebuilding his body through human experiments. They are going to turn him into an obedient dog that will unconditionally obey the orders of the new owner. It is at this moment that the evil boss learns that Chris and his team have cleared another city of ghosts. The Devil God's double immediately orders 2 of the 8 great demon kings to deal with this brazen invasion. 3 more days have passed since that conversation, and many cities have managed to return to normal life. Chris, however, is busy with something completely different. His thoughts are still occupied with the fate of little Margot. He doesn't even realize that 2 monsters of the highest rank are already hunting him, and a brutal meat grinder will soon begin. Everyone around is focused on the mysterious egg and waiting with bated breath for Margot to wake up. Now all that's left for everyone to do is be patient and wait. There's simply no other advice. Rumor has it that it is mother's love that best awakens the human essence. Chris, without thinking twice, suggested to his wife that she play the role of mother and breastfeed Margot. Even the demon princess didn't expect such a crazy offer. She reminded him that she had no milk because she had never given birth. Chris suggested that we fix this urgently. Sometimes it seems that only vulgarities live in his head. The next idea was to feed Margot with spirit stones. It must be admitted that for the first time in his life, Chris has a really good idea. If given regularly, the stones can help Margot regain her strength and return to life. During a quiet picnic, Phil appears with his comrades and reports that the Demon King Abyss is searching for Chris all over the world. The hero will have to set off again to save even more people, and Phil is a little upset. He dreamed of becoming a student. Training will definitely continue in the future, but now is the time to act. Chris hugged his new friend and headed off with his team to find the next boss monster. Meanwhile, on Enoshima Island, Juan spends time with his mysterious beauty. It's hard to tell if they're dating seriously or just having friendly conversations, but they're worth keeping an eye on. Olivia is sure that they came here to find Juan's sister, but he stubbornly denies it. This guy always pretends that he doesn't care about anyone, even his own family. At such moments, Olivia takes matters into her own hands and decides to show a little tenderness. One passionate kiss was enough to awaken a raging fire in the king of the desert. If Olivia hadn't run away, it might have ended with them cultivating together. Meanwhile, Chris and his team had already begun the task and began searching for the enemy boss. After a short nap, they studied the Night Watch map and realized that the target was hiding in the Demon City. It seems that this city has an old problem, a catastrophic shortage of men. Local women literally go crazy at the sight of even slightly attractive guys. The monster has been kidnapping all men for a long time, and this has turned into a real tragedy for the local ladies. The main culprit is a spider demon who feeds on the flesh of men and expands her domain. It seems that she is the very king of the abyss that Phil warned about. Men must remain vigilant. It is dangerous to relax even for a second in this city. The system intervenes again and offers 3 options: escape, challenge, or voluntarily be captured in order to enter the lair. Chris thought it over carefully and chose the most insane but effective way: to surrender voluntarily. He begins to attract the attention of the demons, hoping to be captured and taken to the main boss. The monsters ignore him, but his wife is clearly not thrilled with this plan. But Chris had it all figured out. It was all part of a strategy to get into the lair and deliver the killing blow. It's just a pity that I'll have to explain this to my jealous wife, who's already got out her huge scissors. While they argue, the egg begins to fly around the room, as if it wants to join the mission. Obviously, Margot strives to be close to her brother to watch over him and protect him. Chris decides to take a risk, even if he regrets it later. He catches up with the beautiful demonesses to find out the way to their lair. Looking at him more closely, the demons begin to suspect that in front of them is a woman in disguise. Chris has to show off his perfect abs and prove that he is a real alpha male. This was more than enough. The demons immediately grabbed his hands. They enthusiastically carried the hunter to their lair to present him as a gift to the queen. But the queen is away now, and many monsters want to try out the new thing on their own. Chris has already completed the system's goal. He found himself in the lair and received a reward in the form of experience. Now the real game begins, and it will not be easy. Strange sounds are heard, and creepy monsters begin to emerge from the cave. This is definitely not the harem he dreamed of. There is no time for pleasure with such ladies. The demons spend all their strength on undressing Chris and getting a piece of his body. Hungry women are truly more terrible than any horror. Chris escapes death's embrace but is left without clothes. The demons are enthusiastically chasing after him and do not notice the approaching threat. The beautiful Margaret and the demon princess appear at the last moment and come to the rescue. At first, they greet their captain warmly, but then they feel the ground begin to vibrate. A giant monster crawls out from underground as if from a city sewer. It is frightening in its size and greedy, insatiable appetite. It's strange to see a caterpillar eating soil. Perhaps this is a characteristic of its species. Her poisonous sand attacks are deadly and can cause massive destruction. The hunting team must retreat immediately and increase the distance. This poison has different effects. It has a weak effect on some people, while it completely disables others. Sharon, for example, began to feel love for everyone around her. Margaret, on the other hand, lost sensitivity and the ability to move. Sharon began to move closer to Margaret, whispering something and smiling. Chris tells his wife to pull herself together immediately and not succumb to the effects of the poison. To stop this poison, it is necessary to eliminate its source. The monster must be eliminated, and Chris grabs a weapon from the storage room. The opponent is huge. Victory will not be easy. In addition, you need to choose the right combat distance. If you stay too far away, the hunter becomes an easy target. You can't be too close either. You need balance to deliver powerful blows. Chris is a master of distance. He feels confident even in such a situation. Even a huge amount of poison does not knock him off his feet. He reflects enemy attacks and goes on the counterattack. The monster must understand that he cannot poison the Demon King's wife with impunity. For this case, Chris has a special bottle of spray against giant insects. He pours the contents onto the monster and watches as it begins to suffer. A few seconds later, the demon was begging for mercy, waving a white flag. The poison wears off and everyone starts to feel better. Sharon instantly forgets about her confessions to Margaret and throws herself into her husband's arms. All this could have ended very piquantly, but alas, the moment has been lost. The demon, in a panic, begs the girls to stop his crazy companion. Perhaps this monster can still be useful. It is worth sparing. If the caterpillar's abilities are used correctly, its venom can become a powerful weapon. Chris decides to introduce her to the cobra that Sharon has been keeping in storage for a long time. Together they will surely find a common language and have an unforgettable time. Since there are no men nearby, the girls will have to get used to new friends. Chris and his team defeated the enemy, but this was only a warm-up before the real hurricane. A portal opened in front of the hunters, from which nothing good will definitely appear. The Demon Queen Abyss has come to avenge her sisters. She is the one who devoured most of the men in this city, and now wants to taste Chris. This pervert must be stopped immediately. And then Kukuris was faced with a choice from the system. He can kill the monster, escape with the people, or become the queen's plaything, ceasing to be human. This time Chris decided to act simply and manly. He chose the first option and challenged the monster. The Queen of the Abyss immediately activated the summons and summoned an entire army of spiders to help. She clearly has no intention of playing by the rules and is trying to win by sheer numbers. Chris covered his wife with his body and promised to show who the real daddy was. Even Margot is going to help him in this battle. The egg's aura began to destroy any monsters that came too close. The queen became enraged and activated the death storm tactic. After this, she changed her appearance and appeared in all her hypnotic beauty. This woman's web can drive even the most resilient man crazy. Chris and his friends will have to think fast. Time is running out. You need to escape from the web as quickly as possible, otherwise the hunters will end up in the monster's stomach. The Demon Queen's powers are enough to suppress even the strongest warrior. She does everything to keep Chris out of the way and starts flirting with his wife. This will not end with a romantic dinner, but with a bloody massacre. On the brink of life and death, Chris loses control from rage and thirst for revenge. He rushes forward to avenge his wife and protect the rest of the team. Margot also suffers. If the shell cracks, the girl will never return to normal life. The same applies to the beautiful Margaret, who is in unbearable pain from the energy web. Chris must transform into the highest rank monster to protect his loved ones. All his inner rage burst out and gave birth to a new god. Never before had he felt such raging energy inside him. Now let's see how the spider will react to the madness of death itself. Chris instantly snatched his wife from the clutches of the monster and broke her bonds. It looks like Sharon is okay. She just needs some rest. Margaret also crawled out of the web and hugged the egg. Now the team has a chance to take a breather and plan their next move. Having awakened incredible powers, Chris realized that this battle must end with his unconditional victory. The Queen of the Abyss is in serious trouble. Her web is no longer helping. This guy has become a real legend lately and only confirms his nickname. With a quick dash, he approached the enemy and shattered the protective equipment. Now he has room to maneuver, and he intends to use it to the fullest. The legend took a swing and dealt a crushing blow. Never before had the girls seen Chris in such a fiery form. He looked like a deity who had come down from heaven to punish all the creatures of this world. In order to survive, the Queen of the Abyss is forced to give up information about other bosses of the dark forces. The spider knows little, only that there is a certain Queen May who controls fire and is able to create the living dead. Wherever she goes, zombies appear, and with these skills, she has already captured several cities and united them into the capital of the dead. That's all the spider knows, and now she begs for mercy. Chris is ready to let her go, straight to hell. Her actions earned her nothing but death. There are no second chances for such creatures. After completing the task, he received several precious stones and immediately used them to restore Margot. He then approached his wife to try to suck the poison out of her breast, but Sharon stopped him. She said that it would be too uncultured and turned her gaze to the egg. Something strange is really happening to him. Everyone expects the shell to dissolve at any moment. Everyone is preparing to see a little girl, but instead, something completely incomprehensible appears. Margot looks different, but in any case, it's better than nothing. The adoptive mother had demon blood in her veins, and Margot was her biological daughter, so there was nothing surprising about her monstrous features. After his victory, Chris met with the rest of the girls and celebrated his success. Everyone was happy to see Margot back in life, albeit a little changed. Now you'll have to get used to the fact that the little beauty has become like a plump piglet, but this is no reason to cancel the games. It turned out that all this time, Juan and his beauty were nearby. Even now, Chris is not particularly happy to see him, even though they are related. Juan pretended that he had ended up there by accident, but Olivia immediately understood that her boyfriend had been looking for this meeting for a long time. The Desert King has reported that Queen May has been spotted nearby, and he dreams of fighting her like in the old days. Chris is also interested in the battle, although he does not realize how weak he is for such a threat. To succeed, he will have to team up with the team. They offered Juan to act together, but the proud King of the Sands refused. He considers himself just a guest from the past and does not want to get involved with dubious characters. Sooner or later he will change, but for now we need to accept him as he is. Chris gathered a team and went to a neighboring town to look for May. The Demon Queen is somewhere nearby. You need to be on your guard and take your time. This city is famous for its huge number of monsters. Chris intends to carry out a massive purge to attract the boss's attention. This strategy has worked in the past, but sometimes it's worth trying something new. Now he is so famous as a demon slayer that when he appears, everyone immediately runs away. Only the head chef remains. We need to try to establish contact with him. But it won't be easy. To win the chef's respect, you have to beat him in a culinary duel. Chris is faced with a new challenge, and he must make a choice. He accepts the challenge and prepares to battle the kitchen master to learn more about the city. The first round will be dedicated to fast food. The opponents must cook a hamburger. Chris pretended that it was a piece of cake for him and that he would easily beat his competitor. After all, before he often cooked at home everything he could think of. The girls hope his burgers are so delicious that they get them. But you can't underestimate your opponent either. The fat man has been working as a chef for decades and considers himself a pro. He has long won the love of his fans. His burgers turned out to be incredibly tasty, and Chris's chances of winning were greatly reduced. He had to go to great lengths to beat this fast food genius. But the result exceeded all expectations. His burgers cause a surge of dopamine. Even the demon chef admitted that this guy really knows how to cook. As soon as the boss gave in, Chris immediately received a prize, a magic gun that shoots running text lines. Essentially, it is a universal map that will help you find anything. The cook told us a little about the city and local customs. He also mentioned another restaurant where his sons work, and Chris promised to check it out. After a short rest, the Freedom Blade team reached the outskirts of the city of the dead 2 days later. There is an oppressive atmosphere here, dead air, and a corpse-like smell. There are monsters all around, and now it is impossible to keep an eye on this city. The landscape is frankly eerie. It's hard to get used to it. May managed to turn a beautiful city into a desert of death, and now it is clear why people fear her. First, you need to look around and understand what you're about to encounter. You should be especially careful when meeting with the rulers of the outskirts, the Tengu clan. These huge giants mock the survivors who have been turned into zombies. They were ordinary, happy people, and they became walking nightmares. Chris came to free this people from suffering. He doesn't mince words and acts with the utmost determination. Even though these people have become zombies, they still deserve normal human treatment. Chris wants to make contact with them and then do everything he can to get their lives back. That is why he helps them and distributes the water of life, which can heal any misfortune. He managed to make friends with one fat man and find out something about the local area from him. This guy knows how to find a common language with overweight people and beauties. He has a special talent for this. Now the Demon King knows where other dangerous creatures live. He decided to bring in his army of dolls and create a small but effective stir. It was fun to watch, especially considering how quickly the puppets got the job done. Chris was constantly changing locations and moving back and forth with his wife. He did his best to cause as much trouble as possible for the local demons. His trick had just been exposed, and now the hunter was in real trouble. The monsters attack from different sides, as if they have some kind of tactical thinking. In reality, they are just green chupacabras, which can be destroyed in a matter of seconds. The real difficulties will only begin when the junior commander of the dead appears. The drought skeleton can scare even the most seasoned fighters. It's best not to play with him. According to legend, this monster has been alive for hundreds of thousands of years, and it can only be stopped by giving it your all. The husband and wife united, and once again rushed into battle with the soulless monster. Chris grabbed his brand new pistol, a gift from the system. As it turns out, this is not an ordinary weapon, but a pistol of evil insults, and it works in an extremely unusual way. Instead of bullets that pierce flesh, he fires tenacious insults that destroy the enemy's self-respect. Sometimes, to win, you have to take an unconventional path. Sharon prefers the classics. Her choice is the death scissors. The demon princess methodically mows down her enemies, giving her husband an advantage in the battle with the Titan. All that is required of Chris is to take the initiative and not relax for a second. Very soon he achieved the desired result and turned the general into a laughingstock. It turned out that the giant skeleton was weaker than even an ordinary ogre or village giant. For his victory, Chris received rare gems that could fill the soul with power and will. He acted nobly. First of all, he gave the stones to his beloved. He plans to teach her the art of absorbing spiritual stones so that Sharon can become even stronger. Until now, the demon princess had not possessed such skills. But this did not stop her from literally understanding the principle and applying it from the very first seconds. The demoness lit up like the brightest star in the night sky. Chris was shocked to see her reach the top rank. Now she has become not only stronger and more dangerous, she has become even more charming. Chris gave her a couple of cheeky compliments, and she, in response, whispered that she couldn't wait until they were alone. It looks like she wants it right now. But alas, there is no suitable place nearby. After pumping up, Sharon learned how to create ideal conditions from scrap materials. In a matter of seconds, she created a protective cocoon and separated them from the outside world. Now nothing will stop them from practicing the most ancient technique of Taoist cultivation. For several hours, Chris did everything to increase his energy level. He gave it his all, as if he were fighting an ancient monster. After such a marathon, he looked like a contented child who had gotten everything he wanted. The training was intense, but now it's time to get back to combat missions. The young couple doesn't yet know that there is a little observer in Sharon's spiritual world. The small cloud that accidentally witnessed their merger is now experiencing severe mental shock. There is no time for him now. We need to stop the monsters, otherwise dozens more cities will fall. The Blade of Freedom is not only Chris and his wife, but also many other fighters ready to defend humanity. The girls from his team have already become no less famous than he is. Their actions earned them the respect and recognition of civilians. Chris was pleasantly surprised to learn that no one had been hurt during his absence. Another area of the city has been cleared, and now it's time to thank the Allies. Their actions have attracted the attention of a much more serious enemy. And now the fun begins. Tengu, the ruler of the outskirts of the City of the Dead, sent personally by Lady May, emerged from the portal. He declared that no one would dare desecrate the land of the Demon Queen. But Chris didn't care. Before a fight, Chris always loved to irritate his enemies, shaking their morale. This strategy has a lot of advantages and only a couple of disadvantages. The enemy loses control, gets angry, becomes unpredictable, but often overly straightforward. For an inexperienced hunter, this is dangerous, but Chris has long since outgrown the rookie stage. He can easily afford such impudence. However, this time he was in a hurry. The enemy turned out to be much stronger than expected. You'll have to use your divine skills and get the God Gauntlets. Only with their help can you punch like Mike Tyson and move like Muhammad Ali. Unfortunately, Tengu also happens to be a fan of boxing. He knows how to defend himself and counterattack. A real meat grinder is brewing. People with weak nerves had better turn away. Chris is not afraid of even the most furious tornado. He charges ahead like an armor-piercing Adams tank. Sharon can't let her husband take risks alone. After the upgrade, she too is eager to fight. Her demonic aura allows her to instantly change shape, transforming into a goddess of power and love. Since the opponent loves the wind, he will be amazed when he feels a speed that exceeds even a tornado. Tengu was taken aback by the woman's rapid and magnificent transformation. Chris forgot about the battle for a moment. He couldn't take his eyes off his wife, who seemed to him the embodiment of absolute perfection. Someone remind this guy that the fate of an entire city is being decided right now. It is necessary to save the inhabitants and return them to normal life before it is too late. To do this, Sharon needs the support of not a perverted romantic, but an adequate husband. Together they created the Death Fist, a technique capable of piercing even Odin's armor. The demoness finally demonstrated her new abilities, increasing not only her speed, but also her combat power. The defender of the outskirts of the city of the dead was powerless against this perfectly coordinated duo. Their power has reached such a balance that no creature from the abyss can resist. Chris noticed the enemy's staff and without hesitation broke it in half. Tengu squealed like a stuck pig, calling for its mother to help. A crazy tornado swept through the city center, tearing apart dilapidated buildings. The main monster lost both his weapon and his cool appearance. He was left in disgrace. The whirlwind carried him away into an unknown portal from which there was no exit. From this moment on, he is no longer a threat to the inhabitants of the city of the dead. A family of hunters overcame another serious obstacle, and even though it was hot, they did it. It's time to take a breather, but there's no doubt about it. They've just caught the attention of Queen May herself. Ahead lies the decisive battle for the city. Either humanity will win, or it will once again drown in darkness. Everything depends on one small group of hunters, and this is, to put it mildly, unfair. Sometimes the burden on their shoulders is too great, but these shoulders have learned to withstand everything. Meanwhile, small monsters still scurry about the streets, looking into abandoned shops. They are looking for any kind of food and will grab anything that seems edible. At first, they turn their attention to the detachment of hunters, but then suddenly change direction. They were distracted by strange sounds. A real concert of death had begun somewhere nearby. Chris immediately went there with his team. Everyone was stunned when they saw the main singer of the City of the Dead. The beauty Teresa has always been famous not only for her appearance, but also for her amazing voice. Her songs attract absolutely all demons and undead like a hypnotic spell. Her voice quickens the heartbeat of men and brings tears of delight to women. The monsters go into ecstasy. It's like a hellish version of the Brazilian carnival. It turns out that even demons and zombies can enjoy good music and dancing. But it's time to end this madness. The demons must pay for everything they've done. Chris asked his friends to remain vigilant while he fought the monster himself. This was difficult because the songs turned out to be too catchy. The girls immediately gave in to their emotions and turned into real zombified fans. Even the beautiful Sharon lost her composure and began to dance to the music. The hunter was faced with a new choice: to participate in a musical battle, wait for the right moment, or tear the zombie singer apart with his bare hands. He remembered his father and decided to act old school, without unnecessary ceremony. His choice is the third option: to tear the singer apart like a delicious slice of bacon. But easier said than done. Teresa turned out to be not so simple. Not only did she drive her fans crazy with her vocals, but she also knew how to fight no worse than a gladiator. Whether he likes it or not, Chris has to take up her challenge and take the stage. They will have to arrange a musical duel and find out who is the real voice of the era. Teresa started first and immediately amazed everyone with the purity of her vocals and sense of rhythm. The audience was so shocked that even the heavens couldn't take it anymore and started pouring rain. Seeing the drops, Chris realized that fate had given him a chance to play by his own rules. A little electricity, a little volume, and the whole world will know who's boss. He grew up listening to Tupac's songs and is now ready to prove that he is as good as the legend. Everyone present was in shock, and even his fans begged him to stop. Perhaps only his crazy wife screamed that his rap was pure gold. Chris sang nonsense about destroying monsters and clean territory. No rhythm, no vocals, total crap. The funniest thing is that at that moment he sincerely considered himself the heir to the great rappers of the last century. After finishing his performance, he proudly announced that he was ready to accept the Audience Award. And although everything sounded terrible, he somehow miraculously made part of the audience fall in love with him and brought Teresa to tears. Even though she is a zombie, her dream has always been to unite humans and demons through music. She never killed anyone and believed that songs could reconcile even sworn enemies. You can still come to an agreement with such zombies and even become friends. Chris invited Teresa to join their team and fight for good together. Together they will be able to drive away evil, and music will become their main weapon. Now the squad has an ally with the strongest voice. Meeting May is no longer scary. The main boss of this area takes refuge in the central tower of the City of the Dead. This is the seventh demon queen of the Great Eight, the formidable May, who stands at the middle level of S rank. It is not easy to defeat her. She is basking in her power and the prime of her life. Wine and male caresses bring her the greatest pleasure. During one of these holidays, the eighth demon king, Raksha, appeared to her. He reported that Chris and his squad were already in the city and advised her to prepare for battle, but she was in no hurry to respond. May has always been overly self-confident and was not afraid of anyone, even at a critical moment. Her troops have long been at the gates of the City of the Dead, so she does not feel threatened. Meanwhile, not only Chris, but also the Sand King with his girlfriend approached the central entrance. He had already managed to kill an entire legion of monsters and wasn't even out of breath. Juan was going to meet May and asked Olivia to go to a safe place and wait out the storm. But she stubbornly refused. She wanted to be close to her beloved. She is still too young to understand that death is not romantic. He promised to return alive, but for now he needs to deal with another batch of monsters. Everyone was expecting Chris to arrive, but instead Juan showed up first. The Sand King burst into the tower like a meteor and rammed it with his body. He came unannounced, like a real VIP guest. Only the most reckless heroes rush into battle, kicking through walls. May instantly rushed to attack the one who dared to ruin her holiday. But Juan was not at all what she expected, and now it became clear. This guy is capable of crushing even the strongest monsters of the desert. He caused an explosion of such force that when Chris arrived at the scene, he did not understand where he was at all. He was looking for a huge tower, but found only ruins. Everything did not go according to plan. Olivia found herself at the very epicenter of events. She did not leave, but on the contrary, returned to Juan. The frightened girl said that her boyfriend had gone into battle and needed help. Chris, for the first time in his life, decided to help the Sand King achieve his goal. If they fight shoulder to shoulder, they have a chance to win. While searching high in the sky, they noticed a strange monk. This monk was a demon of the highest rank and served as the protector of the City of the Dead. He warned the hunters that if they continued on their way, they would die. But this only made them more excited. Chris and Sharon underestimated the enemy, who turned out to be more powerful than Buddha himself. A snap of his fingers and he turned into a bloodthirsty killer with bloodshot eyes. Using his techniques, he transported the hunters to the parallel world of the Eastern City. Here, a couple of braggarts were about to receive punishment from the Buddha of the Abyss. Chris told his wife not to interfere and assured her that he knew what to do. He summoned divine powers and appeared as a knight from a medieval legend. His blows cut through the Buddha's protective barrier like a hot knife through butter. The monk who thought he was bulletproof crumbled like a Lay's potato chip. Sharon watched in awe as her husband fought the monster one-on-one. Sometimes she likes to be an outside spectator, feeling like she is behind a stone wall. With such a man, even a demon monk from the other world is not scary.